And there we go! It's time for more Factorio, and I don't think there's any reason to keep watching all the biters explode. I think we can just jump right in. And let me see if I can remember where I was last time. And also let me check my sound and make sure I'm doing alright. Yep. Okay. Everything looks all cool. So, looking at things, I believe I was in the last stages of setting up some of the ore sorting here. The slag... yeah, the slag area still needs to be finished. That's what I remember as being the big stopping point of getting everything running right now. Let me just run up that way and see if there's anything I can do to just kind of jumpstart all that. And let's not have personal bots mess with all that. They'll catch up. They're not the fastest little guys, but they'll catch up. Okay, so looking all at this stuff, I don't necessarily like that this has to be a red belt, because I've been trying to keep all of this yellow belt so that it's easily upgradable in the future. So I do want to just stare at this a minute and see if I can think of an easy way that I could expand this later without having this be a different tier of belt from this. And I think it would be more trouble than it's worth. Let's not dwell on that too much. We've already got all the red belt laid going up this way after all, so let's just say it's fine as it is. That said, this is ugly and horrible and I don't like it. I will, however, take the filtered splitter, just for a little added convenience. All I'm gonna do is move it up a few tiles, but still, there was no reason it had to be back quite that far. No, you can actually go one more forward, I guess? And that's not terrible. In that case, you can also move forward one. And then I'll just do like so. Hey again, how you doing, man? How's the C block going? I'm just neatening up some belts to kick off the day. And let's see what else we got going. This still needs miners, I do remember that. That's steel though, that'll come in as time allows. Let me check on oil and just see if I can find oil. Here we are. I just want to make sure everything's running smoothly. We are actually using some of the fuel oil now, so now that it's important, I want to make sure... Okay, we are going to back up on mineral oil. Okay, I do have voiding set up for that though. Oh, and it's already kicking in. Can I do anything useful with you? I could make polishing compound. We are going to need that at some point. Not immediately, but some point. That's just alternative ways to make it. Yeah, not really anything I want to go divert attention to right this moment. Alright, just sideways progress expanding the belt mall. Yeah, I've been stuck on... You could call it sideways progress, that's a good way of putting it, because I haven't done like progression in like 2 weeks now, but the base is coming along pretty well. I would like for it to be more functional than it is, but I'm getting somewhere. I never put a recipe on you. That would be one reason why that's not working. Hey there, Clarid. Progression's overrated. Yeah, who needs progression? We're just having fun. I mean, half true. This is not getting built, which is interesting. Are we really just shy on roboports again? Is that all it is? Really does seem to be, okay. Just roboports. At least you have blue science. Yeah. Trying to do this without blue science would be tricky, to say the least. I'm just coming up here. I already know the problem's gonna be steel, but, you know. Sometimes you just gotta look, make sure. Yes, okay. So it is steel. So we should have more steel coming in now that we have silicon backed up. Because before we were spending a lot of silicon down here going into concrete. Here we are. And now that we've stopped concrete production, because that's backed up, all the silicon should now be going into iron and steel. I might actually priority split this into steel for just right now. I think steel's more important than a little extra iron. Yeah, building a big train base without blue science would be silly. I mean... pretty soon after automated buildings for artillery. Yeah, I did get artillery recently, so that's one good landmark that I've hit. But yeah, train basing without blue science has got to be rough. I don't know how you pulled it off, honestly. Just determination. Oh, the bots are resupplying me. Oh, you hate to see it. I kind of forgot that I stopped moving right in a logistics zone. That's kind of unfortunate. I don't like when the bots have to fly all the way out here to do that. I might just send them home by walking out of the logistics zone. Just go. Go home, guys. I appreciate the, it's the thought that counts. I appreciate it, but not right now. Let's get some of this stuff built up. I really would like to get this powered. Okay, so that's all good. Where's the stuff I'm waiting on? Okay, here's the belt with all the slag. I just have to build that up, and then that should hit this process in here. Not that that does me any good without this belt being finished, but we're pretty good ways along on that. We just need the actual red belts themselves. It's been fun, just the issue not having recipes for some metals. Yeah. Trick was building a huge steel factory so roboports were easy. I can only dream of having all my steel needs met at the moment. There we are. Anything else? I guess I had a little bit more. Where are they going? Okay, you guys can build over there if you want, I guess. Have fun. I guess that was productive. Thanks, guys. I don't know why you're not building this, so I'll just do it myself. There we are. Thanks, guys. Real team players. Okay. Anyway, I believe we're connected all the way up to the top. It was just this stretch down here that's a bit of trouble. But with all that connected, that should be fine. I'm sure there's a few more breaks and gaps and stuff down this way that I want to go deal with. Like these power poles, for instance. Let's see if we can't get power to all of the ore sorters, even if I don't have the belts quite yet to connect all of them. Using Giblite and Saphirite to make a direct-to-steel build's pretty easy. I can set up uranium power and brilliant tier 3 recipes. Also needs a bunch of mineral catalysts. Yeah, uranium power would be nice, and I do know the direct catalyst recipes you're talking about. I'm just not quite there yet. I will be. I'm getting there. I'm just not quite there yet. For some reason, some of these times that I've done blueprint stuff through here, it didn't force build, so some of the trees get in the way sometimes, which is a little frustrating. I might just go ahead and do a big clear on a lot of this stuff. Just make sure everything is placed correctly. Sort of a madman. I mean, you said you're learning trains while doing C block. I think that definitely qualifies. Alright, personals, that's good enough, I think, for right now. You don't need to chop all the trees. I just want to make sure that this can get placed. Let me find... Okay, that roboport specifically somehow is outside of construction range. And I don't even know how that's possible. Let me look at some of the other places down here. Like, you're disconnected also, actually, weirdly enough. how have I allowed this to happen? I'm usually very careful about that, so I find that very strange. I'll just, yeah, I'll span the gap with these little logistics guys, but that means I'm gonna have gaps along this belt to fill in at some point, but that's for future me to worry about. There we are. Requires you to learn them. It definitely requires you to learn them, yes. You're not gonna get through C block without quite a bit of transportation, I'd say. Let me see if there is anything else. Like, I can't even see what's happening in here. Let me just mark all this for decon. I kind of feel like I'm probably missing a roboport in this area. So let's see where I can just stick one. Oh yeah, this whole blueprint's broken, actually. Like, what is this? There we go. And then grab a roboport and just shove you in, like... where have I done it for the rest of them? Let's be consistent. Okay, just on the side, it looks like. That works for me. Okay, well, while that's getting taken care of, let's see if I can't do anything to help along this belt here. Once again, it looks like there may be a little... No, okay. I thought that was another little broken section, though there are a few up in here. And then anything I can do up this way. So that's going to throw all the slag up this way. This one also gets unloaded. It should all be fine. Should be. I just have to rely on the bots to get everything down here. Which I'm kind of surprised they're having trouble doing. I thought I'd already, oh, don't stand in the logistics zone. Learned my lesson last time. I thought I kind of resolved all my belt issues at the end of the last stream. Not the reds, certainly, but I thought I got some of the yellows going at least. Nah, just waiting on gears, okay. The reason I like the challenge in the Angels buildings. I mean, it is half the fun, I'll admit. Just, a lot of the times you're given tools in the base game that, unless you're really mega basing or something, you don't have to make use of. I'll be honest, a lot of the times I'll get through an entire playthrough and not even wind up having to use blue belts. But that's, you know, that's just me. Why are they bringing belts back? Oh, they were trying to supply me. Okay. I guess these are the logistics bots that were trying to bring me stuff, and they're just now making it back. But anyway, yeah, like, totally agree. Like, a lot of the times, I won't do something unless I'm forced to do it, but I enjoy being forced to do it. I like having something to spend my tools on, you know? Washing for geodes is the solution to pure ores, most likely. And I do have a little washing setup somewhere. Hold on. There we are. So I've got the catalyst going into a little chest here. I did limit it. I didn't want to spend all my stuff on them, but I'm gonna fill up on gems before too long. So I guess once I've filled up on gems, I'll probably unlock this chest. Excuse me. Probably unlock this chest and let it go. Just, looking at parts of the base I haven't looked at in a long time, like these pump jacks still have very good speed, funny enough. I guess I haven't used very much oil. I did hook up this last time, but I didn't make the buildings for it, so I guess I'll just go ahead and do that while I wait for belts to craft and such. I think I'll probably turn personal logistics off, so I don't have to worry about the Logibots trying to bring me stuff all the time, and they'll actually come over here and build. Here's another example. here's these random belts that for some reason it did not force build over the cliffs. I keep finding spots like that, and I find it very strange. I can only assume it's a weird artifact of map building some of this. I'm not really sure. I just, well, those belts are full, I guess I don't have to worry about them, but I just, like this down here, too. Just weird. BH, never use blue belts. If it weren't for Vulcanus, I would probably stay on red every Space Age game. Yeah, like, same. Especially in Space Age, actually, just because you're, you can stack items on a belt, which gives you immediate throughput gains, and you just don't need as much production on any one given planet. So, yeah, definitely agree. I can throw ores in the system now, and they'll get properly sorted. It's a good day. I just remembered I set up those storage chests last time, so they'll go wherever they need to go. I am gonna just stand here so I don't accidentally walk out of range and make them have to fly 1,000 miles away again. But now that now that we're all good, I'm gonna run down here. Hold on, which direction am I going? Yes, this way, okay. So just pop you down, pop in. I'm sure I've got something burnable on me, and then take me home. Where are rails? Here's a good destination. Take me up there. There we are. Okay, and I guess while I'm up here, I'm not gonna resupply because I do want them to actually build the belts rather than bring them to me, but it doesn't look like there's any more belts within build range at least, so maybe it's fine to turn personals back on now. I'm just gonna stand in the middle here and craft some of the stuff that we're missing, and while I'm crafting, I'll probably talk about my plans for the day. What are those 2 random buildings that I need? Wait, what? Why are there so many? I can't imagine I need that many here. Let's make this a little more sane. I already have 1. You get 1. There's 1 literally right over there too. Yeah. You're, you know what? You get 1 more. Have fun. Okay. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to craft what I think is a tier 2... I guess I can go look. I know where that is. That is a gas refinery. Okay. Tier 2 gas refinery. Oh, I already have them. Never mind. Stop. I just didn't throw them in. Wonder if they easily make it so trains always auto-face the direction of travel and placing. You just have to hit R if you want it the other way. It would make it nice. But, yeah, they do always seem to face the wrong way. When you go to put them down, you always wind up having to flip them. Vulcanus is my main base till I moved back to Novice, since I was getting the Keeping Your Hands Clean achievement. Yeah, getting hands clean is basically, it's just a race to get to space. Once you're in space, whatever happens on Novice can stay on Novice. I don't really care about it if I'm trying to main base on Vulcanus. Granted, there's not very many reasons you wouldn't just main base on Vulcanus other than space, like if you're really behind on military science or something, but rarely is that ever an issue. Pump jacks. I need 14 pump jacks. They're probably in here. Yes. There we are. That's a lot of steel, I just realized. Hopefully that's fine. Not worried about the blast furnaces. Those are just ghosts I've placed somewhere or another. 6 tanks. 6 fluid tanks, huh? Have 6. I was gonna give them all of them, but actually, steel's gonna be in short supply again, I guess, so I'll be a little bit cautious. And that's already 160 steel pipes I'm gonna have to craft. Awesome. Let's just go ahead and throw those pump jacks in. Pretty easy if you use the cheesy pipe strat. Ah, okay. I know what you mean, where you go and block off all the spawners, yeah. I don't usually go for cheese strats like that. At that point, it's like, I guess technically I would get the achievement, but at that point I'd just rather turn off biters, honestly. Oh, you got the biolab. On, what do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, you don't mean in, C-Block, right? I don't think there is a biolab. Maybe there is a biolab in C-Block. Main reason since oil's such a pain on both. Oh, okay. To come back for novice is the biolab. Gotcha, okay. I'm with you. Where are those punch eggs? There we are. And one more. Let's go. There we go. And those are just going to go get placed, my janky little station right here that I just kind of slapped on the side. They're just gonna come down here, get placed in this area, and I don't even have the pipes hooked up actually. Let me go ahead and get that hooked in. Let's go one closer, just to really indicate that this is loading. And then we have to get the pipes connected somewhere. Where's a good place? Yeah, you can just go like here, whatever. And then move that one. And then Y underground there, you can just do that. Yep, and that's going to give me my first natural gas, actually. I don't even have the train yet, but that's going to be my, my first time tapping natural gas this entire playthrough. The way I got it legit was borderline. Didn't know how spawn mechanics worked exactly, so I just covered the spawners and furnaces till the biters stopped. I mean, that's one way to do it, I guess. Let's see. Okay. Do I have you going anywhere? No. Okay. Let's hook this up. Where? I'm sure I have a natural gas input. That's natural gas right there. But you don't have a tank. Not that you need one up here. Your outputs are already routed. That's all cool. Except this one. Your sulfuric wastewater, funny enough, is not connected. I have sulfuric wastewater through here somewhere, though. Yeah, right over there. So let's try and just run you maybe a little up. I think that makes sense. Run you up to get you out of the way, and then over like that. And just see where that lines up. Not very good, but whatever. You can do that. And there we are. Connect you. Is that full length? That's full length. Whatever. At least that connects to the sulfuric wastewater. Also, I invalidated my BA run. I couldn't take the Titan acid biter attacks anymore and turn pollution off. Ah, well. I mean, whatever makes the game fun. As I always say, there's no wrong way to play. Genuinely have no idea how you're supposed to wall against acid biters. Even if you kill them quick, they destroy the walls and their acid sits forever, killing all the bots trying to fit. Exactly. Even a successful defense could lose you double-digit bots. Right. There is no defense against the acid biters, really. At that point, you just have to have artillery. Like, as far as I'm concerned, there's no solution other than artillery. Yeah, that should be symmetrical. Shame there's no middle there, but it gets the job done, I guess. $2.5 to 3x more 2.5 to 3x more productive than the labs on Vulcanus due to epic prod 3 modules and biolab, possibly 2 or 3. Yes. There's no way that normal labs can ever compete with biolabs. They are just, in every way, superior. They are the better option. That there. And then I don't need these here. Actually, you can also be regular. That's fine, because there's a chain signal on the end here, and then you actually can be regular. There's no reason you have to be chain. Not that it needs to change, but, you know. Actually, that does need to be a chain. Never mind. Not that I have multiple oil trains or anything, but let's not be too hasty there. Tons of efficiency and pollution-eating modules, so I'm gonna turn it back on. Okay. Best defense is offense for me. Often is. Like, for me, for the majority of my playthrough, I played very, very careful about pollution and all, because I've lost many runs to, being out-evolved by the biters. Even now, my pollution isn't much of a concern, but now that I have artillery, I'm not nearly as concerned. I think I'm gonna take a sip of water. How I usually do it, but it doesn't work as well in this mod. Yeah, the biters are much scarier. Ob's biters are vicious. Why are you not connected? How strange. Just have a power pole, I guess. Anyone else just broken? Well, you don't have anything, okay. What are you meant to be? Crystal slurry loading. You are hooked up? Yes, okay. Ah, there's no sulfuric acid. That's why you're not running. How is the sulfuric acid station coming along? Okay, a victim of the roboport issue. Got it. Is there any way I can temporarily amp up steel production? Like, more than I already have. Atomic bomb is brilliant for biter clearing in space age over 90 evo. I mean, I think atomic bombs will clear just about anything. Let me just look and see if I have any better steel ingot recipes or anything better I can do at this time. Nickel and cobalt, huh? Definitely don't have that. Yeah, definitely don't have all that. So, technically, for some reason, the manganese recipe is the 3, and silicon's 2 here. I don't really know why, because it's reversed on the iron, I'm pretty sure, but at any rate, guess it doesn't really matter. That's, all I'm gonna get out of you for right now. And I do have all the silicon I'm making coming up into steel. Oh, actually, the silicon is backed up. I didn't even notice. They're impossible to teleport on the belt, so you are just iron ore limited. That's the kind of thing, sure, it's neat, but artillery just exists and it's so much easier. Yeah, and like, by the time you're making atom bombs too, a Spidertron isn't usually that much further off in the horizon, so there's hardly, in my experience anyway, hardly any reason to even produce the atomic bombs. Yeah, I'm just really trying to find any way I might come over here and priority split the iron ore over to steel, even just temporarily. Like, I really need steel. Steel is what's holding me up right now. It's just gotta go. So, at least we're doing research. That's good. I have been steadily chewing through my my blue research, and there's not a lot of blue research left. Speaking of which, actually, I should check in here. I don't even know which research I technically want to get. Let's Like, what is this locking? Okay, so that is where the logistics system is. So you are the pink science, not the purple science. Purple science gives me, like, lab speed, mining productivity. Okay, so faster buildings is purple science, it looks like. I mean, it is production science, not exactly a super shocker or anything, but still. And then transport science is where the logistics bot stuff is, which is really what I'm concerned with. Oh, and elevated rails, which would actually be quite nice to have. You're a brass chest. Okay, so I do need cobalt. I remember the express inserters and the express transport belts do need cobalt, so that is off the table for right now until the whole ore base is done and dealt with. Yeah, it really is just a matter of pumping out as much steel as I can in the short term to finish up this big rail expansion so that I can finally have some throughput on ores. Just some. I guess since that's the case, I should probably start coming over here and working on these train stops. Which is a little scary since I can't even build these train stops, but whatever. I might as well get them planned down. That's funny. This one was placed at some point and is already empty. He must have only had like 30 ore on him. Okay. I guess that's what I'll go do in the short term then, is I'll come over here and I'll start planning these out. Well, I guess I don't even have to travel over there. This all seems to be in radar range. I can probably just start building, honestly. So let's just grab the blueprints and start stamping some stuff down. So I might try and copy this right here. Let's start a little higher. Just like all of that. Bring you to the next stop. Yeah, okay, so I do want to rip out all this backer stuff. Probably right about there, and maybe some of these signals as well, just to be careful. And let's see where this lines up. That should be fine. Okay. Hopefully, it's impossible to tell right now, but hopefully all that does work out well enough. Wonder if I can reclaim this landfill, actually. That would be quite nice. Even if it's just some of it. Because I am still a little shy on landfill. There we are. And what do I want next? Well, this one's iron. I think it only makes sense that the next one I build should be steel. It's a little bit of a tight fit looking at it, but it should work. Yeah, it should. Let's go ahead and copy... A little rough to get in here. I'll do it like piecemeal. So I'll grab this much. Move you until you line up. Yeah, that looks good. And then we'll grab the stops, but we'll have to rename the stops. There we go. And actually, silicon unloading is just correct. And iron unloading should also just be correct. Because I want this to be the steel area. So all of that should just be good. We don't want any of this. Not that I'm producing any of that. Does mean I'm gonna need oxygen. So I'll have to figure out where I want to get oxygen in. Could even just produce it on site, honestly. That's not a terrible idea. Just commit to voiding all the nitrogen. I think that just makes sense at this point. I don't see any reason not to do that. So let's grab an air filter. I'll just plan you somewhere around in here, I guess. And I'll come back to you later, once I know exactly what I'm working with. I need a blast furnace for steel, actually. Okay, so never mind that, then. And you're not going to be iron. I'll have to make steel up in the ingots area, because suddenly this is going to get a lot more complicated than what I can reasonably fit into one of these tiny little smelting areas that I've planned out. And I have a good bit of room, actually, up here in the ingot processing area. In that case, that's going to go up here. So let's just go ahead and... where's the station? There you are. So, little stacker into a unloading. There we are. And you're going to unload iron ingot. Unless that's too much strain on the iron ingots. Maybe that doesn't make sense. Yeah, maybe I will actually just repeat what I do down in iron ingots. Didn't mean to exit map view there. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I will literally just copy all of this. Okay, maybe not that part. I'll copy all of this, then. Vertically flip you so that you're down here. Yeah, that works, I think. I'm not sure I like that. Let's put you, like, down here. Don't really like the way those power poles line up, but actually that works perfect. Okay. So all of this filters around this way, comes down, and enters. And that's going to produce the iron ingots. But then we still have another step where we are going to need the... Why are there... I'll have to look at these inputs in just a second. But then we'll have another step that produces the steel ingot. Oh, you need the lime, and you need the coal coke. I remember that. And my research is finished. I'll look at that in just a second. So, you guys each need 1 per second, and if I do the same up top, that's another 1 per second. So we're looking at 6 per second. That's already more than this produces, actually, funny enough, so I don't know why I left it there. Oh, you only run half-time, I remember. So this is actually 2.5, so we need 5 total. So then, we do still need more, just not that much more. Going for rare Spidertron for the equipment size. Yeah, like, rare Spidertrons, the higher tier Spidertrons are definitely worth it just for equipment size, though usually I just use them for building. Like, I don't really need you. I don't think that's important. A poison mine, that's interesting. Slowdown mine. Like, interesting, but not really imminently useful. Maybe I'll get some of this upgraded personal equipment stuff. Not really, strictly speaking, necessary, but I don't have a lot of interesting research left. What is Heat Pipe 2? Can transfer heat over longer distances, and maybe higher max temp, I guess? Max temp 750, yeah. Okay, so you just have a higher max temp. Sure, whatever. Better water treatment, sure. Combinators, sure. You know what? Night vision 2. We'll see what that does. Okay. So you produce 90 a second, and you only consume 9, so technically this one plant could supply up to 10 of these, so I'm certainly not not hurting for input. If anything, it's space. Let's just double this. But we'll have to put it over here, I guess. So horizontal flip, and just stick you over there. Yeah, that works. And then we can have the pipe come around back. And there's no need to underground this, I guess. You can just go straight in. The water's a little annoying. I don't actually know if that power pole is connected to anything. Please someone pick up this power pole so I can tell if this one's connected or not. Okay, you should be. That's plenty of room. So then we'll move this pole over here. That should be all this connected. Oh, I never connected you. Okay. So then when those come on, well, the ghost doesn't show connected. Okay, maybe that isn't connected then. In which case I'll do something like that. And then that should work. Need fit more laser, port nuclear reactor, and exoskeleton. Yeah, okay. Lasers on a Spidertron is good too. Usually I just make sure they're fitted out with enough rockets. And again, artillery just kinda makes combat a non-issue. Where was I building until I got to script? Okay, right up here. That's where I was. And why don't these match? That's actually very upsetting. Why are you one off? Okay, the system gets coal coke in it, I guess. There we go. And then we just have to underground here and bring that up. Okay, you take 1 coal coke a second, so that's 3 coal coke a second. How much do you produce? You produce... Okay, each of these produce 4 a second, so that's not a problem for a long time. Good, got it, cool. I notice I don't have a splitter on here, which is kind of weird. So let's throw something on there just to make sure the output is able to be distributed nicely. And then you guys are gonna have to come up somehow. So let's figure out how we want to do that. That would require me to make sure my space platform is competent. I mean, I'm not very good at designing space platforms, but, you know, what you can't settle with skill, you just have to settle with redundant space platforms. Every time I make metal build... Okay, gotta make a stop for the coke train. Yeah, exactly. That's why down here where I'm making all the ingots, I just have coke made on site. I technically could load it onto a train if I wanted, but this is really the only place you wind up using coke, so eh. Okay, I think the lime will just go right up alongside this belt, so actually one closer. There we are. And just up we go. Which makes it a little tricky up in this area, but we'll figure something out as we go. Let's just bring everything up and over. And not like that. And we'll probably need the lime again. Let me check, actually. Like, if I click on you, and go limestone, you're used in iron. Oh, only really iron and cobalt. You are used in cobalt, though. You're used in some process I don't even know for lead. Okay, so you're not used often, but you are used. In that case, I might just recreate another setup for cobalt, rather than trying to reuse this existing one. Like, we'll see. We'll see what happens, but it doesn't make much sense to try to ferry this all the way up. So in that case, I'll just bring this belt back down. C-block, replace coke with charcoal for recipes. That's kind. Charcoal, I think, is a little easier than coke for the most part. Screw that one tree in particular, I guess. I just saw it and didn't want it there. Okay, we do need inputs. So, I don't know how I wound up missing an inserter there. Oh, well, I guess that's probably the way it is in the original design, actually. Yeah, because you only run with half uptime. Okay, makes sense, makes sense. So we're going to have an input belt right here. And then the output goes here. Yeah, okay. And then your steel. And that's just it. Okay, you need your oxygen input, but that's it. So then this belt right here needs to be coke, and it needs to be lime. So I can just put you like... Trying to think the least gross way I could do this. But I think ultimately what I'll probably do is just something like that, and then run the lime up and over and down. And that should get me the mixed belt that I'm looking for. 130 megawatt constant for 24 farms. Ah, production, gotcha. I don't actually know how much production I'm getting out of my algae farms right now. I didn't really do the math, and I'm kind of mostly running on solar right now, so I guess it's not extremely relevant. These do still need fuel, so I'm going to put these inserters here and just make them pick up from the side like so. That way they can pick up the coal coke still. I do gotta get oxygen in here, but kind of like I was saying just a second ago, I believe the way I'm going to do that is just have a big air pump, and I'll just void the nitrogen. That's in here, I think. Nope. Here we are. I don't think I can make an air filter 3. So I'll use an air filter 2, but if I can, then I'll just upgrade it if I need it. And I don't know how many of these I'm going to need, so I'll just stick you like right here, and then check your recipe. Okay, so that gives me compressed air. Right, and then I need... I think it's a chemical plant? I guess I can just check. So you give compressed air, you're made in there, and you can, in a chemical plant, be split, yes. So you can be like a M3, and I'll just check the recipes. Basic farms, not algae. I'm sure you're probably running on a bean power Dosh style. Let's check rates. That's 50 a second. That's way more than 50 a second. Okay, so probably a Chem 2 then. Can I just downgrade? I guess not. Then let's go Chem 2. And then once again, just air recipe. And what's that get? 112. That's actually still quite a bit of overkill. You're outputting 56 a second. These do each take 30, but again, you're half. So that's actually 75. So actually, I do need the better one. Actually, even the better one doesn't get me 75. So I guess I'll use 2 2s in that case. I don't have to worry about space on this side. So I think I'll run these down here. And then, rather than putting the air compressors up there, they can be down this side. And off the top of my head, I think that was 3, if I remember correctly. Let's see. That's 224, but that is also quite a bit of overkill. This is 150, so let's go for one more. And that should be plenty. Yeah, because I definitely don't need these running full time, because we only need 75, and this is producing over 100, so... I probably only actually need 3 of these in that case. If I need the 4th one, then I can just add the 4th one. No big deal. Okay. And then flare stack for the nitrogen. So nitrogen can be the small one. There we are. And then oxygen can be the tall one. Connect them together. And then 1, 2, 3. And then bring this one down here somewhere. Would this one fit any better, perchance? Not really, but whatever. I have to underground here because I can't do a normal pipe or it'll connect to the nitrogen, so... it is what it is, I guess. Tier 3 silicon is easier than Tier 2. Is it? I'll have to look when I get there. Where's this thing? Let me copy this little power spine thing that I've been doing for all these stations. Including this power pole right here. There? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So that's all connected, that'll produce steel. I still need to get the inputs out, or rather the outputs out. That's usually the way they work. There we are. And then we'll have a train on the other side that'll pick them up. There is this mine in the way, but it, you know, we'll deal with it. Shouldn't be a huge issue. Oh, there's an underground there. That's a little inconvenient. Yeah, maybe I will just underground that, whatever. That's fine. And, let's see, where would this station connect? Let's grab the straight. And then the station. And I guess I can throw this on a stacker. I really don't think I need it, but it makes it line up with the other stations, so that's fine. I have no radar coverage of that area, so I guess that's as far as I can build that. But that's fine. I'll craft the buildings that I needed, which is I need 3 of the air pump 2s. That was in here, I think? Yes. 1, 2, 3 of you, and then 2 chemical plant 2s. No chlorine for tier 3, but tier 2 consumes chlorine. Ah, interesting. I am avoiding chlorine, so that's not entirely, like, undesirable for me, but at the same time, that would mean having to somehow get the chlorine from the main base over there, which, I'm not gonna do. I guess while I wait for these to craft and the bots to resupply me, I will, take a drink. Ah, the coffee's not even that cold. Okay, let's see where we're at. So it's bringing me all the stuff that I need. So fortunately, all the requests can be met. Aside from basic circuits, weird enough. Why can they not meet the demand for basic circuits? Like what? How odd. It doesn't look like I'm consuming an incredible amount. If anything, they're kind of just going into inserters. Very weird. like they're backed up on the belt down here, so I don't really know. I guess it's not something to be concerned about right now. I just thought it was weird. Okay, so with that going, how short am I? I'm short a couple warehouses, I'm short several roboports. The air filters can go, here's the chem plants. Oh, I need the washing plants. Noticed it wanted a couple train stations, so I'll make a couple train stations. Net neutral on aluminum, you just have to reprocess it. Interesting, okay. So a closed loop aluminum cycle. At least in C block. I'll have to see when I get to examining the recipes to make sure they're still the same here. No reason to hold on to these machines. When I wind up needing them, it's actually better if the bots can place them, I guess. So I'm going to just throw all these things out. Shouldn't be an issue, I don't think. And what's in my equipment grid? I haven't checked you in a while. I'm kind of half combat, half building right now. I wonder if I can make better solar panels yet. I do have the research. Not for tier 2s, but I do for tier 3s. The tier 2s are a little expensive, but I should be able to swing that. Need silver plates and silicon, and that's really the only weird stuff. So let's actually request a little bit of silver. There we are. Maybe just like 100. I didn't really look and see how much we needed, but I'm just requesting some. Certainly not 500, let's say 200 silicon. Roboport 2, I certainly don't think we're going to be getting to anytime soon. And let's see, where are solar panels? There's vehicle solar panels. There you are. Okay, so I need the silicon wafers and I need tinned wire. Maybe I can't just make tinned wire? Do I have to request tinned wire? It'd be kind of weird if that was the case, but I'd also get it. It'd just be really inconvenient if that was the case. Maybe... No, I do have tin on me, and I certainly have copper, so yeah, I guess I... Oh no, look at that! It says I can craft them, I'm just also missing stuff. Okay, well let's pull the tier 1s out. And... let's see, so I've got 8, so let's make 8. And stop requesting the silicon and the silver now, so that can go away. And any other upgrades I might be able to get away with. Doesn't really look like it. I could just make another personal roboport, but I mean, literally the problem I'm having right now is I can't construct normal roboports, so maybe that's not the wisest decision. While that's all going, I will come review this and see how it's going. So these things are cool. I need blast furnace 3s. I guess I will craft the blast furnace 3s also. How many? 6. Okay. So I need 2 more once that's finished. Probably just waiting on bricks. They'll have to bring me a lot of bricks, I imagine. Blue science certainly is coming in faster than it used to be. It was a rare sight not long ago. I can hardly say that with what trickle of blue science this is, but it used to be you'd only see a single pack and they'd be spaced out farther than that. So, or you know, a single craft, a single double pack. So, seeing them together like that does make me a little bit happy. That's probably about the capacity this base can possibly produce blue science at, so I'm reasonably okay with that. And let's see, can I do you yet? Still missing stone bricks. Okay. Oh, here come the stone bricks. Guess I might as well start throwing in the things that I do have. Crafting time is pretty intense though, so those are going to be going for a while. Train stop. It's missing a train stop. I can do that. Anything else? Not really. Actually, 3 pellets? I can do 3 pellet presses. Not even sure where it's using pellet presses, but I can do that. There we are. That should help with the robot recharges at least. And I might ditch the energy shields. Yeah, while I'm not doing combat, I think I'll take the energy shield out and put something else in there. And I am tempted to put another personal robo in there. Maybe 1 more and then 2 more batteries. Wouldn't be unreasonable. So let's go. Like, do I want to commit to that? Yeah, I think I want to commit to that. So I'll grab the battery stuff first. I only need 10 batteries. Yeah, that's enough for 2. And then the personal roboport need... Let's see. Okay, you... If I were to craft you from scratch, that's only another 4 batteries and some copper wire, it looks like. Yeah, whatever. I won't steal from the main base. It's having enough trouble. I'm already handcrafting stuff. I'll just handcraft those also. And then when the 10 batteries hit, I'll stop the battery requests and make the personal batteries. They are coming, right? On the way for, so it says. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So then you guys... Okay. Personal roboport. And then there's one of the batteries. And come on. There's the second. Okay. Very cool. So that should make building stuff myself much easier. Or at least much faster. Big wave of landfill. We must have gotten a roboport. Yay! We've got a roboport built. So these guys are coming up to start building the sulfuric acid station. So that's nice at least. That'll start having some progress done. If we do almost have the sulfuric acid station, is there anything else I wanted to get done before that? That's going to get placed, which will allow this stretch of belt to get built. This all looks fine. This will be built in due time, that's fine. Yeah, all this stuff will get made, it just needs the roboports. This doesn't have power. Let's get you a power pole. Okay. Maybe I'll go ahead and hook up that natural gas station, just so I can have that going. Have something going at least. So let's make 2 more fluid wagons, and 2 more locomotives. And I'll come down here to the station where it's going to dock at, which I think is a little to the left. Not actually entirely sure. Okay. You still need power, so let's get power up to you. And you also aren't connected to anything. I remember doing this like 20 minutes ago. How did I look at you and then not connect you? Oh, I remember. I connected the sulfuric wastewater, but not your input. That's tricky. Let's not go through there. I'd much rather just come this way a time or two, and then turn down. There we are. Ooh, that spacing's also not wonderful. But we'll live. I actually do want to go left more, so maybe I'll just undo all that and go a little more to the left. And then maybe around here we'll turn down? Let's see. Ooh, and we need to turn here, because there's an underground there already. So let's just come this way, and we can connect there. Okay, that's not too bad. That'll get this station connected up. And let's see. I just remembered, actually. Okay, I already crafted them, so I will, No. Let's have fun, because I did add these to the mall. So I can just request these to be built, and the bots will just come over here and build them. And to me, that's the greatest. Unfortunately, you can't set any stations or anything on these guys before they get built, but, you know, I do like having the ability to just bot place trains down. That's pretty cool. And in fact, actually, rather than building you here, it would make a lot more sense if I came over here and built you in the refueling station. Wherever the refueling station is. Oh, you're way down there. Oh, whatever, I'm committed at this point. Let's be funny. I'll build you in the one that actually has fuel. There we are. And there we are. And I'll just have to remember to set your stations and all once you actually get built. And then I don't need these anymore. I'll keep one personal train on me to act as like a taxi, but other than that, I don't need to carry a bunch of locomotives around anymore. Which actually means I probably don't need to carry engines around anymore, but I do craft pumps sometimes, but I think I also added pumps to the mall. I don't remember where I did all this. Yes, I do have pumps on the mall. They are, of course, missing steel and have not crafted even a single pump. Awesome. So maybe I'll keep engines on me for just a little while longer. Anyway, with this, that needs a little more, actually. That is unfortunate. Let's see if I can go up there and try to personally finish up this station, because I would actually really like to have the sulfuric acid station finished. It's right up here somewhere, I think. Yeah, there we are. Okay, we'll clear out the trees through here and see how the personal bot can do. I don't need these undergrounds here. I think that's unnecessary. And I won't put those either. I don't know why there's a pump there. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Let's not do that. And then that clears a lot of room, actually. You don't have a station, which I find interesting. I'm not really sure why you don't have a station. So, I believe I copied from you. That's not the best one to copy from, though. Let's copy from you. I like you better. I guess if I'm gonna copy that, I should copy the whole thing, signals and all. Don't want that curve rail at the end if possible, but oh well. That's fine. And you're like way out here too? You really don't need to be this big. So let me actually trim way down on all of this. And then I'll just rebuild whatever needs to be rebuilt. I'm sure that's far enough. Yeah, that's plenty. Even if I put you like here, that's gonna save a good bit of room. Actually, I can go a little further. Because there's where the signals should be. Yeah, I'll just put you like right there. Can I undo that cancel? Nope, that's how you place a map marker. Whatever. I'll just queue construction. Okay, there we go. That's gonna get rebuilt. All this landfill can get picked up. That's a fish. And no pipe. Connect across the top. And then we just gotta get you a pipe down somewhere. Don't see any reason I couldn't just build right here. Where am I? Okay, let's get down over here so I can actually see what I'm doing. Because I don't want this pipe to interfere with this train, because this is also going to be a fluid train that has its own fluid unloading and everything. So let's be a little kind. Just a little. There's actually pipes in here already, which is probably part of this blueprint when I copy and pasted it. Let's just clear out all the trees here. Makes it a lot easier to see. So this is meant to be sulfuric acid. A train ran out. Oh, that's going to be the new train that was built, I guess. No. What train even are you? Or washing fluid? What? How did you run out of fuel? Hold on. Or washing fluid is up here, and you have inserters that feed you. What do you mean you're out? What do you mean? Okay, you're trying to go back home. Presumably your circuit condition is true. Yes, there is a green check mark. And that's because... Okay, that signal's not true. But we don't have enough purified water, so you're trying to go home to get more. So that makes sense, that's correct. I have a feeling I know why you're out of fuel. So I'm double checking these conditions here. So if you are full, this is train contents, so if the train is full of purified water, or if it's empty of sulfuric waste, then it leaves. Because it's supposed to be both emptying the waste and providing pure water. And that's definitely the problem, is that since it's empty, it's been just bouncing back and forth and hasn't had an opportunity to refuel. Okay. I kind of thought that might wind up being an issue. I even added an inactivity thing to this area over here. So let me add inactivity here as well. So let's say like 10 seconds inactivity. I'll bump you up to 10 seconds inactivity also. Funny enough, you don't have the circuit condition, so let's add the circuit condition because you're supposed to be here. Green check mark. Same deal. If you're greater than or equal to 1, and you've been inactive. Okay. Now I guess I just need some construction bot to bring fuel over to you. truth is... There you are. I was gonna say, truth is, I don't actually know where that might be, but... There we are. And you have a little fuel, so you're fine. Okay. So, with 10 seconds inactivity, at least at the home station, that allows it to be refueled more than the fuel it's spending at the very least, so that's no problem. And let's see. Did that train and the refueling station ever get built? It did, so we'll give you the refuel interrupt and tell you to go to natural gas load until you're full. And natural gas unload until you're empty. And get going. Why are you blocked? I've signaled these intersections wrong. That's why you're blocked. These rail signals should be up here above the bend, because if they're after the bend, then it feels like the train is inside that block when it really isn't. So once those signals get placed, then he'll be able to proceed and go get loaded full of what is it? Natural gas. It's literally on the side of the screen. So once those signals get placed, he'll fill up, and then I'll get my first shipment in of natural gas. Let's see, how is this coming along? That's all cool. I need the tanks and the pumps. Yeah, all this is a real mess. I don't know why some of my blueprints just did not place right. Let's see if I can't help fix that just a little bit. There we are. Don't really need these extra signals if we already have those back there. Just a little excessive. And all this pipe in here is very broken. So let's actually clear out some trees just so I can see what's going on and help clear out some of this unnecessary pipe. Because a lot of that just doesn't make any sense in there. I guess while that's going, do I want another roboport over here? I don't think so. Not with how scarce they are right now at this moment. I think I'll just hold on to mine. I might need them. Doesn't make any sense to be too wasteful with them. Okay, this is going to be a wastewater train. We will need you in the future. We don't need you right now. There we go. Some of these power poles are looking a little funny. Problem is, I don't actually know which ones are the wrong ones. Okay, the inside ones are the incorrect ones. And how about those light? This light and that light. Okay. Not that those lights there make really any sense either, I guess, but it is what it is. Just trying to be consistent. Okay. This is going to happen in map view because I can't see a thing. So, starting from here. Now we just need sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is one of these, I'm pretty sure. There you are. So, can I run you this way? No, there is something in the way. I think I'll run you up then. That's not great either, but I'll see what happens. Or I would see what happens if I could see anything at all. Okay, I think that's connected. That area is set aside for expansion though, so we don't want to go that high. Let's go to about here. And that's already getting really messy again. I'm going to fill in my corners though. Make sure I didn't leave anything. We don't have very much further to go though. How short is that? That's very short, okay. This, oddly enough, is an empty line that I can hit. So let's drop there. And then, yeah, somewhere in there that'll just fit. There we go. And that should give me sulfuric acid all the way up. Am I able to place those tanks myself, I wonder? I might have to walk along the rails here. Just to get up here. Actually, it would be smart, while I'm up here, to go ahead and get the train placed so it can start getting fueled. So, train. There you are. And then fluid wagons. And another locomotive. I did form a land bridge here, unfortunately, which I didn't really want to do, but I guess it's fine. Need a couple pumps. Just because apparently the mall isn't going to get these supplied quite fast enough. There we are. And then, rather than fuel load, because that's certainly not what you are sulfuric acid load. There we are. And you do have a stacker, so I can bump that up to 3, I guess. Does mean I should probably check below on this station here and change your name so I don't accidentally get the fuel train in here. You're going to be a wastewater train. Isn't that what you were going to be? Yes, okay, so this is wastewater unloading. There we are. Let me actually copy the existing station so I can get the colors. That's probably something I should do for the sulfuric acid station also. I forgot to do that. Oh, and now we have some pipeline extended alerts. I'll have to go deal with those in just a second. Paste you. And then change your name again. So you are load. Cool. And then you were the random wastewater one. So let's come down to wastewater. I know you're in here. There you are. Paste that. And make sure you're unloading. Okay. Oh, cool. I do need to find where the problem is here. Interesting that it goes through the tank. I kind of thought tanks might reset the pipeline thing, but I guess that would make it too easy. I don't think we have to go very far to fix this. Even just like right here is probably fine. So let's get a pump. I might actually put a pump going the other direction. Since this is the problem direction and everything was fine down here, putting a pump might actually restrict the flow going this way. But maybe that's fine. I probably don't use very much sulfuric acid down that direction, so Maybe I'd rather have unrestricted flow going up to the other tank than I would down into the main base. And I mean, one pump still does a lot. It probably does more than my whole production. Oh yeah, easily. Because I think one pump is 600, where I'm only producing 160. So yeah, that's a no-brainer. Of course, I do still need the pump, but that's no big deal. I can just make a pump. There we are. What else did I need? A pellet press and 2 more of those Mark IIIs. Let me get into a better position to start making those. But where are they? As I walk blindly back down the rails towards the base. Okay, there's you. So 2 of you, and I think it was... Oh, I already have 1 of you in my inventory. And that's all I need, actually, so that works out. I do need a train stop, however, so I'll go ahead and throw 1 of those in. And I'm missing 3 fluid wagons. I guess it can't place those, or rather, it can't craft those because there's no steel. So I'll go ahead and craft them myself. Not the worst thing I've had to handcraft by far, but it is a little annoying that I did set them up specifically so I could have the bots place them, and I still can't have the bots place them. Anyway, the train should get placed, and once it does, it is already full of fuel, so then I'll be able to have it depart and start supplying sulfuric acid to the ore processing area. This has all been filled in. Looks like all the belts are connected. Everything should be good and operational. Did that big wave of slag ever hit the slag processing area? Looks like it should have. Yes, we are now backed up on you. That's silver. Did I get the belts mixed up somehow? Hold on. Like, which of these are actually operational? I believe it was you. Yes, because you have stuff coming in, and you're backed up on crushed stone right now, but your ore output comes over here. Comes over here. You produce zinc and aluminum. Neither of those are backed up, so that's fine. So it must be you. You produce silver and tin. I don't believe Saphirite produces silver, no. So yeah, I guess I got the belts mixed up at the end here. I was pretty out of it when I was doing this last part, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, yeah, this is just wrong. Good to know. How do I fix you, though? I guess I can just take all of this up. Have you continue this way. That's not a great solution, though. Okay, I can just move you over 1. Because this one used to be on the inside, and that's what I was going for. I wanted it to remain on the inside, and this one remain on the outside. Yeah, let's just get all these belts placed in so that I can see what this looks like. Having the old belts in here actually makes this really difficult to parse. So I'll just wait for this wave of construction bots to come in and pick everything up. Okay, I kind of thought they would have been able to do it in that one pass, but I guess I need even more construction bots to come in. so that comes up, goes off that way, and I would really like for you to still be on the inside when this is done. So I think I'll do something like that, and then you can just be like here. And even though you wound up getting all crisscrossed around, that's still the correct order. That's only going to get more difficult as I add in the other guys, though. Maybe I should go ahead and hook up all the belts here, and that way I don't have to speculate so much. I will have to add more filtering later once I have more of the processes set up, but that's just how it goes, you know? So this spits out iron and copper, aluminum, and zinc. So iron is your primary product. This is the iron station. So let's just have you come down and join this belt. How much do you produce? 1 per second. There's 6 here, so that's 6 iron per second. You produce 0.5 iron, so that's 3 combined. So together that's 9 a second. That's another 3, so that's 12. None. And none. Okay, so that's 12 iron ore a second, so that can all go on one belt. That's no problem. I was just making sure, because I do have this one input belt for iron ore coming in, and I did want to make sure that that was fine. I will probably set a filter on you, just an emergency filter, in case something does somehow ever wind up on this line that is not iron. It would probably be smart to set filters on these inserters as well. So let's set you to iron ore. I just realized I copied the... Okay, these shouldn't be unique. These shouldn't have any offsets or anything. It should be fine that I did that. Okay, want to make sure I didn't accidentally break anything, but that should be fine. I'm gonna go and do that with all of these, just while I'm here. So, set filter. This one's copper. Away we go. This one, what are you? Silicon. That one. There we are. And nickel. Okay, and last one's silver, I think. No, last one is tin. Okay. Well, the last one's silver. I just thought we were already there. Forgot there was already tin. And then you are silver. Yes, you're not even hooked in yet, but you are silver. There we go. Bots sure are taking their time getting over here to get this built. Very odd. Not really sure why it's taking them so long. Anyway, let's get back to where we were. So this guy here does output a good amount of iron. We're going to have you join this downwards facing belt right here, which is iron, which means I want these to underground. Do I want you already filtered? I don't think so. I think I'll take this and filter you, like, here. And only then have you join. And that way, everything else can come up this way. On the other hand, I do also need to filter off the copper, which is the next belt down the line. Ugh. Okay. In that case, maybe I'll have the copper filter first? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it matters. I think I'm putting too much thought into it. I just don't really like that. I don't like the way that turns out. But I do think that's what makes sense to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you are. And yeah, I want the copper to be 1 higher. I just don't like that. It makes it a little uglier, but oh well. It is what it is. That way I can do that. And then the copper comes down and goes into here. You should also have a copper filter. Just like I did for iron, just to make sure absolutely nothing but copper can get in there. Even though I have the filters on the inserters, I don't really want to have to come in here and clean the belts. Okay. Why are you already filtered to silicon? That seems a little excessive. Whatever, sure. Why not? Yeah, that doesn't really make any sense, but I'll deal with it once it becomes a problem, I guess. So, your remaining outputs, which are slag, aluminum, and zinc, I believe? Yes. So, those remaining outputs are still on the way up here. Let's not do that. Yeah, this wasn't really thought out all that well when I started just laying belts in here. I kind of just started laying belts, and that's, as it turns out, not really a good idea. There you are. So this one here. Let me just disconnect this, because this doesn't make any sense for right now. That one's broken. That's just a blueprint copy and paste that I did. So, one thing at a time. You're finished. You're good. You, what do you have left? First of all, I don't want all that up there. I have the iron and copper. I need aluminum and zinc. And I need to split off your slag still. So we'll get the slag before too long. This guy here. Are you... You are connected, so you have been used. I would really like you to be 1 belt in. Do you do anything? You only filter slag. You do filter nickel. Not nickel. Tin. I think I will just move you 1 belt over. And also underground you. And just move these undergrounds a little bit. Just to give some space. And that way, I can come down, and where you joined before, I can just have you go up, and then you can be there, and that way they're in order. So you're the furthest to the right, and then you're next, and then you fill in next, and so on all the way up the line, which makes it much easier to tell which of these sorters is actually outputting onto a belt. Which is important, because you want to know what's going to be on that belt. So I'll build the station now for aluminum and zinc, which does mean a lot of landfill again. Hopefully that's fine this time. Let's, trains, build the stackers, and build the loading stations. Unfortunately, I would like these to be mirrored, but I can't vertically mirror them. So what I might do is I might take just another blueprint. I think that just makes sense. Yeah, I can't really see any reason not to. So I'll leave all this. I've been leaving all this so far, and if I need a station that doesn't have the roboport and the power pole and whatever, I'll deal with it then. Yeah, you can just be loading flipped, I guess. I don't know. Or you should be item loading. I do want to parameterize if possible. So you will be parameter 0. And I don't know why there's this in here. I probably should look into that. Let's say you're just also parameter 0, I guess. And then go and make sure that's not broken somewhere. There you are. Yeah, that's not correct. I don't know how that wound up happening, but I'm very glad that I caught that. Let me see if that's a problem anywhere else. It sure is. Okay. I probably just copy and pasted that one station since it was flipped and annoying. Yeah, because all the other ones are fine. I probably just forgot to, forgot after I copy and pasted to change that one bit. Anyway, back to here. Item loading. And in you go. And in you go. And of course, make sure I'm consistent and grab all the roboports and such as well. There we are. Should probably add these rails in here just to make it easier to get up and down if they do choose to use this route. So I'll go ahead and lay those rails out as well. Won't bother with too much more, though I might go ahead and lay the blueprints for the stackers, just so the bots can go ahead and build them in their spare time. That does get us a little close to some biters, but I'm not that worried about it. No production or anything's going to be happening over there, so we shouldn't incur any biter wrath. I don't remember what this was going to be, which is kind of bothering me. I definitely built it for a reason, I just can't remember what that reason was. Anyway, surely, by now... Oh, I never put them in this system. I crafted them by hand and then didn't give them to the bot. I was gonna say, surely by now they've built that one train and I can send it off, but I guess if I never gave it to them, that would be difficult. We have almost crafted all the roboports we need, but funny enough, we're now short on rail signals somehow. Hilarious, but sure. I guess that's because I've prioritized steel so much that we probably have no iron, but we need the steel. Speaking of which, let's go see how the processing is doing down here. I actually don't like that these are placed like that. I think I'll probably deconstruct all of this, even though I went through the effort of building it. I don't actually want those stations there right now, and I don't know what the final build for steel is going to look like off the top of my head, so I'll just deconstruct it and rebuild it when I need it. Not like the building part is the difficult part here. So those are going to come together. Unfortunately, when I made that blueprint, it does look like I kept the name of the station, which I should not do. There we are. So these are all called silver, but that's a problem fixed for the future. I just realized these should be parameterized blueprints, but it didn't ask me what the parameter was going to be. So let me actually go back into the blueprint again. I could have sworn I saved you with parameters. Could have sworn I did that. Well, let's try this one more time. Okay, there we go. So I believe next was aluminum. And then after that was zinc. If not, we'll need zinc eventually, but I believe zinc was next. Okay, so the bots will get that taken care of. It is unfortunately right in the middle of a lake. But what can you do, you know? These are at least on the way, they're blue. Even if I can't see where on earth a construction bot could be coming from, maybe it's this guy. Oh look, it actually is. I mean, he's gonna be a minute. So, might as well come back over here. We're making headway at least. These are getting placed. This will not, just because that's a lot of steel. Somehow these guys have no power. Don't ask me how that works. I'm gonna have to fix these poles up, because that's going to drive me crazy. Yeah, I don't even see any way to do anything better than that. That's just what it will be, I guess. Yes, I could move that pole, but then this one's still going to be misaligned no matter what I do. So maybe it's not even worth it. It just gets to be there. So do I have the oxygen being produced? I believe I hooked that up. Yes, I did. They don't have power. Didn't give them power. Yeah, that's fine. You can come up here, and that gets everything powered. Very good. What's in here? Iron ore. I believe that's correct. Yes, that's correct. Okay. In which case, I will just copy this and paste you up here. And that should all be working once these power poles get placed. I'll probably chop these trees just so I can see a little better, but whatever. That's going to output steel ingots. Once again, I'll probably chop these trees just so I can see a little better. I do still need the loading station, and this mine's a little bit in the way, but oh well. I mean, the loading station's going to be all the way up here anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I think I'm going to physically come over here so I can place a radar somewhere, and so I can get some of this stuff built up a little better. In which case, where am I? There's a rail right here, so I should be able to grab my train and just throw them down like right here. Head out that way. There we are. And where was that? Yeah, right there. How's this stuff coming? Okay, so it is Roboport limited. It looks like once I get the Roboports down, the rails are no issue. I have plenty of rails. I just can't get the Roboports. Every time I place one, it just reveals another one that I need to be built. There we are. Okay. Personals, have fun building that, I guess. I will grab a blueprint to place the station. This is going to be loading. I guess I can go ahead go ahead and build the flipped loading if I want, but maybe I'll just load on top. I think that's just easier. What are we loading? This is steel ingots, not silicon. Steel, there we go. And then you're going to be... I don't have a steel ingot station yet, do I? No, I do not. I'll just copy iron and make it a little brighter. So you're going to be... First, the icon. So, steel ingot. And then color's going to be all of this, but probably just plus like 40. That's a little too blue for steel, I think. It needs to be a little more white. So let's see if I can't just bump everything up a little bit. A little more silver, I think. Yeah, sure, that can be steel. Okay, so that's steel ingot loading, yes. Let's make sure all this is set just to double check, yes. Okay. Yeah, all good? Now I just have to get the belts in. So, how do I handle the belts on this guy? That's a pretty weird way of handling it. I actually remember this now. They come, like, around, for no reason other than I just didn't think about it. I'll try to do a little better on this one. There we are. And there we are. Okay. Very good. Alright. I don't want to mine coal by hand right now, thank you. So the logic here should mostly keep all of this automatically balanced, but you do kind of want to balance your belts anyway. I'm going to grab one of those roboport spines. Hold on. Let's try this way. That's better. I think. Yeah. I think that's better. So, I grab all that, and then just shove it wherever the rails fit. There we are. That should give everything power also, which would be nice. Okay. Yeah, I think that's correct. Okay. Anyway, let's get the ingots hooked up in here. I'm going to start from this side and probably clear out most of these trees. They're just pretty annoying at this point. this, right in the way. Can't see anything. Thank you. Okay. Just as a refresher, this is going to... Oh, this is only 9. This is only 9 steel. I didn't realize there was such a harsh conversion rate. That's why steel's always so bad. It's 24 iron ingots to 6 steel ingots. Okay. Wow, yeah, that is the only steel recipe. All right. Let me take a drink. I'm thinking in that case, do I make this bigger? Because the whole goal has been to get a single yellow belt. That way everything's nice and upgradable. And the problem is, this is meant to be a yellow belt of input. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 15 coming in. So that's a yellow belt of iron coming in. But I would really, I think, rather have a yellow belt of steel coming out than try and figure it out on input, but that does kind of throw a lot of my design constraints out the window. Yeah, I think I used the same build for both 90 iron per second and 22 steel per second. Yeah. I just forgot there was such a sharp drop there. Okay. Let's, this is a big decision. This has important ramifications for not only steel, but other things that I might do later. So I do want to make sure I'm happy with this decision, whatever it might be. Yeah, I think I want this to be an output of yellow belt, which means input's just whatever input's gotta be. You are... Yes, checking the offsets here, just making sure they're properly set. Okay. In which case, I will need to upgrade this belt. I don't have any red belt on me, so I'll have to rely on the base to get to that. Personally, think it's fine just to consume the same input for steel and accept the output as a fraction. Like... Yes. Yeah. Even if I upgrade this to a red belt, in other words, double the amount of input I get to double the amount of output, I'm still only going from... Okay, I am doing 9. So to get to 15, I don't quite have to double. It would be another 6, so only another of this. And I think that's fine. Like, I'm not entirely sold, but I think that's fine. Let's grab the power poles also. So I'm just adding another 2. Yeah, there we are. I do want to make sure all the pipes connect well. Does everyone get fuel? They should, yes. You are good. You have the appropriate amount of inserters. You're all good. The power poles are a little mess. The power poles are very messed up. I think I'll choose to take those. I've made the right decision, because this lines up with that. Okay. Oh, cool. These power poles are a real mess. Can I fix you by just picking you up and replacing you? I kinda can. I don't like that. Oh well. Personally, yeah, looks like you can do it in roughly the same space. It seems like no big deal. Yeah, like, I was looking at it, and I know it wouldn't be that big of a deal to just go for it. And steel has been such an issue up to now, I really just want to make sure I have enough steel production. Like, even doing this, it's not like this is a tremendous amount of steel. Like, a single yellow belt, like, that's decent steel, but it's not like a tremendous amount of steel. I do need the buildings, of course, so let's go ahead and craft those. Oh, I can exactly craft 4 of them. I also need whatever you are, 4 processors. I believe that was also 4. And then 4 of the pellets. I can't quite handle that. I need a little bit of bronze, it looks like. Brass. Okay. There's probably bot coverage in here somewhere. I'll just go stand in it for a minute. Or actually, maybe I won't. I'll let... Whatever I can craft here, I will. But this can stay as ghost for right now. It's not like this needs to immediately start functioning. And I'll just craft the last pellet whenever I have the opportunity. So, and actually, to get a full belt here, I do need to make sure these inserters alternate. Or at least I have a roughly even number. So 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Yeah. So these last 3 can just be on the inside. And I don't think there's any problem with that. I don't think there's any problem with that. I kind of do have a problem with that. Maybe I will just do a quick, dirty little lane balance here. Whatever. I still don't think that's going to help this inserter output at its full capacity, but at the very least it's balanced now. Whatever. This comes up and goes in here. Over we go. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's say we can come up right about there. The amount of times in the mod that filling a full belt requires an odd amount of machines bothers me more than it should. Yeah, like, trying to get a full belt of steel is quite an undertaking. That's why I wasn't sure if I was happy with it or not initially, but then I was like, yeah, actually that's fine. I can certainly live with that. Yeah, that's fine. This all self-balances. I just need to make sure it can get to all the different places. In fact, I can just do that, and that's fine. Even though that's weird looking now, whatever. I should have kept the other splitter, but this gives character. Okay, let's get what I can place down. And I'll just let this last one craft. I mean, I'm literally standing right here. Why leave? And there you go. Okay. So that's all set. That's ready for deliveries, and you can come up here, and that's ingots in a chest. All I need are the inputs. I'm going to go ahead and start placing a lot of trains in the refueling area. Oh, and you're finished. Very good. Okay. You get the refuel. You are my sulfuric acid train, so you'll go to unload and wait until cargo is empty. And then you'll go to sulfuric load and wait until cargo is full. So, go get them. And like I was saying, I'm going to come here and start placing a lot of trains. Not even the scale, I just mean I frequently need like 17 or something. Trying to make a neat design that fills the belt can be annoying. Absolutely. So many times while doing stuff, I'll find that the correct number of things is like 5. Like I think, for example, the sorters, when I do ore sorting, I only needed 5 sorters. But just for symmetry's sake, it gets 6. Okay. Do that, and then I can just... I would actually quite like to copy the trains. Okay. Give me the trains. No trains. Okay. Well, I know you can copy trains. Maybe I just can't copy train ghosts. That's fine. Whatever. I'll just place more. I'll keep that bay open. That's fine. This one doesn't have any fuel, so I won't put anything down there. I just know I'm gonna need a lot of trains, so I want to start getting them placed down. There we are. And as it gets those built, it'll just start placing them, and then they can get full of fuel, and then when I need them, they'll be there for me. So this is waiting for fuel oil. It's just I noticed this coal train is still sitting here, and he's been there a while, so let me go to oil and make sure nothing's broken in oil. Like, I am filling the fuel tanks, right? Yeah, okay. So you are filling. It's just taking a while. That's fine, I guess. I might go ahead and just send you. Just go get some fuel made. Okay, there was, in fact, a train coming. Okay, I'm a little scared now. Why are you not going? What? Huh? Huh? Are you seeing this train? You're not seeing this train, are you? I mean, this rail signal, at least. You're not seeing that train, are you? Let me move these signals forward one and just make sure that's not the case. You can copy train ghosts, you just have to shift copy. I didn't even know shift copy was a thing. What is the difference between a normal copy and a shift copy? Well, okay, shift copy makes a blueprint, but it still copies the same... Oh, trains! Okay. Yeah, the signals, I guess, were misplaced at some point. I did copy and paste these stations, and sometimes copy and pasting them, I wind up forwards or backwards by one rail, so I guess I just copied this one wrong. There we go. Am I actually doing anything with this natural gas? You're backed up on gas, what are you? Gas condensates, yes. I'm not doing anything with them, okay. I kinda thought I was. Natural gas liquids and gas condensates can do something, but that's less, the good stuff. Gas condensates and thermal water makes coal coke, of all things, and a little bit of naphtha and methane. Weird. You do some stuff, but that's more base mineral oil, don't want you. Let's go for this recipe. And that's an interesting way to get coal coke. It does take carbon monoxide, but it does give methane, and I do use methane. Yep, and there now as in a few years ago, a temporary blueprint that doesn't go in your inventory. Interesting. What even is that? Don't need it. Okay. Use it all the time for mirroring rails, tiled things, and whatnot. I mean, it is useful. It allows for copy and pasting, but without the, I don't know, the commitment of making a blueprint, I guess. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to worry about you right now. I don't really need that to be running, I don't think. I don't think my standard operation here does anything with those, so you can just be backed up for right now, I guess. I've gone this long without using you, I don't need you right this instant. Anyway, with the fuel oil here, that should have... Yes, that allows you to come in, make more... Because I'm definitely going to need to stock up, because I have a lot of trains to fill. Even if they aren't going to be using that much fuel, I have a lot of trains to fill the initial buffers of. With this train here, where do I want to send you first? What's the most important? So I already have one train for iron ore loading. I don't have ore coming into you, but that's because all the ore is going to the main base. I probably want to just find another Saphirite patch to tap rather than trying to reroute the existing Saphirite patch. And I think that's going to be this guy right here. I'm still missing like almost 200 miners though, so maybe that's not a great idea. You get blueprint functionality, like removing stuff like signals, without the blueprint being permanent. Exactly, like, that's kind of what I meant, is that even though it's not a permanent blueprint, you still get all the blueprint functionality. It makes it nice. That's actually definitely a feature I've thought about before and gone, I wish there was a way to do that, and then just not really thought about it any further. Okay. I'm getting, like, lost in my own mess here. What am I doing? Okay. I was going to pick out trains. That's what I'm doing. So right now, everything I've done focuses on iron, which means I have ore coming into the Givelite station here, and you do have a primary output of iron, I believe. Yes, okay. Just like Saphirite does, you are primarily iron. So once I get you hooked up, the crushed stone is the problem right now. And that's because there's breaks in the belt. Once again, I don't know why there are these random breaks in the belt. It's very strange. So that'll allow this to come up and get processed. I believe all the stone stuff is working right now. I don't have this running. But that's fine. It'll take a while to fill up these stone buffers, and this is no big deal to get running. So once I do have a flow of iron ore coming in, this train's going to fill up, and he's going to come and deliver to one of my iron stations. Nope, those are ingots. So here's iron ore unloading here, and then there's another iron ore unloading here. Yeah, I'm just kind of retracing my own steps, making sure I haven't missed anything, I don't commit to anything weird or foolhardy before it's ready. I do think the very first thing I want to do is get steel up and running, so this very first train here is going to be my steel train. You will get a refuel, and actually I'm going to copy you. Okay. I guess it does only work with the copy tool. So trains only. Vehicle fuel is interesting, but I don't think I want to do that. You're going to be train. And the reason I'm copying you is because hopefully you keep the refuel. So even if I come over here and set you down, there's no way to see inside you. That's unfortunate. Okay. I'm hoping you keep the refuel interrupt, and then I can just add stations as needed. So let's say you go to steel, wait until full cargo, and I don't have the steel unloading yet, but that's fine. I'll have it by the time you're done. I think it's another sign of an OG player, because I know I used to avoid using shift while copying because it would always make the physical blueprint. Yeah, it's just one of those muscle memory things I'm not in the habit of doing. but I didn't know there was actually a mechanical difference. Probably one of the rails, yeah. That might have been a good idea, but I didn't want the rails because I should always be placing trains on the rails. And, I don't know. In my head, I was thinking, well, I'll never be placing a train without the rails, so I don't need the rails, but maybe it would have made placing the train easier. Anyway, with the train dispatched, he's just gonna sit here forever at this point. So, let's see if I can... Let's see what I can do with you. You are not very full. But that's because I've only ever really run test batches through here. Let's see if I can get actual production going. Which again is going to be limited here. I'm missing 7 belts. Literally only these belts in the entire factory. And I'm just waiting for bots to come and place them. Having the rails lets it line up easier. You can lead the weird off by one. You know, you make a compelling point. I probably should have kept the rails there. Tell you the truth, I don't think I kept the blueprint anyway. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't wind up keeping the blueprint anyway. So, it didn't matter. I guess it's just gone. Where even am I? Oh, I'm in the steel area. I forgot where my character even was. Well, I guess I've long since been resupplied, so I can come up here and craft this one random building that I still needed to make. What are you, pellet press? Let's have a pellet press then. Still on the clipboard, that's fair. Yeah, a little too late now though. What I suppose I could do, if I were so inclined. Let's just say, like, here. Okay, you need to be a lot longer than that. I was really underestimating how big you were. There we are. And then I can just update you. Probably trim the front and back. And you're just cargo train, sure. Yeah, that's fine. And you do still have the refuel. Just wanted to quadruple check. You can go in the train book, actually. Or maybe I won't. Maybe you get to be on the outside for easier access. That way you don't clog up the rails blueprints either. And I can get rid of these random things. I don't need those. Let's, allows everything to be a little neater. Backseaty, but you want to place the locomotive at a station so it lines up right. That is a fair point. I'll do it the next time. Oh no, I appreciate it. Any tips are always welcome. You can't have too much helpful information. I mean, I suppose it could be annoying depending on the way it's presented, but to me, I'm always appreciative of people trying to help out. How do I want that to line up? I guess technically that would be there, but that's real ugly. Let's just throw you there. I'll take care of that the next time that I go to place a new train, and I'll position it at the refueling station and then just remake it from scratch. In fact, let me get rid of the existing one to help me remember to do exactly that. Otherwise, it'll just be there and I won't think about it. Might have placed it right. It's more of a percentage chance than a guarantee. Oh no, it's like I said, if there's potentially a problem with it, then why roll the dice? Let's just make sure that it's right. Did the bots ever place those, like, 7 belts? It does look like they did. So why is Givelite not processing? It is flowing. Finally flowing up. You're backed up. Oh, there's no pure water. Of course there's no pure water. That makes total sense. Also, somehow your pipes are broken. Of course your pipes are broken. Yeah, so that's correct. But this is wrong. Pipe is supposed to be pure water. So this one's correct. This one's correct. Yeah, how did wastewater wind up in this pipe? What? Oh boy, I'm feeling blind. Maybe it was further below, but I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not missing anything, and it doesn't look like it. So there's wastewater in this pipe. Yeah, these all look to be correct. Oh no, I'll just void the pipe and see what happens. Okay, they all start running at least. So you can't do anything because you're full. Oh, I mixed the wastewaters. Ah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is fluoric wastewater. That's not correct. Huh. Okay, yeah, let's disconnect all that. Let's see. You output the correct wastewater. You're sulfuric. You are fluoric. So you do not... You just don't do any of this. Hold on. Oh, that's rocked my whole world right now. Yeah, that's real unfortunate. Well, if you did it, it makes me feel better, at least. Okay. Well, at least there's sulfuric wastewater in here, but fluoric on the side. You output sulfuric, so you're fine. You output chloric, so I must disconnect you from all this. Well, I somehow did it with my very modular rail build. You know, you loaded the long fluid onto rail wagons? Is that what you're saying? Because I can get that. That was actually my first thought when I realized this was wrong, is that as a consequence, this is probably going to try and load this onto a train heading up to my main base to be processed, and that might clog up my entire oil processing area, which would be unfortunate. So now that I have that isolated, I would like to clear these pipes. Okay, all good. So let's just clear a good bit of this leading up here and then reorganize. So Yeah, okay. I think the easiest way to do this would be to do the 3 unique ones. So that's going to be these guys up here. And I'm going to put indicators. Yeah, these guys. If I put a filter on you, do I get to see the filter? Like, if I just put fluoric here, for example. Okay, that does work. So let's just do that. You are... well, the 3 wastewaters, whatever. Nope, I had underground pipes connecting between the blocks, thinking it was no big deal. Yeah. Yeah, I just made one copy and pastable blueprint for all the different flotations, and I guess that was a bad idea. So that was fluoric. Let's go chloric. And then you are nitric. And I believe the very first one is nitric. Yes, so let's do you first. Does mean I have to clear the pipes. But then let's get... oh, that's not gonna work. Maybe I'll come around the left then. So yeah, we'll come this way with it instead. That's into a crusher. Let's not do that. Wow, none of this lines up nice. Okay. Well, I want to be going to the right anyway, ideally. Set it up thinking they were the same, because the tiny icon is only slightly greener, so I had no idea they were different fluids for a bit. I mean, I did know they were different fluids in, like, an academic sense, but I guess when I was just laying things out, I completely forgot. This is fine, I think. Let's just see where this gets me. Okay, I think that works out, actually. Because then this next station, after here, is going to be where they need to be. Yeah, here we are. So let's let you come down 3 spaces. And then you connect there. And then these guys can be at 2 and at 1. Just to make it a little easier to connect everything in. That... oof. That's a little ugly. But I'll live, I guess? This one, however, this one's gonna be kind of challenging. Because ideally I'd like it to be here in the middle. But with this... maybe I'll just actually bring this one down. Maybe you actually connect, like, over here or something. Just to make this a little less awful. Something like that. And then we don't need any of these here. And that works, I think, much better. And then I can just get these all lined up to be the same. There we are. And that way, anywhere that there's this underground pipe, I just also put the other 2 right next to it. And hopefully that's not a problem. I think that's just a tree in the way. Ooh, there's gonna be a rail in the way on that one. Of course there is. Okay, you, yeah, okay, I think that's fine. Yeah, this has worked surprisingly well. Nope, not you. That one... There. That, kinda works, I guess. And there we are. Okay. Now I can worry about running the other two up, but since I do have the pipes, it actually matters which one I connect next. So the next one I need to do is the chloric. I don't remember which ore is the chloric wastewater, but whichever one it is, that's what I need to connect next. And fortunately, it is the next in the row. So he just gets to come over, come out, and where'd the pipes go? There you are. And just keep dragging them on down. In fact, maybe I'll do that so I can get a instant full length. And I don't need this one anymore. Now all I need is you. Yeah. Anyway, what is the last one? So you're sulfuric, so it's not you. Must be the next door then? You produce floric, yes. Okay. So... over you go. And in. Okay, very good. Dump all that. None of this is connected. Good. This is still connected down. Actually, that's fine. You're sulfuric, aren't you? Yes, you're sulfuric. Okay, so you are... cool. You're cool to be connected. That's floric. That's fine. And then, what are you? You are nitric. And then Bob is sulfuric again? Yes, it is. Okay. All good? All good. Okay. Whew, that was something. That was not a surprise I was prepared for. I guess in that case, I do have to think a little more carefully about how I'm going to set all this up. So let's clear all these middle pipes, except for the one that has the pump on it, because I do want the pump to be able to stay. I guess that means there's going to be some redundant pipe somewhere? No? Maybe I already got them? Okay, I already got them, it seems. Okay, so the pump's here. Are you sulfuric? You are. Are you sulfuric? You are not. Awesome. Makes everything difficult. Okay. So this one's sulfuric though. So you're gonna come up, and I think we're just going to run you right through here since nothing is taking that open space. There we are. And then just up. Until the pump. There we are. And I realized I could just move the pump over here, but it needs power, and that's a hassle. The pump gets to stay. Okay. Maybe I do just move the pump. Maybe that does make everything easier. I'll just move you, like, over here. And then it just means I need that, and it's literally one power pole. That is nothing. Okay. How did I get sulfuric in there before? Oh, I just went like this, which does mean I need this to underground, but that's not a big deal. There we are. And there we are. Don't forget to connect your corners, as always, and bring it down. A little annoying that we wind up with this little, like, micro underground, but whatever. It is what it is. A pipeline is overextended somewhere. I guess that only makes sense. I'll just throw a pump, like, in here. There we are. Where was I? I was somewhere in here. There we are. And I guess I'll just keep running the sulfuric up this way until I get the end. That's actually easier said than done. There's a lot of stuff in the way there. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the way there. Maybe I'll try and bring it down this way instead, since this area is going to be pretty full. Yeah, I think trying to run it right through here is probably our best bet, but there's all this stuff in the way right here. Let's just start running pipe and see what happens. So if I run you right there, connect in, and connect in. I can underground this. That's horrible. That's just horrible, though. Let's not do that. I hate all of that. Let's see if I can't just put you like here as one more belt on the inside to this. Surely that's got to be fine. Just keep on keeping on. Until we get to here. Let's see, here. Okay. So what's important is these are connected. So if I can connect to anywhere on this line, then we're golden. And that's my goal. I just want to get down to that layer. And so somewhere in here has got to be good enough. How are you shorter than all the others? Because I thought all the others did this just fine. You were. I guess the tree was in the way. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. Cool. You're connected. That's all that counts. Alright, I'm probably going to have to keep rechecking this for quite a while to make sure I don't have any fluid problems now, but at the very least, these two tanks are filling up, but you both have fluoric wastewater in you. I'm just going to clear these pipes and hope that was a fluke of some sort. And make sure that the actual fluoric wastewater is connected to the one that is producing fluoric wastewater. Which is way down here, it seems. There we go. Are you fluoric? You are, in fact, fluoric. Okay, good news. It would be cool if literally any of the other wastewaters we're gunning are, like, filling up, but I do realize that would require me to be actually sending them ore, which currently I'm not doing. Can't really blame them on that. There's no purified water. Why not? Surely the purified water train should be on its way. Yeah, you have 92,000. That's definitely going to be sending a green check mark. I guess you're not inactive though, because technically you're not full. So you're still filling up, so you're not inactive. But I guess that's fine. So it'll just fill up, and then once it's full, it'll send off. I might want to look into upgrading these pumps, because that's a little slow. Yeah, pumping speed 38 of 600. I don't understand. Okay, granted the purified water is empty, so that's fine at least. So this guy just needs to be producing more purified water. Yeah, we're just out of purified water, that's fine. I can even make a hydro plant 3. It's not even that bad. So I'll probably upgrade you and put down a hydro plant 3. Yeah, let's just do that. I'm trying to think how exactly I want to hook all this up. There's also the possibility, up until this point, I've been shipping in purified water. I could also just make purified water on site and just void the saline water. It just kind of seemed like a waste, but I'm voiding the saline water here anyway. So why wouldn't I just produce the... why wouldn't I just produce the purified water on site? How much purified water does one of these guys consume? So you're 18, but there's 30 of you, so that's almost 600 a second. Yeah, maybe purified from steam is nice. I might have to look into that. If I'm going through 600 a second, maybe bringing it in on a train is not the right idea, though that is the speed of a pump. Okay, that's 600 per. I gotta keep in mind, that's 600 per ore. So yeah, I should definitely be producing this on site then. Does mean that one train is mostly redundant. It's just going to be taking out single tanks of the wastewater. But oh well. That's fine. Let me just make a hydro plant. And I guess a clarifier as well. Guess I'll need an offshore. And all my research is finished, so... yeah, I might as well look at research. At this point, I'm kind of just researching things to research them. Like bulk inserter capacity, sure. Personal roboport Mark IIs sound cool in theory, but they take cobalt, I'm sure. Speaking too much is apparently impairing my ability to speak. It doesn't actually look like they do. The personal roboports, at least, only appear to take Invar, which is interesting. So I suppose I will queue those. I never did get around to really checking out the crawler train too much. I also haven't made any of these like specialty smelting trains or anything. And the petrochem trains in particular were strange because the petrochemical gas in the petrochemical fluid wagons actually held less liquids than a standard fluid wagon did. So I was never really sure what the point of them was. Maybe I'll take like one of these random military researches, I guess. Just, again, queuing stuff. For the sake of queuing stuff. Like, battery 2, personal battery 2s, yeah. I guess I could have gone for chlorine processing or something that may actually be useful at some point, but I'm just chewing through research right now. right now the water is coming in right here-ish. Yeah, here we are. Here's where pure water is. So I'm going to set up pure water somewhere around up in this area. Crawler change. There's usually some stat for the specific type that's better, like Excel or something. So when I was looking at trains, so here's the petrochem trains. Wasn't enough for me to want to juggle more than one type of train. Yeah. So the ore trains are easy. The cargo is just bigger. It's got 64 size wagons. It can hold 64 stacks. Standard cargo wagon is only 40. I can understand that one. Cool. Good. The weight is 1,000. The weight of this is 2,000, so they are twice as heavy, move twice as slow, and they only hold about time and a half, but still, you know, I get it. Standard fluid wagon weighs also 1,000, with a maximum storage volume of 50k, max speed of 324. The petrochem, most of the stats are the same, weighs 1,000, max speed 324, but the storage volume is only 40k. And no matter how I look at it, I can't quite figure out why you would ever make one. I can't quite figure out what the deal is with them. And then there's the Bob's, just upgraded cargo wagons that are just better anyway, so I don't think I'll be messing with these really at all. Maybe never updated for 2.0 numbers. Yeah, very possible. It's just one of those things where I keep looking at it, because 40k instead of 25k seems along the lines of cargo. Very possible. It's just one of those things that I kept looking at, like I kept feeling like I must be missing something, like there must be something there, but no matter how many times I look at it, it's just not coming together for me. Where am I? Okay, I'm here, so I need to go way left. I'm actually a lot further away than I thought I was. Can I happen to make another one of you? I can. I don't think I will. Not yet. In fact, there might be one of these just in the system somewhere, so let me request it. And if they happen to exist, I would be happy to just get one and upgrade it. Oh, nice. Nice to see the geodes flowing. So that does tell me that at least the 2 ores that I have set up so far are properly functioning. Whoop, just walked out of logistics range. Oh well. I was trying not to do that so that they would actually bring me the stuff, but I guess I won't be bothered about it. So here's where the purified water is. Let's see if I can set up some purified water processing in here somewhere. I'll just make like a little line right here. This entire area is clean. So, oh, there's actually underground pipes over there. So I guess I'll set it up over this way. Let's clear all this, just so I can see. Just makes it nicer. Alright, you're going to make purified water. Yeah. I will check the other recipe that you mentioned, just see if there's anything else I could go. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things that can make purified water. Make it from oxygen and hydrogen. Hydrogen and carbon dioxide, interestingly enough, makes purified water. Yeah. Oh, the steam. Interesting. The 1-to-1 steam conversion is interesting there. Yeah, okay. Okay. Maybe, maybe that is worth looking into. That's made in a cooling tower. Oh, a heat exchanger. Interesting. Interesting. And then steam, is there anything other than just boiler that I would even bother looking at? Like, I know there's the electric boilers. There are the heat exchangers, but eh. Like, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I would bother with the electric ones. I would rather just have the fuel ones. I keep seeing these recipes for coolant. I've yet to come across anything that actually uses coolant. I guess some of the advanced metal recipes use coolant. Yeah, I'll be interested to see where that comes into play. Anyway, maybe that's not a bad idea. Then I also don't have to avoid the saline water, and that just seems cleaner to me. I will go ahead and upgrade those 2 hydro plants while I'm here, but whatever. So let's just see how big this guy is. Not very big at all. Okay. And so all I do is throw steam into you, and you just become purified water at a rate of 100 a second. Okay, very cool. Just to refresh my memory, you're about 20, there's 30 of you, so that's 600 a second. And then there's 6 of you, so that's 36. That's actually quite a lot. How much do you output? You output 200. Okay. What's the power consumption here? Because I do have the room, I think. I don't think the room would be an issue. Max consumption 31 kilowatts. A lot more. And then I also have to run the clarifier. So, yeah, let's just have fun. Let's use the cooling towers. I think the cooling towers are not the better solution, but they are the more fun solution. And that is something I value when playing Factorio, is what is the more fun solution? Like this is a game, you know? Let's have fun. So I'll do blocks of 6. Make sure to set the recipes on all of you. Okay. So block of 6, and I'll figure out your inputs later. And let me think how many that's going to do. So that would be 600, which is exactly 1 processing area. So then I need 6 of these. So I'll probably mirror you. There we are. And then I'll go ahead and do pipe for your inputs as well. Just makes things easier. You do need power, so before I get too carried away, let me make sure that all of you get a power pole. I believe that lines up. Let's put you there. And we'll just, you know what? I can just cut you and make sure that that lines up well. I can even just move this power pole, make you line up with that better. Just to be a little more visually appealing. And everyone still gets all their power. Everyone should still be happy. Okay, so that's 2 sorted. Making 3 of these blocks and not making them weird is going to be somewhat challenging, but I guess I can just do that. That's not too bad. Again, just gonna clear these trees. They're in the way. Okay. So, let's just stand here so I don't accidentally lose all the bots. They flew very far to bring me this stuff, so I don't want to make them upset. I will need to craft a lot of these cooling towers also, so I'm probably going to just run back to base, actually, so that I can stand in the middle of the base and have them bring me stuff. Fuel. Actually, I'm literally right at the edge of base. What am I doing? This is fine. I'll just walk up this way. There's actually a lot of roboports. I can probably just stand, like, literally right here. And I'll even be extra nice, putting this down, and just start throwing the towers in there, and the construction bots can go handle it. Ooh, low steam alert, huh? That means I'm using more power than I'm generating, which is not something I like to see. Oh, or it could just mean that I'm burning too much fuel. Why is this all dead? That's very bad. Mineralized water. Crushed stone. Oh, I'm turning all of my crushed stone into regular stones. I was desperate for landfill. Let's reset that. I have logic on this so that we don't void stone if we don't have full stone buffers, so that should be fine. Let me get a wire connected to this pole over here so I can... Nope, never mind. That reads the entire logistics network. Okay. Well, I can at least see if you're outputting a red X, which currently you are not, so we're not voiding anything at least, which makes sense. I just wanted to make sure the logic was right. Okay, well that's jump-started all that. That was somewhat frightening. It's going to take a while to rebuild that steam buffer. These do all seem to be kicking back into life though, so that's good to see. Okay. Well, that's why you always set alarms on your critical processes, because you never know when they're gonna fail when you're not looking at them. What do I even need for you? Which one is that? Is that... Well, if it was brass, I'd be able to make you. Must be bronze. How many more of these do I need? 29 more. Okay, that's quite a few, actually. Maybe I'll temporarily increase my requested amount for that. And for the bricks too, probably, maybe? What do you need? You need bronze pipe. Do I make bronze pipe? I don't believe I do. I'm already requesting bronze pipe. Okay. In that case, maybe I don't need as much raw bronze. Maybe I just need more bronze pipe. Yes. I need bronze plates and bronze pipes. Okay. Well, I'll just keep crafting those for a while the bots supply me. They have to come all the way down here to get bricks anyway. While that's happening, I suppose I'll figure out the inputs now, because I do need steam inputs, which is going to mean fuel of some sort. And I don't really have fuel anywhere close to here. Like, not even a little bit. Which is kind of maybe making me think the electric boiler wouldn't be an awful option. Like, let me just It's not like we're making this, so I can put down the ghost without too much worry. You turn water into steam at a rate of 40 per second for 1 megawatt. Yeah, there is no way I'm using that. Absolutely not. So definitely we will need regular boilers. I am just looking at the heat exchangers. I'm curious if there's, like, any bonus you might get somehow. Efficiency 80%, efficiency 60%. Yeah, I don't really see any particular bonus. If anything, these are actually worse because their efficiency is so low. Unless I'm just really missing something. Okay. Well, anyway, regular boilers it is. Yeah, you can handle an output of 60 a second. And how much do you need? Each of you is 100. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. Don't mind me spamming them for simplicity. The electric boilers, you mean? Yeah, I just don't have nearly the power capacity to handle that. Like, if I look at my power right now, my, yeah, once I've recharged all of my accumulators, please. Thank you. Yeah, my total base is only around 80 megawatts. So, literally one of those is more than 1% of my total power usage for my entire factory. Anyway, let me get back to handcrafting those. And then back to map view, where I continue figuring out how I'm going to get fuel into you. So I know I need the boilers, so let's go ahead and arrange those over here. Each boiler can output 60 a second. I am actually curious, you don't care what temperature your steam is? So, is it more efficient to actually use a lower tier boiler? Because you're still outputting 60 a second, but your fuel usage, I believe, is less. You pollute less, but I believe, max consumption, I believe it would be more efficient to actually use a lower tier boiler. Pretty consistently using 200 and 500 without the miners running. Oof. Making some simple cobalt for artillery. Nice! I heard you can get more out of fluid fuel by using heat mechanics, but yeah, buildings all say 80% efficiency. Yeah, like, why would I bother? I guess you need cobalt for artillery and C-block, because I certainly didn't need cobalt here. Or maybe that's a difference, like a change made in 1.1 versus 2.0? Anyway, so it's 10 to one of these lines. That's a lot of boilers. That's a lot of boilers. Yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking maybe this was not the way to go. Maybe this is a little silly. Because that's more boilers than I'm supplying right now for power. Like, a substantial amount more. So that just doesn't make any sense at all. So, as much as I would love the big silly build, I don't think it's reasonable for right now, which is unfortunate. I wanted the big silly build. But, it was not meant to be. Let's go back to plan A, which is a whole bunch of, these guys. I don't remember your output, but I think 5 is probably somewhere around reasonable. So let's stay in robot range so I don't make all the logistics bots sad, and just make our way down here and pick up all this. Oh, there's the construction bots to do it. Okay. So let's get these guys in here. We'll start around here-ish, I think. And you make 200. So I need 3 of you per ore type. And then there's 6 ore types. So I think I'll do a line of 6. And then just have 3 of these lines. There we are. Then I need to get the water in. So that's 1800 water. I think that's more than an offshore pump, isn't it? How much does an offshore pump do? 1200, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna need multiple offshore pumps for this. Not that many. Let's see. So, at 300, I can do 4 of you per offshore pump. I'm not doing math here, just purely vibes. I think that's probably about 5 offshore pumps. Good, so I can go over here, and let's just start from, like, all the way up here. And get these last 4 over here plugged in first. Get all the recipes set. And down there. And down there. Okay. I'm going to just run pipe along all of you, because I don't see why not. I just realized that's not gonna work actually, but I guess I'll deal with that in a second. So the first 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we are. And then I'll just bring you up 1 and bring that over and up. There we are. Okay, then these guys can share water with these 2 down here. So I'll do kind of the same pattern, where this one gets its own offshore pump. It can just go like right here. I do want to make sure I don't walk outside a robot range. Again, just the bots are very busy right now keeping me supplied. So let's do that, and that. Okay. And now, these right here can hook together. That's another 4. Can that work? That works. Okay. And now, these last 2 get their own dedicated offshore. That's just the way it works out. Yep, there we are. Working on the outputs is not too difficult. It's going to be kind of like oil, you know? I guess I could have flipped every other one of these, made it just a little bit easier. And actually, this one I do want to flip. So maybe I'll even do that. Just swap that around. Actually, yeah, that stays. Because that way it doesn't interfere with the water input pipe. There we are. And that'll just go somewhere, who knows? And then this one comes down too. And these come down too. Okay, so those are all connected, all good. Very cool. Just copy and paste that. Actually, copy and paste the whole top right there. Otherwise, the recipes would not be correct. And then the same for the bottom. Alright. And how many am I still short? I need 13. Okay. 13's a lot. I can make 2. Let's increase the amount of iron pipes just for the moment. And am I requesting brass pipe? Doesn't look like it. I do need a lot of steel pipe also, so let's see if I happen to just have some steel pipe, I guess. And while all that's going, I'll figure out power poles. Does kind of look like there aren't a lot of good ways I'm going to be able to get power in here. Yeah, it's just wherever I can happen to get a power pole. Okay. I'd probably go ahead and copy that as well. Just makes life a little easier. Okay, I was wondering why that was red. That is a tree. Okay. Come up here. We're going to add a power pole straight up. How did you wind up? Oh, because I flipped you. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you are supposed to have this pipe. My bad. Guess that means you're gonna be the same down there. Hold on, let's just go in the map view. It literally makes it easier. Copy that. Ooh, now you connect here again. Ah. I have to do something gross, I guess. Just do like that. That's unfortunate. Okay. Fine, just unfortunate. There's no power connected here. And there's seemingly not a great way to get you down there. I guess I could do this, and then you reach. But, Not in love with it, but it works. I would like all of them to be the same, so just making sure they match. I don't care so much about the bottom ones, but I do want to make sure that these all work. So of course, once I move these, they're actually connected to the top ones, I realize now, and now that they're all moved, they're disconnected again. So we're back to where we started. Yeah, my quest for nice power poles, I think, is for naught. I would just really like a bot to pick this up. Hey, there we go. So yeah, I guess I'll just pour some down the side. Best I can do. Those are connected at least. This is no longer connected. So... yeah. If it can't be nice, it can't be nice. Oh well. There it goes. I guess if I'm gonna put that there, I might as well pick that up and bring the large power pole all the way down to here. That makes a little more sense. Okay. I guess this would be working if I had the ability to craft all the stuff. I will go ahead and start figuring out clarifiers while I wait for materials to craft more. Each of you is generating 40, so a line of 6, 240, 480, and then... wait, why is that breaking my brain? 720. Okay. Yeah, so 720. That's important because when I place the clarifier, I need to know exactly how much it's going to be able to clarify. Because all of this mineral water, or saline water, this is saline water, all of this saline water is going to get voided. I can... actually, no. Yeah, actually. Do that. Collect the saline water here. And there we are. Once I mistook the electric boiler for the ore processor. They do look somewhat similar. So, put you in here. I don't really get to see your rate, unfortunately. I can build you. Just go get built. So, I know one is not going to be enough, but I don't know how many I need. So, in order to find out how many I need to know the rate. Okay, 160. So for every 4 of these, I need another, that's funny, it lines up the number of offshore pumps. So, I need 3 more. There we go. And what do you know? I can make those right now. Stone bricks I'm out of, huh? Let's just up my requested amount of stone bricks then. Oh, and of course, they always need power. I always forget clarifiers need power for some reason. Okay, so that's the mineral water taken care of. Now I need the actual product that I want. So all of the purified water, where do you come in? Okay, there's already pipes right here. How do I connect into them? Not easily is how. Not easily at all. Okay. I can do this for all of these guys. And at least connect them together. And then this is completely impossible to see, but I believe I should be able to just connect straight into this existing pipe right here. And that shouldn't be a problem at all. Continue making more of those. And personal bots, can you get on the trees or no? We're just gonna wait on base bots to do that. Right? Let's try that one more time. There we go. Okay. So now, with this coming this way, all I have to do is drop you a little bit, connect you in, and there we are. Yeah, once those pipes over on the left get placed by, that should allow for all of this purified water to start flowing into the existing system that all of the things want, and more importantly, start filling up these tanks. Fortunately, I don't even need to change the logic on the train, because the logic on the train was already checking for whether or not it needed pure water or to take away wastewater. So even if I'm mostly supplying all the pure water that I need, this is still going to function just fine. Can I... Yeah. I would... Oh, I walked out of logistics range, oh well. Well, all the pipes should be connected now. Are you running? You are running. That has those guys running. Awesome, okay. Alright, with all of that set up, how is ore processing going to handle that? So you're full of sulfuric wastewater. That's fine. I just want to see why. Okay, you do produce sulfuric, just making sure that's the correct type for you. Did I not bring sulfuric back up anywhere? Here's where sulfuric used to enter. And it just doesn't anymore. Okay. Yeah, so I did break that, and I should just put it back. Yep, there we go. Once that's back in, all of the sulfuric wastewater should just come back. I have 3 of these guys. Let's just, let's find somewhere I can throw him, and then I can just run down here and do this myself. Where's my, my construction range? Can I see that? I can't, unfortunate. And I can't exactly just walk down there and put the pipe down, but I guess that's fine. They'll get to it in due time. Okay, anyway, with that going, is there anything else I should be focused on? This is backed up. What are you backed up on? Sorting, because sorting's backed up on iron ore. Because I have the filter wrong. There you go. Whoops. Yeah. This looks like it's backed up and it needs a higher tier belt, but I do believe that's fine. You produce 6 per second. You also produce 6 per second, that's 12. You produce 3 per second, that's 15. Okay, we actually will produce just slightly more than 1 yellow belt, but I believe the best way to handle that is just run that into you, and then have another splitter right there. That way, all ore is equally... Oh, this is a filtered splitter. You know what? Do you need to be filtered? I can just upgrade you. The only problem is that going from yellow to red is a just straight up double. Like, it just works that way, but going from the next tiers doesn't double, it just increases by another 15. And so that's why I've been trying not to rely on just straight belt upgrades, because oftentimes that's not going to be enough to get it to work. I need another pump in here, huh? Well, I don't need this anymore. I guess that's fine. I'll just get a pump in here somewhere. Just means I have to run power down to you. But other than that, not exactly a major inconvenience. I even have a pump ready to go, it looks like. Very nice. I have no rail signals, or no chain signals, but I do have pumps. Okay. I should go back to base at this point. I'll just sit in this train, and it'll wind up taking me to base pretty soon. I might want upgraded pumps just so this can go a little faster. Like, it's keeping up, I guess. I guess it's not important. Like, we're able to pump it out faster than we make it. Which I guess is all that really matters. Yeah. How much is in here? When it drops below 1.5, I'll just send it. Yeah, okay. Just take me home. Also, your name is incorrect, I notice. Really should get on that at some point. Probably not right now, though. Let me just see how this is all doing. So that's going. All your crushed stone is flowing up as expected. Your geodes are coming up. Very nice. All of this is empty, which is a little strange, but I guess that's just how recent I've connected the purified water. And there we are. Okay. This way I can at least handcraft in peace without the bots having to fly 12,000 miles to come and resupply me every time. And I don't have to worry about, like, dodging and weaving through logistics dead zones or anything. I can just come here, stand in the center of the base, and be resupplied. Which is really all I want at this point. I just want to be resupplied. Also, let's check on power. Really should do that. What am I burning? Okay, I am burning charcoal again. That's good. Charcoal is what I want my primary fuel source to be, so it's good to see that's what's being eaten up. Yeah, we're still refilling the steam buffer, but once the steam buffer's refilled, then I should stop eating quite so much fuel, and I can start sending back some of the charcoal up to circuits again, because right now circuits are being starved of carbon because I make carbon from charcoal. But actually the belt still has plenty of charcoal on it, so I guess that won't be a problem for a while. Yeah, okay, they're still doing perfectly fine, I guess. Yeah, engines are still the problem, and I'm willing to bet it's still steel. I was gonna say I'm willing to bet it's iron this time, but it's actually still steel, even with as much favoritism as I'm giving to steel. It just still can't keep up. Okay. Well, like an hour ago, I was almost ready to send some steel ingots down to get smelted. Do I have a station? No. Okay. So I should probably make this my steel station then. I'm going to go ahead and not grab the fish, pick up all this landfill, and then replace the landfill as needed whenever I go to build out the station. Most of it's going to result in this landfill being replaced, I realize, but I do want to pick up what I don't need just because landfill up until now has been so scarce, so I'm still a little paranoid about running out again. To make steel, right now I'm using a silicon and steel ingot recipe, so I'm pretty much going to exactly copy this and just change out the iron ingot for steel ingot. Yeah, there we are. So I do already have a steel ingot station, so I'll go copy that so I don't have to do the color. There we are. But you are, of course, unloading. And you only have one train. Let's just get rid of all that. Okay. These recipes should be steel. I do have the cobalt recipe for steel now. Not that I can really use it, but I do have it. So you take in 6 per second. So if I have a full yellow belt coming in, I'm going to need more than that. I'm assuming... Oh, actually, I did... Why did I do this up here? Oh, well, it is yellow belt. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Never mind. So 6 per second, that is 2.5. Yes, okay. So, yeah, that's that. This is going to be wrong. So let's make sure I change that over. There you are. Since I copy and pasted that, I just wanted to make sure I got that combinator before I forgot, because I definitely would. Okay. Then I guess I'll just copy this same setup over here, but let me get the train station set up over on the left. Station loading. Fortunately, I can't really tell where that's meant to be. So I think I'll just, once again, copy all of this. And just try and get that lined up. I can see the square of the roboport over on the left, so I'll just line that up. And that's my my guideline. And then of course these won't be iron plates, it'll be steel, and you won't be iron loading, you will be steel loading. There you are. And there you are. The color needs a little adjusting, but I won't spend too long on this. I think it just needs to be a little more white or silvery. Yeah, maybe even a little more than that. Hard to say. Yeah, that's good enough. Let's just, well, I think I like that slightly better. And then, once again, you can stay train limit 3 because you have a stacker. And yeah, so that should all be good. We just need this area to actually get built. Same with this. This area needs to get built. Still missing all these warehouses, couple of roboports. Again, all just steel problems. Do need a couple combinators, it looks like. I can help with that, at least. There we are. Might as well make a couple train stops and throw them in the system, since those aren't automated anywhere. I need 87 chain signals. How is that even possible? How am I making chain signals that slowly? Where is iron? Is iron just completely... It's not even like iron's dead. Like, there is iron coming in. It's just not even making it that far. Maybe it's all going into belt, because I'm still filling... No, the reds actually look like their buffers are full. All of the yellow belt buffers are full. Interesting. Maybe I'm still filling gear buffers? I don't know. How odd. This is going somewhere. I'm just trying to find where all the iron's going. Not solar panels, they don't use iron. Ah, warehouses, maybe. Because you take 100 iron plates. Yeah, okay. It's gotta be warehouses, because there's nothing after here, and this is where all the iron disappears into. So, I guess all the warehouses are just a little expensive. There's still 100 iron. 100 iron, like, for a single item isn't cheap. Like, if it were belts or inserters or something, that's expensive, but it's not like I'm spamming warehouses just everywhere. I don't need hundreds. I need, like, 9. I don't know. I continue to be mystified by this base. This is one of the most confusing Factorio bases that I've ever run. Like, literally there's no steel here. I'm prioritizing steel so hard. Yeah, it's, just odd. Anyway, I should continue making these guys. Used coolant. Why are there different coolant recipes? I don't see any difference between you. Ah, different used coolant temperatures. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Ah, I like how this one only cools it down to 200. So if you have like 300 degree used coolant, then you have to use this one to bring it down to 200, then cool it again to bring it down to 100, then cool it again to bring it down to like 25. And then I guess down here, yeah, used coolant with a filter to get back regular coolant. That's cool. That's interesting. I kind of like that. I like those chained recipes that Angel's Processing does. Kind of like the washing plants. I always find those fascinating. I like setting those up. Oh, I can just produce geodes. That's interesting. While I'm waiting for these stations to get built, because until they get built, all of my new ingot production is completely worthless. I can't do anything with all this. What I should probably... Oh, this is running now. That's cool to see. I don't actually know how. I don't know how a train wound up coming in here. What's your priority? I guess it's just random now? Because you're also priority 50. Oh, you're Saphirite unloading, whereas this is Saphirite unload. Maybe I just already had ore in you, and I didn't have the pure water to get you going from my test run earlier? I don't know. That's odd. I also don't know how. I wound up with imbalanced boxes. Oh, you don't have... You don't have the wire, man. What's, What? Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Okay. You even have the... You don't even have the condition. Wow, okay. Do you even output to different sides of the belt? Okay, you do at least output to different sides of the belt. So greater than 0. Okay. And then just change your offset, and then copy you, do those, and now copy all of you. Okay. I was wondering how the thing wound up unloading imbalanced. Okay, fortunately these have the wire. That's good. It was just that very first one that was broken, I guess. Whenever I see things like that, I'm always so confused. Like, how did that ever wind up happening? Just makes me a little paranoid. Like, what else might I have broken without noticing, you know? 3 more. 1, 2, 3. And that should be all of them. And am I missing anything else I could help with? I need 1 induction smelter, it looks like. Okay. Now, once I do have these plate stations up and running, of course I'm going to need somewhere for them to unload. Actually need to change these recipes and... Okay, you are steel loading, that's good, but all these recipes need to be changed. Just happened to notice that. Oh, new recipe for quartz. Weird. It's seemingly a lot more efficient, but not something I want to like get involved with right now. Let's just focus on steel. Aha. I also copy and pasted this, so I figured there might be a problem somewhere. These are also wrong. Okay. That kind of reminds me, I did something similar on an ore station a long time ago. It was these after tin, I believe. Yes. So, everything after nickel, I probably want to come in and check. How about you? Okay. Well, at least I'm glad I thought to check, instead of in 6 hours from now and I'm like, why is all of this broken and not working the way I intended? Okay, all good, all good. That's the danger of copy and pasting. Oh, all these have been placed. Very nice to see. Tell you the truth, I don't have anywhere for you guys to go right now, I don't think. But I can at least start sending you off places. I already have 1 train for iron ore loading, so next I'll do copper and then silicon. Actually, maybe silicon's more important. Oh yeah, I wanted to redo my train blueprint also, so let's take this as an opportunity to do that. So I'll do that, clear all the irrelevant stuff, but keep the train station, the rails, and the train. I guess I want to keep entities. Okay. All of that looks good to me. Let's change this over to train. And you are just item train, as opposed to a fluid train. And Let's say that's good. And now you can go in the blueprint book. Anyway, let's go copper. Let's look for copper. Copper ore loading. There is no copper ore unloading right now, but all the same, you just go here, wait until your inventory is full, and someday I will need you. Similarly, let's just give all these refuel so I don't wind up forgetting. And one more. There we go. Okay. So all those have refuel. And I want to come up here, and you're going to be silicon now. So silicon loading. Wait until cargo full. And then silicon unloading. And cargo empty. That's a weird color for silicon ore. I'm concerned about your silicon ore station. Yes, silicon ore is orange for some reason. It was obviously copied from copper. So let's just do this. Okay, that'll just get a little silicon ore started somewhere, I guess. That's fine. I kind of just wanted to change its color to make it a little more obvious what it was. But oh well. I'll go ahead and get trains for everything else. Do I have stations up here? I kinda have stations up here. I don't have the warehouses in yet, but they're like kind of coming along, I guess. I wonder which one of these silicon stations it's going to choose. I guess it chose the top one. I think they do often choose the closest one when there's multiple, but I could be mistaken there. So it should now be back at silicon ore. Yes, okay. Oh, the station alignment is off. That's not cool. How did that happen? Don't like that very much at all. Okay, you go back to unloading. And this gets copy and pasted forward once, I guess. Huh. I really hope that fixes it, because if it doesn't, that means the entire station is built one off. And if this station is built one off, chances are all of the stations are built one off. And that's going to be very unfortunate. I really hate that they're just flying off into the sunset with that. Really wish they would have actually just built that. That would have been real cool, but I'm much too far away to go do anything about it. I believe Nickel has completely filled up this line back at the main base. So I might want to try and do something about that. Don't really know what that could be at the moment, though. Nickel. I do make nickel plate. Alright, this is zinc. Sorry, not nickel. Zinc goes into Invar. But I don't think I want to just store more Invar. That seems a little silly, especially because Invar takes steel. So I'd like to just store more of the ore, I guess. Train cannot find path to destination. Why not? Ah, because the station hasn't been built. That's a rather obvious problem. Bots? Would you kindly? Okay, well, they're gonna be a minute, I guess. I'll continue trying to solve this problem. let me build something over on the side here so that I don't accidentally pick up anything. And then just more boxes. There we are. Okay. I mean, that'll just get it moving again at least, but it won't last for very long. Wow, I still can't believe we're this far, like, in the deficit on steel. That's just kind of crazy to me. Why is this being used up? Oh, I guess I've been using the bricks, and for some reason the silicon is coming in really slow? Oh, maybe silicon was backed up. Yeah, silicon was backed up because zinc was backed up. Okay. In that case, I might want to add even more storage for zinc. Actually, how many do you have? You're 48 versus 64. Let's just upgrade all of these to brass chests. Actually, I'm gonna need another 6. Okay, that's a good bit of zinc storage. That should last us for a while, I hope. Okay. The train still can't find its path. Why are there 2 silver ore loading trains? I guess I copied the train station name. Yeah, okay. Well, let's fix that. You are aluminum. Not at the end. And I believe it's aluminium. I will check in just a second. Aluminium, yes, the British spelling. I always liked aluminium better than aluminum. It sounds so much more, I don't know, sci-fi. It's just a more satisfying name. And then this one is zinc. There we are. Okay. And let's see if I can't go ahead and start getting these hooked up. Hey there, man. How you doing? Right now I'm just hooking up a whole bunch of ore trains to a whole bunch of other ore trains. And it's kind of just ore soup, but we're making progress. Let's see. So what's left on here is nickel and aluminum. So first station here is the aluminum. Let's get an underground right there. And oh, I didn't mean to pick up that fish, but I guess that's fine. Let's see. So filter out the aluminum. And there we are. And I guess we're going to do basically the same thing up at this level, though let me run the belts up so I don't get them misplaced. C-block is slow as the acids for leaching are annoying. I mean, there's always going to be some sort of limiting process in a factory production automation game, so it's just pick your poison. If it wasn't the acids, it would be something else. This is zinc. There we are. Don't want that. Did I copy that from down here? No, that's not down here. Weird. Oh, I copied it over over top of existing belts. Okay. Never mind, never mind. Makes sense. Okay. So that should be all the inputs handled. I just need it to actually get built. The setup. Okay, that makes more sense, yeah. Setting it up is a hassle. Down here we have the stations still getting constructed. I would really like these to get constructed. I should put a radar down here somewhere. But once all the roboports are in place, actually, that'll give me full coverage down here, and I don't need any radars, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, this is the only blank spot in this entire area, so once those roboports are down, I'll be able to see in there. How many? It says 5. I know I need a lot more than 5 roboports, but, oh, I still never put these in the system. The bots should have had access to those a long time ago. Let's craft up... Oh, I can make expander 2s now if I wanted. I don't, but I could. Let's see. It does take 1s as an ingredient, so if I decide later to switch over, it's not a waste to craft the 1s, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, the bots can't even supply me with steel, and the steel box that supplies me actually gets priority access, so that's pretty sad. Until pure ores massively reducing demand on acids for leaching, as not as much ore is needed to be leached. Yeah, like that's probably the smart way to go. If you don't need the pure ore production using acids, then it doesn't make much sense to go for it. Speaking of which, I should probably start sketching out what that process is going to look like myself. I've had the buildings for a while now, I just haven't been making them. But it's probably not a bad idea to start figuring out how I want to handle those. But I won't yet. One project at a time. I need to get this the steel build down, done, ready to go. In fact, I'm going to come down here, since I do have iron plates and steel plates already set. I'm going to come and make these actually slightly higher priority, so that the trains will come here rather than the other stops. Let's see. This doesn't have power. Why don't you have power? That's weird. You never got the little robo spine. Weird. Let's just copy that and put you over here. Which I guess means, do you have it? You do. Okay. That one does, I just didn't put it on the bottom. I like piers, so I don't have to worry about stuff backing up. I mean, that is the obvious benefit, yes, but... You know, sometimes there's the trade-off of how expensive is this to run versus how convenient is it. And sometimes going for convenience means you just gotta put stuff in increasingly larger boxes. I'm sure it'll get used at some point. It's just, you know, until that point it gets to back up and be a nuisance. Looking at these, so primary is iron, primary here is iron, copper, copper, lead, and tin. Okay, so that's all 6. I wanted to make sure I had kind of a general idea of what their primary products all were, so as stuff starts backing up, I can start thinking about where I should be putting things and how I should be dealing with them. Why is this backing up? Okay, well, firstly, what even are you? You are stereotype. Okay. So that's fine. Looks like your copper and iron ores already filtered out. All that's left of you then is going to be silver and tin. That one's nickel. Is this one tin? This one's tin, yes, okay. Oh, I've just copied this wrong. Okay, I remember this section. This was a weird section, and I didn't like how it was, and I went to change it, and I guess I just forgot to finish changing it. Yeah, I think I can pretty much just copy this exactly, and then just run that in. I don't like the way this works. This is not going to be good. I need to be there in person. I need to work out the belts. Those belts are going to be a puzzle to work out, and I don't want to do it from map view. Especially not with all the items on the ground, it's going to be a real mess. And if you don't understand why it's going to be a real mess, well, you'll see in just a second once I get over there. So let's throw random fuel in you. And where even was that? Okay, here we go. How do I get to you? I guess I can come up here into the silver station. Crystal and mineral catalysts are not expensive in my opinion, and the convenience of not having to worry about backing up is definitely worth it. I would agree that being able to just decide what ore I get is a very nice bonus. In fact, I hadn't really thought about this, but being that I'm able to just generate geodes from muddy water, that's actually a perfectly viable avenue to infinite minerals. Like here, the heavy mud water can just be turned into geodes, and so you can just then liquefy those geodes and not have to have a washing process. I've thought the whole time, in order to get geodes to have the catalyst, you would have to have some sort of flotation at a minimum, but if you can just generate the geodes, maybe that's not even a problem. Anyway, these are the belts that I'm going to have to figure out. So let's actually go ahead and just cut all inputs into here. And just start ripping all this up, because all this needs to go. None of this is good. And I'll explain why in just a second. I just want to get all this mess picked up first. And yeah, like, this is just terrible. Let me cut this actually, because I don't remember what we were supposed to be. Okay, so this middle belt coming up here is supposed to have this ore split off here. So let me go ahead and put that in. And you go up. We have an underground like here. Perfect. And then this one just continues up alongside. And this one comes down. And already you should be seeing why what the existing design was doing was a problem. This is only 3 belts. And we have 6 sorters, and already we're really close to maxing out. Or, not maxing out, but already we're really close to hitting this whole setup right here. We have plenty of room to just move this over to the left, so that's what I plan on doing. I'm going to just pick it up and move it just a few tiles over, so that we aren't in the way of the other ores that have to travel up this distance. I'll just put you, like, right there. And hopefully the personal bots took care of most of the deconstruction, so they can take care of most of the reconstruction. But if not, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, okay. So some of the base bots... Well, looks like, actually, the base bots took all of the crushers, but oh well. They'll find their way back. I hope. Anyway, let's, throw some splitters on here to sort out the slag, because that's the real problem here. As we get more and more belts coming up, and we will have a total of 6 by the time we get up here. This one, in fact, will be the 6th. They all need to be able to sort their slag off, and that's a bit of an ask at the moment. 4, 5, 6. There we go. Okay. So this belt right here is the one that needs to have the slag on it. And I've just got to figure out how to get them all there without interfering with each other. So I think I'll start from the left side first, and then move up to here. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's a perfect fit, actually. So each one of these will have a filter for slag. There we are. And let's get rid of these belts here because they're a little confusing. And just for consistency's sake, there you go. Actually, I hate that. Oh well, whatever. Maybe the slag should be on the other side. That just makes more sense. We're trying to send slag to the left. It should be filtered off to the left. Okay. Let's try something like that. There you are. There you. And I think that should just work. Okay, let's get all these flag belts figured out now. So it's only the last 2, if I remember correctly. Use flotation first with an overflow clarifier and backup geode washing if there's a shortage. Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking the only approach was. So actually knowing that there's options does give me some ideas. Let me pick up these little random bits of ore. It's only the last 2 that cause this to have to be a red belt, so I'll just find out where that winds up happening and turn that into red belt as needed, I think. Yeah, that's fine. It's what it is. Whatever. So maybe I'll do groups of 3. So I'll get, like, you up here. And then splitter here. And then splitter there. Move this up. And then red splitter here. I think that's the idea. I had a red splitter on me. Oh, I guess because I deconstructed all this. That makes sense. Okay. Not like a beautiful interchange, certainly, but it does function. So there's going to be a tiny bit of slag on the front here from when I changed filters, And otherwise, everything should be clean. That's silver. What are you? You're silver. Okay, so I do have this messed up somehow. Let's figure out what I did wrong there. Yeah, you are aluminum and nickel. Did I do this properly at least? Yes, so that's aluminum, and then nickel will come up here and get sorted. Yes, okay. Very good, very good. I just have you one too far to the right, I guess. So move you over, and you also get underground, and pick up all of this. Okay. Full and good. Awesome. Well, let's just pick up that slag. The bots can deal with it, I guess. And then we'll just run that up. Not that there should be anything left on that belt, I don't think, after that point. I think slag should be the last thing on this belt, but yeah, that's fine. Okay, all good. Everything is getting sorted properly. Okay. The giant the giant logistical nightmare of all the sorting is finally coming together. Anything that has to run backwards, I'll have to worry about later as I hook things up. But at the very least, the things that are actively currently running are fully hooked up and operational. The only exception is this up here, and that's only because I'm still waiting for the station itself to get constructed. Other than that, everything is golden. Perpetually 5 roboports. Okay. Still waiting on this to get built. Somehow. Somehow still waiting on that to get built. Okay. Let me grab, just so it's consistent, where does the power pole on all these guys sit? Where was I? Where was I that I... there we are. And then down here as well. You're also going to need power, so have fun. Maybe it's all the miners I tried to place that's eating all the steel. Like, I really can't think what it could be, because you take 10 steel plates and steel gears, so that is a lot of steel, but like... it shouldn't be base crippling amounts of steel. Like, I did want a couple hundred miners, I guess, and I am placing a lot of solar panels, which also need 16 steel apiece, but like... I don't know, that's just... hard to believe that's like causing me this much pain. Why is the steel backing up? Oh, that's only to steel gears. Okay, never mind. I was like, what's happening? That's fine, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. Just like, there's just no steel anywhere. Alright. Well, while I wait for all of the steel products to slowly trickle in, why is this, like, broken? Weird. Let me do this. Remove you. And just place this on top. Yeah, there we are. How is that off? Whatever, just go have fun. How about this one down here, just out of curiosity? Yeah, that one's also a little off somehow. And this one. Let's... Yeah, let's not do that. I, kind of forgot that that would try and mess up all the filters on the front of things, so let's not do that. Anyway. Well, I guess I can go place this roboport by hand. Not that that's exactly the most pressing need for roboports at this exact moment. The coal train still never got refueled fully, which is somewhat disappointing to see. How full are we on fuel oil up here? Is this the fuel? That's the fuel oil. Okay, we're not very full on fuel oil. That's not coming in as hot and fast as I was expecting, but we are backed up on naphtha somehow? I crack naphtha. We're backed up on propene. I didn't think that was possible. We're backed up on plastic. Huh. Okay then. What else can I do with naphtha? Because I need to just get rid of it, I guess. Not really. I can turn you into toluene, but that's not a great solution. Polyethylene, but I don't think I can make polyethylene. Yeah, that's gold and titanium. Wow. Okay. Why am I backed up on plastic, I guess is a good question. I have no solder. Why is there no solder? Because there's no lead. Hold on. Because we're full on nickel. Huh, okay. Nickel's packed in pretty tight here. I might have to add more boxes just somewhere else. Yeah, like right along this area right here. Let's add a few more boxes of nickel. Yeah, I already store so much nickel, I can't really do anything else with it. So let's just get it in a box. There we go. Of course, we won't have the brass chests, but I can just make those. There we are. And I know some random bot will be along soon enough to come and rip those away. Oh yeah, here comes some random resupply bots. Oh, a lot of random resupply bots, actually. I really can't believe we're still waiting on this. I've said that like 8 times now. It's probably getting annoying by this point, but I'm just consistently surprised. Like, I really, really did think that was a problem behind me. How are these going? So none of these are running, it looks like. And I'm not really sure why. Because you should definitely have ore, you do. You're crushed, you are. You are full on fluoric wastewater. Oh, that's probably because I'm not picking up wastewater. That would definitely do it. Yes, okay. So, I don't have a wastewater train, so I guess that's probably a good thing to go and get set up. So, let's come down here. And ironically, I have a blueprint for standard trains, but not for fluid trains. So let's make one for fluid trains as well. Don't know how long it's going to take the bots to get that placed, but it probably won't be terribly fast. But that's fine, because I don't have the wastewater station set up anyway. So that's actually something I'm going to need to go home for. While I'm here, for all the ores, I have something set up so that if I throw the ore into the logistics system, it gets put into the proper place. I should have the same thing done with slag. So let's come up here and just each side here, you will be filtered to slag. There we are. And then if I do that, the bots should just put it into the chest right in front of me. Hopefully. Hopefully they'll take it. Yep, there we go. Okay. Just wanted to watch it work. Always watch your builds work. Okay, anyway, let's go home and take care of that fluid train situation. I did make logistic zone expander 2s at some point, I guess. I didn't realize I'd done that. I guess once I get home, after I have this taken care of, that's a good excuse to find out how they work. Like, what the difference in range might be. It does make me happy to finally see some trains on the tracks, even if it's not many. I like that there are some. And we've arrived. Okay. I should make the pumps. Let's just make a bunch of pumps. We will need them at some point. Might as well have them. Okay, so I don't remember what order these are going to be in, so I should come over here and look. In fact, I can just copy them and remember to flip horizontally. Okay, that's fine. And then just copy you onto you and pick you up. Okay. That way I don't, you know, there are no funny business accidents with what fluid winds up in what tank. Even if the train comes in a way I don't expect, at least it won't fill the wrong fluid into the wrong tank. Now, of course, I don't have a way to deal with most of these wastewaters yet. In fact, I don't believe I have a way to deal with any of these wastewaters yet. But that's what we're going to go set up. Actually, I should have nitric. Nitric should be set up. Yes, nitric is set up over here. So, even though I have that over there, I believe the play should be to set up processing like right in this area. That way I'm not intruding on that area over there. So, just kind of one on top of the other. And I'll probably put them on this side of the track, that way I don't have to landfill all that in, since I'm going to have to probably landfill more stuff later on. Let's just put processing down here. And let's make it so that it can be expanded horizontally. And then I can have vertical stacks of the different types of wastewater. And make sure they have even spacing. Okay. they will want... Let's just go in order. So you are nitric. So let's set you to nitric. Next is chloric. And then last would be fluoric. So you're going to... Let's flip these around. So you take in your wastewater and you output mineralized water and purified water and some solid output of some sort. I already deal with sodium nitrate. I don't deal with salt yet. Salt is a new one. Oh, and you also output saline water. Interesting. And I don't have fluorite yet. I'll have to see what those outputs are for, but first I want to go ahead and just get them routed in. So the first one is nitric. I can't believe that actually fits there. I don't think I'm going to do that. I don't... Even though it says I can, I don't like it. So I won't use it. So nitric is all the way on the end over here. So let's say you get to be 3, you get to be 2, and you are 1. There we are. Okay, so that one's connected. Then this one is 1 over. And it connects here. And there. Works for me. Pipe goes in. Okay. And then this one will be connected 2 pipes over. And in it goes. That should be all the various different wastewaters all connected together. Then we just have to get the outputs out. So since they all output purified water, I'll do one of these kind of deals. So that I can just underground between the machines like that. And then you two output mineralized water. Yes, but you output saline water. So you get to be all special. So I'll bring you out this way. And then mineral water can come down the edge. Like so. And so that should give me my 3 fluid outputs to just route in somewhere. I actually have purified water right there. So let's see if I can't connect right into that somehow. It really doesn't look like I can, actually. But I can just do that. As for the saline water, where can saline water go? Saline water is way over here somewhere. Yeah, here's saline water. I don't really have any good connection avenues to saline water, unfortunately, so I'm just gonna have to start running with it and seeing where it gets me. Okay, let's start heading left just because I'm about to exit build range. Actually, where did my pipes go? I don't know where I just built those pipes. That's a little bit of a problem. Okay, so here's saline water. Oh, there we are. They are the ghost pipes. That would make it a little easier. Okay. So I'll take it as far up as I can, and then just start running left. And I undid there, because the trees were in the way, I wasn't holding shift, so it wasn't deconstructing them. Oh, that's actually the pipe I wanted. There we are. Okay, and I think that's saline water connected, as long as I didn't miss any corners or anything. That should just be good. now lastly is the mineral water. So, do I have mineral water anywhere in here? No. Okay. So mineral water is kind of the same deal. I'm gonna have to just run with it and see where I can get. What are you? You are mineralized water. Let's see how far I can get with you. Okay. That's getting pretty close to leaving build range. So maybe I won't do that. I'll come up just this high. And maybe I'll turn with these and just kind of run alongside these here. Oh wait, is this... That's saline, okay. Well, at least it gives me a good target to look at. As long as there is saline there, I know that's roughly where the mineralized water should be also. And there's build range, okay. So just like the one before, turn right before build range, and just start heading out. Okay. Bring you down. And there we are. That should be... not the inserter. That should be the mineralized water connected. So that should be all of them. I do need hydroplant 2s. If I upgrade you, do I just have those? Nope, now I just need hydroplant 3s. Okay. Well, oh well. I can make 3 hydroplant 3s, so that's no big deal. It is going to have me craft 150 brass pipe by hand, however. I guess that's just how it is. Welcome back, guys. Glad you had a good journey. Okay, with all those pipes laid... Oh, well, never mind. That's going to rudely interrupt my train of thought. Where can I even get a pump along all this mess? Where does it even want me to put a pump, I wonder? Okay. I can get a pump to fit right here, and that's not too bad. I wanted to make sure when I was doing all this that I wasn't limiting direction in a bad way, because sometimes you want things to be able to flow into tanks, and sometimes you want things to be able to flow out of tanks, and I wanted to make sure that this is, like, definitely a single direction operation. Okay. That should be all of that done. Let me go down here. This train should be fueled up. Which does mean I should probably copy it also. So do that, but I don't want any of the extra stuff. They're not train stop names, but I do want trains. Oh, but before I copy it, I want to give it the interrupt. Okay, almost forgot. Almost forgot, but not quite. I'm too good. There we go, okay. No belt, no power, no inserters, no none of this. I don't want train stop names, but I do want trains. And then I guess this should be fluid wagon. And then this is just fluid train. No fuel. There we are. Okay. Can I make a blueprint book? Hold on. I do this so rarely, I'm actually kind of blanking. How do I even make a blueprint book? Right there, that's how. Alright, throw you in there. Item train. In you go. and flow train, and you go. And now this one, I guess I have to change. You are going to be rails and rails. There we are. And then you get to actually be train with the train. Okay. Oh, cool. You also need a pump, huh? That's awfully inconvenient, but I can arrange it. There we are. Hopefully that should be everything. I don't think any of the other ones should need pumps. Yeah, okay. Just trying to find the perfect positioning for that one roboport. Problem is, I don't want to leave robo distance, because there's all these robots coming, but I was just barely to snipe a personal construction bot to go and build that. Very nice, okay. The reason is, I wanted to see if I could come over this way, and as it turns out, I needed to come over this way anyway, and then get personals to just go build those. Of course I didn't build power on these. Like, that feels like such an odd oversight, but I find myself doing that consistently for some reason. Yeah, okay. And that's fine. Go ahead and build lights on these two, I guess. That's actually outside of power pole range. Oh, that's annoying. Well, whatever. I'll live with it. Okay. Did I ever send that train out? I think I made a copy of it and literally forgot to do anything with it. Yep, I sure did. Okay. You're going to be... ore washing fluid? Nope, that's the wrong one. Wastewater loading. Wait until full cargo. Or inactivity, 5 seconds. Sure. I might want to control that a little more carefully in the future. I'll see if it becomes a problem. And then unloading until empty cargo. Okay. That should do it. I wonder how... Oh, I didn't do the item handling up here. Yeah, how do I want to handle that? Okay. It would be much better if power was on the right, to tell you the truth. That would make my life a lot easier. Yeah, I think I kinda just want power down the right. And then I'll get inserters down here. Just making sure my spacing's consistent on all of them. And that'll even allow me to put my light in a place that I like better. Make sure I don't break anything unexpected, just being a little careful. There's lots of pipes running through the woods and all, so I don't want to break something that I will regret. There we are. And I bet this area doesn't have build coverage. It doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Okay. One more roboport. What could another roboport hurt, you know? There we are. Okay. Now that we have these coming out, do I want to store them? What do you even get used in? So you're only used in one recipe, and that's for making hydrofluoric acid, which is sulfuric acid and fluorite, and that makes a byproduct of calcium sulfate, which can be used to make sulfur dioxide. So that helps recoup some of the loss in sulfuric acid, it looks like. It does also produce lime, which is actually really annoying. Yeah, lime is really only used in glass, concrete, and the bricks. It is used in porous lime filters. But I think that's a one-time construction. Like, I believe after that's used, you make it, you rinse it, and then, yeah, once you rinse it, you just get it back. So that is a one-time cost, and not exactly a sink for lime. So pretty much, to use up lime, I would have to use cement or send it into glass. That's pretty annoying. That's a pretty annoying byproduct, especially since it can't just be voided since it's an item. But okay, that's what we got. So yeah, warehouses. If they weren't in such short supply, I would use warehouses, but since they are, I think I will just craft silos. I think silos make sense. That's still a fair bit of storage for each of them. And yeah, I think I'll have something like this. Oh, that actually reaches. Nice. So you'll come down here, but then I'll have to leave that much space. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Guess I should start tearing out trees, since they're going to definitely be in the way. Yeah, okay. Bring those over. And then you can be as close as right here if you want. I'll even use bobs to just change your drop position. And then that actually lines up nicely with you. Please stop that. Thank you. In that case, I'll actually just move this, and then they can all be lined up neatly. Does mean you have to come over here, but that just works. Okay. So I can deal with the byproducts when I need to, but for right now they're just gonna go in the silos. And I have a nice neat way to get them out, and I might actually not want to bring the belts down that far anyway. I'll probably run them over to the right. That way they're not in the way of this train station and the whole gas processing area. Anyway, how is ore sorting doing now that I'm dealing with the wastewater? Are you running? You're not running because you're still full on wastewater. Which is kind of what I figured would happen. That's why I said I would have to deal with the logic in a little more detail than that. Because this tank's full, but these are empty. But the train's still going to wait until all of its wagons are full. Clearly that's not what I want. So I'm going to do a very similar thing to what I did down here, and set a condition so that if any of the wagons are full, then we will immediately leave. So let's get a comparator. And since we can put multiple conditions in one comparator, we should only need the one. Usually I like doing inputs with greens and then outputs with reds. So let's stick to that. So we're going to have 3 conditions, one for each of the wastewaters. So let's get them all in here. And how much is in a wagon? 50k, okay. So if you are greater than or equal to 49k, and then same deal for all of these. So if it's full on any of those, then I will output the green check mark, and that's my indication that I'm allowed to leave. So instead of full cargo and inactivity, I can do circuit condition. Green check mark is greater than or equal to 1. And then it'll come here and it won't leave again until its cargo's empty, and then it'll come back here and continue unloading. Don't really need that anymore. And these... It's impossible for this to happen without this happening, so we really don't need the top condition. So it'll always wait until one of its tanks is full and then leave. And ideally, if we're producing all of the wastewaters, it'll be filling all of its tanks at roughly the same rate, so it'll pretty much always be full. But if it isn't, then we can, we can still deal with it just fine. And there we are. So there's the fluoric wastewater being pumped out, and it should be being processed. And indeed it is. Okay. Not the fastest pumping speed, but we should have pretty big buffers. I don't think we're producing wastewater at more than 600 a second, but it might be nice to see if we make sulfuric wastewater at more than 600 a second. So you are 9.3 a second, 9.3 a second, and again 9.3 a second. Okay. So let's say 10 apiece. That's 300. Okay, we are actually producing at 900 a second. So even if the train had full uptime on sulfuric wastewater, we would not be making this fast enough. But now that we have a dedicated pure water setup here, we don't need this input of pure water anymore, so I might turn this into a purely sulfuric waste station. Just completely overhaul this. I think that just makes sense. I might allow one of these tanks here as just buffer, just so I can see and make sure that we are in fact making enough of the pure water, and that's not a problem. Yeah, you can just go like over there. But I am going to change out what these wagons are. The only problem is I need to do that without contaminating anything. So let's go ahead and disconnect all these pipes here while the train is gone. Don't need any of these. And then all the hydro plants connect along the left here for their pure water, and then down from there, so that's all fine. I can get rid of these conditions here. Don't need them anymore. Which means I can get rid of the red wire here. And then these tanks, I guess can stay. There's no reason I have to destroy them. I'll just empty them. Now you can go here and there and connect you with an underground. Perfect length. Look at that. And so the problem is that the train is currently being filled with pure water, I'm sure, wherever it is. And I don't want that to be happening. Wrong train. There you are. Trains with the stop. Okay. So yeah, you're on your way, but I did reverse the pumps, so you're not going to pump the pure water in. Good. Okay. There is no circuit condition here anymore, so I'm going to just take that off, and I'll say this is just wait until full cargo now. And there's no circuit condition here, that makes no sense. You're just wait until empty cargo. I keep losing this station. Where is it? There you are. So now up here, I'm going to start breaking these pipes. Actually, I might not want to break some of those. Let's just break these pipes, because I believe that gets used, yes. I'll flip these around so that I can start emptying these tanks. I would rather not void these tanks if possible. I'm not even sure if I can void these tanks without walking up in person and just picking them up. But, like, do I just void all this pure water? It's a lot of wasted effort. Well, now you're disconnected from the rest of the system, so I'm actually perfectly fine with doing that now. So I'll just keep voiding that. It'll empty by itself eventually. Where am I? I'm literally standing next to it. Hold on. There. Okay, much better. And then just go away. Now I can connect you guys. Yeah, there we go. Going to rename you to just sulfuric wastewater. Don't need the pure water, and your name was wrong anyway. So sulfuric wastewater unloading. And I'll just copy that. And you get to be kinda yellowy now. Yeah. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, that's fine to me. I don't know if you have a train stacker. Do you have a train stacker? You don't. So you should definitely be on train limit 1. I can rip all this up now. And that can go away. Yeah, just making sure the conditions make sense and are sane. And I think I will upgrade these pumps just for peace of mind. I would like them to be better. Even if that means having to wait just a little bit. You know what? These are the last pumps in this whole base that probably need to be upgraded because there's so many tanks on the other side, but yeah, that's 1800 fluid speed, and we're only producing like what, 900? So that's a pretty good speed, I think. I'll hold on to these upgraded pumps, and if we do need them, I can always add them later. Let me make sure this place, I never changed your name, so you get to be loading now. And I believe it was like 150, 125. Looks good to me. And I doubt I changed the stations in the train schedule. Oh, it automatically updates. That's nice. Okay. Okay, how many things are we missing now? Well, the number of chain rail signals has gone down to 13, so I guess we've made some iron plates at least. Still need all 9 of the warehouses. That's just impressive, honestly. We're missing a tank somewhere, so I guess I can provide a tank. Oh, that's going to be for the pure water that I did in the other area just a minute ago. That makes sense. So, the ore is flowing. Very nice to see. You are not flowing, which is not as nice to see. That's because you're full of fluoric wastewater. Why are you full of fluoric wastewater? You really shouldn't be. I never set read train contents. That's the problem. That'll help a lot. Okay. Next on the agenda, I guess, is going to be leaching acid, because I would like to get ore leaching set up. Do I have a station? I don't have a station for you yet. Okay. I'm trying to think how I want to do that, because I don't like how vertical we're getting. Let me see something. Let me grab rails. Let me just go to T intersections. So I have something here. I don't even remember what this was meant to be, but let's add a T there. Not that direction. Let's add a T here. That way it can still continue growing taller if I would like to. But that way I can start running a straight this way. And I can connect up these edges so that we aren't sending all the trains down and around this whole ordeal if they just want to go from here to here. And of course, let's see, let's say like that. Maybe I do want to allow us to go taller if I want. And then I will build a train station here so I can put the acids on it. There we are. And then, again, I don't have a blueprint for a fluid loading station, but fluid loading stations are so easy, I just don't really need a blueprint for them. I can just kind of pop them down, and we're good. That said, I will change the name here. I already have sulfuric acid, so I just need the other acids. So this is... Trying to remember. Let me just look up acid. I know there's several, but that should at least get me in the right ballpark. Okay, I remember nitric. And we might need hydrofluoric. Okay, I'll just have to look up what acids I need. So... Oh, just looking up leaching isn't going to do it, huh? Then how about I look up Saphirite, and I just look up you. Crystals, okay. Let's look up crystals instead, that makes it easier. So you are sulfuric, you're hydrofluoric, hydrochloric, and nitric. Okay, so hydrochloric and hydrofluoric. So the same as your outputs, I just needed to remember these specific names. So, hydrofluoric acid, hydrochloric acid, and then nitric acid. Okay, nitric acid. There you are. And then these are going to be leaching acid loading. Actually, I believe I already have... Yes, so I don't have to go hunting for new colors. Because colors are something I do kind of care about, but they are a bit finicky. So let's do that, and then just change your name to load. Let's go loading. Lots of things have been loading recently, so I'll keep the trend. And these are loading, so... Oh no, that's correct. Okay. I don't want all the pipes to be connected, but since I have no radar coverage up that way, I can't actually go and do anything about it, but I guess that's fine. It'll get done in due time. It's not even like I even produce those acids other than nitric acid yet. In fact, how do I produce hydrochloric acid? Here's hydrofluoric acid, which I do need. Hydrochloric acid is... I think I already make hydrochloric acid somewhere, actually. Let me go double check that. Because I know I already make nitric acid. Yeah, here's hydrochloric acid, and here's nitric acid. So I suppose I'll just make one more tank. 1, 2, 3. And you will be hydrofluoric acid. I guess the best way to... Yeah, the best place to do that is going to be up here somewhere where the items are. But it's going to have another item output. Hydrofluoric. It has another item output. And... Yeah. Yeah, I'll just do it up here. Whatever. So it takes sulfuric acid and the fluorite, and it gives me the liquid I want and another solid byproduct. To be clear, this stuff is only used in this recipe. So it's not like I need to worry about carting this around anywhere else. If I expand the hydro plants out horizontally this way and just route all of their solid products into this warehouse, or into this silo, then I can just have a single melter here that takes them all and turns them into the acid, and that's cool with me. I even have to have sulfuric acid up here somewhere. Yeah, it runs right over that way. So it's not even going to be hard to get the acid in here. So let's say I just pop you down, like, right here. You're going to be hydrofluoric. This might be the wrong building. Maybe I didn't look at the recipe careful enough. I just assumed chemical plant. Liquefier. I even said something about a liquefier, I think. Oh well, I have another chemical plant at least. And you can do it, handcrafting, come on. I guess while I wait, I will take a drink. There we are. So, same deal. I will just put you here. Acid gas from lime filter. Okay, I remember that. I've looked at that several times now. Okay. You in. Sulfuric acid just has to come from over this direction somewhere. I do not want you to not max length just because of some tree. There we are. And in you go. Okay, so that's going to give me the sulfuric acid. We probably need to increase production of sulfuric acid, but at any rate, here's the calcium sulfate, which is itself only used in one recipe. You combine calcium sulfate and purified water, and you get lime and sulfur dioxide. I'm not incredibly sure if I want to be producing a bunch of lime up here. I did this just like 10 minutes ago, but lime's only used in glass and cement, really. There's this white liqueur, but that's still a good ways away. Don't have the science, and I'm not even close to having the science. I could switch to cement too. That would certainly take the load off my silicon processing. That's a good idea. Yeah, I get 4 times the cement per silicon, and all it costs is alumina, and I'm honestly backing up on aluminum anyway, so that's a double good deal. Of course, that's for cement, and we're literally backed up on cement. But I can also use one of these recipes for glass, I guess? Never mind, I don't even have them researched. Okay. Let me see what I'm using for glass over here. Like, am I bringing lime up to make the glass, is what I was trying to say. I just have to actually find glass. I think it's this belt. Yeah, I'm using glass 1. Interesting. I can mix in some lead to make glass. And lead oxide. What can I do with lead oxide? Lead oxide and okay, that's getting a bit too much. I'm gonna make glass mixture. I can make glass mixture with 2 silicon powder, or I can use 2 silicon powder and 1 lime. Granted, I'm backed up on glass anyway, so none of this is very helpful. So I suspect I will be using the time-honored tradition. I'm going to move this up here. I expect I will be using the time-honored tradition of throw it in a box. And let's move this up here. Make room for another one of these. There we are. But it does at least give me the hydrofluoric acid, which is what I was after. And I'm stuck. And there we are. Where does this need to go? Okay, pretty much straight down from where I am. Yep, right there. And just start bringing it down. Yeah, there we are. And whatever, that's good enough. Hubs and angels, I don't know, throw it in a box. Yeah, that's... I mean... yeah. That's just what it is, man. At least that's given me the acid that I need. It's going to build up. I do need more sulfuric acid. I'm definitely not producing enough of that. Like, yeah, my tank is completely empty. These guys are waiting on sulfur dioxide, which I could get from the recipe of this guy making lime. Let me give one more look. I know I've done this like 8 times now. Let me give one more look at what you can do with this. Because I feel like there's gotta be something I can do to void the excess lime, but I'm really not seeing it. You know, out of curiosity... no. Okay, never mind. I was like, I know that the cement can be made into a liquid. Can I then void the liquid? But then that would mean voiding the silicon and aluminum along with it. Or, in this case, just voiding silicon along with it. And that is not worth. Yeah. Not worth at all. So just... I do kind of want to reclaim my sulfur dioxide from it, though. So I think I will run this process with the purified water, and then the lime I will put in yet another box. So let's clear all this out. Just give myself some room. Move all this up. And what machine are you made in? You are another liquefier. So let's go with another liquefier. There you are. This one takes purified water, which is literally right here. So I'll do something like... I'm not really sure how I want to do this, honestly. Let's say something like this. Light on output side. And what even is the recipe? There you are. So you come up this way. And now I have to make some ugly underground thing like that. But actually I have to do that. There we are. Actually, can't have my lamp there, which is a shame. But all the same, the idea is now I just run this back to wherever I'm producing sulfuric acid, which is around here somewhere. I just can't ever quite remember exactly where. Okay. So here is sulfuric acid, and here's sulfur dioxide. There we are. Okay. let's just run the sulfur dioxide up about this far. Always remember to connect the corners. And where am I going? Up there. Okay. Okay. Always got to keep an eye on the goal. Speaking of which, probably need to turn right about here. Can I turn again? How high is this? That'll work just fine. Okay, I believe that's all connected. Yes. Goes through the tank, we're all cool. What I'm not seeing, interestingly enough, is... Okay, there we are, never mind. I'm just blind. Okay, so that's going to bring in a little more sulfur dioxide gas, or at least reclaim some of what we're spending to get there in the first place. And then we need yet another one of these that I can fill with lime. And to be perfectly honest with you, 50 steel, 100... Yeah. It does look like it's a little more efficient to use these. I'm just gonna make, like, a couple of these. I think we might have a lot of lime at a certain point. So I'm just planning for a lot. And there we go. I don't anticipate that lime ever getting used. It's just gonna go away forever. And I'll probably just blow up the boxes when they get full. Okay. I believe that's all the byproducts and all the acids sorted. I'm certain I don't make enough nitric, hydrochloric, or hydrofluoric acid, but the only way I can find out is to try. On the other hand, sulfuric acid is just not enough. What can I do about it? I have plenty of sulfur. I can make plenty more sulfur dioxide. I just have to find out where it is. Okay, here's the sulfur dioxide. You're already liquefier 3s. You're waiting on oxygen. That would make sense. Yeah, you're a chemical plant 1. I can upgrade you twice. Let's go down here, though I'm pretty sure there's already a chem plant 3 in the system, so it'll probably already be upgraded by the time I get down there. But if not, then I'll handle it myself. Overshot just a little bit. Let's see. Is anyone coming to take care of this? Yes. I can see you green highlighted over on the right. There we are. So you can handle 137 compressed air, which is more than these make. But if I upgrade them, and I think I have tier 3s. No, I don't. Okay, never mind. I lied. I'll just pick you up and make a tier 3 then. Assuming I can find them. There you are. What is that? Brass pipe? Let's make some brass pipe. Okay, there we are. Oh, silicon nitride for ceramic pipe. That's a new one. Anyway, where was I? Put you down. And then copy you. Put you down. There. That way I don't have to set the recipe when I'm done with you. Whoops. There. Aw, okay. The bots stole the air filter too, I guess. I guess I'm just making making a new one. Oh, it was put down right there. Never mind. I'm just blind. Well, you know what? I guess I'll upgrade that one too. So now we're making 150. Yeah, okay. That's better. I'm consuming 180 here alone though, which is 3 of these. Do I make oxygen any other way? Those are things that consume it. It doesn't really look like it. I could make very little with an electrolyzer. I don't really see any other interesting ways. Yeah, 50 every 2 seconds. Yeah, 50 every 2 seconds definitely seems like the best recipe here. Pretty straightforward, pretty cheap. Yeah, so if we already have another one of these air filters, might as well put it down. Let me see, where can I get you? I can get you right there. Okay, so now we have 225 compressed air a second. So that's not quite 2 of these, but it's close enough to 2 of them. These spaghetti pipes hurt to look at. There we are. That does all technically connect. There we go. Gonna run, be back later. Yeah, see you later, Clarid. Have a good one. Okay, is this actually gonna get placed, or is that missing? No, that is missing. So let's get a Chem Plant 3 in there. Oh, that's gonna be a minute, though. So even then, that's only 140-ish. These by themselves can consume 180. So even then, I'm kind of only scratching the surface. So this all is really in my way right now. But rather than moving it, I think I'll just continue this way, but that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I need an open spot. Even if it's just like over here, then I'll just have to come over here. So I can do that. So I'm making 225, which is... Okay, so you still don't get full uptime even with 225. Even though you seem to be experiencing full uptime. Because you should be taking in over 270. Which is a lot more than what these guys can create. Okay, there we go. I saw a flash of red. Yeah, don't know what all that was about. Somehow you were like buffering compressed air or something in you. Anyway, you would need a 4th air filter to run at full uptime. So even then you're not quite running at 140. So maybe I'll just really commit, make a whole bunch of this. Because we do need sulfuric acid. Like, it's not as if this is a temporary or small need. Like, we need sulfuric acid. So maybe it would even be worth, like, coming up here and making. The only downside is I would have to get the sulfur up there, which would be quite a trek. I could take the middle ground and just put it, like, right here, though. In fact, I don't see any reason not to do that. So let's just do it. I'll have the air pumps pointing down, and that way they can feed into chem plants right in here. I don't know what the ratio is going to work out to be. I'm just going to make some, and then as I need more, I will make more. Where'd they go? There you are. It's not worth to tear out what I already have, I just need more. So, 4 to 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's make one more at the edge over here. I don't want to get too crowded in this space. And then chem plant 3. Let's just grab one. So 4 to 2, so just kind of 2 to 1 then. I don't really like that spacing. That's not very nice. Let's just put it in the middle here because we have to get a belt in here, which is my main concern right now. So each of these can have a belt input through the middle there. All of you can just connect. And then this is making wherever the recipe is. Not sulfur synthesis. The opposite of that. Hold on. It's literally here. Sulfur dioxide. Why doesn't it show up? Is it not a chemical plant? Oh, that's because I'm not making that. I'm making air separation. Never mind. These are for air separation. I don't need item inputs. I'm getting my steps mixed up. Let's bring that all in. And since I don't need item inputs, I can literally just shove you guys, like, right here. I'll leave a space for a power pole. And we'll bring everything 1 square over. That way it's not as bad to put a power pole over here. I could bring everything an extra square to the left, but then it kind of hangs off and is weird, so didn't really want to do that. Going to do this so I can get evenly spaced power poles. Where am I gonna get power from? I guess big power pole down here is a good enough spot. There you are. And I still need to route in all of these. And I guess I should actually set the recipes also. Yeah, there you are. So nitrogen, I guess, can be the double, with oxygen being the short. And then I just gotta get it free. So oxygen is used somewhere in here, I think, maybe? Yeah, here's oxygen. Where was I? Okay. Oh, tree in the way. Of course it is. There we go. Connect you together. And then nitrogen is gotta be right down here because there's all my nitrogen processing stuff. Believe it or not, it doesn't really look like there's just pure nitrogen up here. That's, kinda surprising. Do I do anything with nitrogen? Nitrogen comes over to this guy, but other than that, no. That's as high as it goes, so I will have to just try to run nitrogen up, which is kind of a doozy, actually. It's pretty tightly wound in here. Yeah, that's definitely easier said than done. Let's see where this gets me. Perfect. Okay. Oh, but I can't do anything. Okay. I could underground the belt there and everything, but that's not really worth it, I don't think. Okay. I can move one there. Let's move two. And then that should allow me to pass most of this stuff unfazed. And that's nearly it already. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I did cut a couple corners that I gotta come hunt down, but other than that, yeah, that'll work. That'll work just fine. Wonder how fast the flare stacks work. Am I going to outpace the flare stack voiding the nitrogen? It can do 200 a second. Honestly, I probably am going to produce more than that. Yes. I actually am going to produce more than that. Okay. Wherever I'm voiding it at, that just means... yeah, overflow valve. Let's just handle voiding up here as well. There we are. And I'm purposely leaving it at an angle like this so that if I need more flare stacks, I can just continue them in a line down that way. Of course, I don't have any of these machines, so I guess I should actually start crafting some of them. Go ahead and craft some of the tier 2s, I guess. Just makes it easier to upgrade them when I'm done. And while that sits and handcrafts, let me just review how everything else is going. So this isn't going to be doing anything because there's no trains coming. What if I just... yeah, I don't want to divert main base resources down here just to test when I have these tests running just fine. That just doesn't seem like a good idea. You are backed up. What are you backed up on? Ah, because these haven't been built. Makes sense. And yeah, you're turned off because you're not below average. So yeah, that's working as intended. That is good to see, actually. But none of you have been built. That's shocking. How am I still not able to build those? Like, is this just built wrong? No. Like, there just really is not any steel coming up. Granted, it is mostly getting eaten by the solar panels and the miners, but wow, that's just really surprising. Yeah, with 700 solar panels left to go and over 150 of the miners left to go, I guess I'm not expecting any surplus steel for quite a while. I'm handcrafting buildings, and I'm making sure they're not in here somewhere. But I guess I'm not done with the first 5 air filters yet, so not a shock. There's one. I guess I'll keep it in my inventory. I can have the personals build most, if not all, of this up here. So I might as well go chill up here in the construction site. Yeah, I can just go right here. And then as they come in, aside from these last 3, I'm pretty sure. But I can just sit here and they will get made. I just realized there's a tree between these. That's incredibly frustrating. There. Pick up the tree. 1 less space. Okay, now as I was saying, how is all this stuff going? Wow, still missing warehouses. And more down here. How many warehouses is that? Still says 9. 9 can't be correct. Yeah, it's definitely more than 9. How many warehouses can I just handcraft? 4? That would be all my steel. No, actually that's only half my steel. I guess I'd run out of bricks first. So, yeah, why not? I'll throw some warehouses on the end there. And if I set my max to 4 as well as my request to 4, then once I craft those, the Logibot should carry them away, and then they can go get placed somewhere. Not exactly an ideal solution, but it will get it done. I guess while I sit here, I will take a drink. So I've looked at ore sorting a couple times now. I do want to check on... Let me look at the fluid trains. See how they're doing. So you are wastewater loading. So that's working as intended. Not that these are running or anything, but it does look like this is doing a good job of keeping this clear at least. So actually, I think this is the one that's backed up on aluminum now that I think about it. You are leaching acid, but that train doesn't even exist, so that's fine. And then geode processing. Sulfuric acid, yep, that's all cool. We got tanks full of sulfuric acid over here, actually, very nice to see. Wonder how much you take. So that's almost 70 sulfuric acid a second if these were running at full uptime, which they wouldn't, but good just to know about how much to expect from this process alone, because the leaching process takes quite a bit of sulfuric acid because we have 3 different ores that will need sulfuric acid. Speaking of which, how are those buildings processed? Or rather, what is their recipe? Concrete brick, aluminum plate, brass pipe, advanced circuit. I might go, yeah. I might go ahead and try and finagle some sort of little side bus thing to handle that. The concrete bricks, let's see. Here's concrete bricks right here. So if I were to just put you on a belt and start sending you up, I could get you up. If I weaved you with the liquid resin pipe, it wouldn't be difficult to get you up. Tin would make that really difficult, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that would be tough. I would have to probably bring you in around here. Maybe here? I think here is good. And then that does give me relatively good... like, a relatively good shot at the mall. I might even go ahead and just start running those belts. Like, right here. So the bricks are here. Inserter. Unload. Get you going this way. Over. Underground. Over this way. And underground. There we are. And then just kind of underground every time there's a problem. Now, this part is the trickiest part. I think I'm going to aim for this area right here. And that's actually working beautifully. Okay, this will be a problem. But what if I just do like that? Like, it's not awesome, but it works. I'm not happy with it, but it gets the job done. Yeah, it's getting a little harder. Every time we have to add a new random resource to this place, it gets just a little trickier to wind it in. But we do get there in the end. All we gotta do is actually connect these. There we are. And apparently, yeah, there go the first of the bricks on the belt already. So they're on their way up. Let's not accidentally mix belts or anything. That would be unfortunate. Let's go ahead and say that you come over this way. That way I have room to say that you can come this way. And if I need solder up here for whatever reason, then there's solder up here. I really don't think I ever will. In fact, I think I'll stop right there. But I have the option to bring them up if I should ever so choose. Of course, I don't remember at all what the ingredients were anymore. So let's find out. You are aluminum, brass, advanced circuits. Do I bring any of those up? Okay. Something needed this. I don't even know which metal this is. You are bronze. And the leaching plants need brass and aluminum, so literally neither. Okay. I think I'm going to cut you right here until I figure out where those metals are going to come from. Because I don't know if I'm going to wind up over here or over here. There's a good chance it'll be over here. Bronze is going to be difficult to get up here, and aluminum I don't think is even used in anything, so that's an extra little challenge. Red circuits too. Ugh. And I mean, to say nothing of red circuits, like, gotta get red circuits over there, so maybe it would have been better to run the bricks over here instead. Like, let's not pretend it's too late. What if I were to do something like this? There is a lot of stuff in the way right here. I could do something like that. Where are the bricks? Okay. Let's bring all of this stuff back. And bring it over that direction. Let me make sure I'm breaking the right belts. I don't want to accidentally break, like, blue science or something. Okay. Like, right around in here. What if I just bring you along, almost as like, as if you're another item on the belt right here. In fact, is this not one of the metals I need? This is brass. I literally don't even run brass anywhere. Okay, well, I guess we're running this way. And whatever you are, you can come too. I literally don't even have bus room for you, but fortunately, you are useless. You're nickel and you're not used in anything, so you get to just stay there. I'm literally gonna run into solar panels. Well, that's not very cool. Well, you know what? I don't need to go further than that. I should be able to turn right here. Let's see. I don't remember which one's brick, but I need to go right here. Unfortunately, I also need bronze and brass to come up here as well. Can't pretend like they don't exist. So I might bring them up as a mixed belt. Bricks are already on only half the belt, so I could make bricks a mixed belt of something. I'm just not sure of what. But at any rate, there's 2 belts heading up. So I certainly don't need this top one, so before it gets here, let me overwrite this with a underground so I don't have to worry about picking you up. This one's brass. I'll just split you here. Underground. And that allows me to split bricks here. So I can bring bricks up there and you up there. Is this one bronze? It's so hard to tell. I can't really tell the, Okay, that is bronze. I needed aluminum. Okay, this one's aluminum. Okay. In that case, I can underground here. Which side of the belt? So you're on the inside. That's a little unfortunate. Makes this a lot more difficult than it needs to be, but it can be done. So, you come up here, you come over, and in you go. And now there's a mixed belt of aluminum and brass headed up, And we have our bricks still. Okay. That's, worked surprisingly well. I'm going to do this horrible little bend so we can avoid the, crafting machine there. Okay. And I'm going to run you up and past and over. And then I'll set up somewhere around in here. Maybe I'll do you on top. So this one's going to make, I think it was brass pipes. So brass pipes, and then you make the leaching plant. And yes, you need brass pipes. Go ahead and throw brass pipes in a box as well. So let's grab a little red box. And logistics limit you so that I don't make like 100,000 of them. Let's just say like 300 or something. Sure. Works for me. You get to be a long grab. That's going to be bricks, aluminum, brass pipe. All you need are the red circuits. And that can just come up this way and feed in from the side. And then into a box you go. And how many leaching plants do we want to keep? We actually need quite a few. Like, we need a lot. So I'll keep like 60. Okay, each. Once I'm done, I'm never gonna remember to turn this off. So I'll say 30. 30 is enough to make like one full stamp, like one full ore area. So even though I'm gonna forget to turn this off, almost certainly, that's only going to overproduce by one ore area. Which isn't bad. Like, I'll take that. That's perfectly fine. I need to finish making these buildings. I kind of forgot about that task. Let's go ahead and stand over here. That's outside logistics, and that way the bots don't get too sad. What else do I need? Anything else reasonable? No, that's pretty much it. Okay, I'll just stand here and let those get placed. Back over here, wherever I was. I don't remember where I was. There we are. Okay, that's already got them started. That's nice to see. And I guess I can go ahead and start requesting the brass pipes. I don't think they're used in very much. I may not even bother requesting them. They are used in chemical plant 3s and liquefiers, and yeah, I do make those. They're used in flotation cell 2s, which I might make. They're used in assembling machine 3s, actually. So maybe I will keep these on me. They do seem useful. These are not producing because I never hooked up the oxygen output. Makes sense. Oh, I was just off by one. Never mind. I tried to hook up, I just missed. I guess there were trees in the way. Yeah, there we go. So, 200 a second that you can void. And then there's another one, so a total of 400. Yeah, So we're good there. Because there's... Well, actually, there's the other machines producing as well. So maybe just out of caution, I will put one more, especially if I wind up upgrading these or adding more or something. That way I just have more. Seems reasonable. Anyway, I have the leaching plants being produced. I might as well go see how they fit into my designs. So, grabbing a leaching plant. Let's see, here's your output right there. I don't actually bring sulfuric acid down here yet, so I'll worry about that later. But I do need 30 of these. Let's start at the top at the same level as these. And say, roughly here. So I want these to be Saphirite. And yeah, so all you take in is that, and you put out that. So this one is relatively simple, all things considered. There's no, like, super specific byproducts or anything. You kind of just make it and it goes. Might as well copy the recipes down, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, one more. There we are. And yeah, that mostly lines up. So then, let me get rid of all these trees. They're just in the way. Can't see anything. Oh, the bots are probably going to take a minute there. Let me go ahead and clear any trees in the way on any of these others. Oh yeah, there's lots of stuff in the way over here. Including these cliffs, which really should go. Just trying to be careful, making sure I don't accidentally destroy any, like, hidden pipe or anything along with them. Like, if I did that, that would be unfortunate. Oh, not the lamp. Yeah, let's just carve out these whole chunks here. That way it's all nice and clear for when I come in and start doing the construction later on. There we are. Okay. That's taken a little longer to clear out than I would have thought it would, but all the same, we got there in the end. So these are 1-to-1, so I shouldn't need to do any complicated thinking here whatsoever. It's just however many I have over here is however many I need over here. And I guess I'll be a little nicer with the inserter distributions. There we are. It just makes placing the power poles a little nicer. Yeah, I really wish that would reach. In that case, what if I do the top of each machine? Okay, or the second square of each machine, I guess. Yeah, that works. That works just fine. And then you just copy the whole thing. Horizontal flip. And there's the first 12. I don't need the extra power poles. I don't think, anyway. I think I think these power poles power these buildings. Yeah, they do. Okay. Just had to check. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows of these. This roboport's in the way, unfortunately. That's real unfortunate. Let's move you, like... I gotta make sure the power poles connect, so you're gonna have to go down to, like, right here. I don't even know if that's going to provide you power anymore, but you do have this at least, so... won't be that big of a deal, but the ones up above are probably going to suffer a little more for that. Okay. There's 4, and then I need a 5th one. So we'll copy just the end there. And there you are. All looks good. Okay. So this can now be kind of ripped out. This can come forward. And... well, we don't need the last glitter. That makes no sense. And there we are. We do, of course, still need power. I don't think that's going to connect, but I can probably do something like that, but that's kind of ugly. Eh. Could connect down. That's not too bad, actually. That's fine. It'll require all the rest of them to get placed first, but that's perfectly alright. I am an idiot. I didn't put any outputs. Believe it or not, outputs are an important part of the system. So let's take all that out and all this out. So it is only 0.75, so a long inserter should be more than enough to support that. Don't see any reason it would have trouble. There we are. Yeah, that's fine. I guess I'll deal with it when I get there. So now, in order to flip you, I'll actually have to do a little bit of weirdness with the inserters. Not that big of a deal, but we will have to do it, and it also means the power poles won't reach anymore. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. At least I don't think so. Yeah, that wouldn't reach anymore. Okay. Anyway, this will now be a close output, as will all the other outputs. And the pickups will be long. There we go. That should be everyone. Okay. I do now still need to get power from somewhere. And I think I'll just... aw, that's just not good. I just don't like it. Maybe when I continue this way, I'll get a better opportunity to gain power off this guy. Let's just hope for that. So copy this whole thing. Bring it over. Bring the belts. You will underground. Split. And you'll go this way. And merge there. Okay. So that's 4, and then I need the 5th lane one more time. So let's try this one more time. So you come in, turn up. You come down, turn out. And there's my output. Okay. There we are. Of course, I still need to get the sulfuric acid linked in, but that's not too terrible considering all the rest of this process. Yeah, just bring you up to there. I can just underground all these connections, you know, more or less. And then I'll worry about actually getting the sulfuric acid in here afterward. You, meanwhile, can come down here and get power from there, so I do still need to power this stack. But I can do this, I guess. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Not great, but it's fine. I'm not gonna fuss too much more than that over power poles on the design. I do like neat power poles, but at a certain point you just gotta call it, you know? So that's gonna be going that way. Once this is all built, we'll have the chunks go in here and get sorted, which will give us new outputs. So I guess I should go ahead and see what those are going to be. Oh, I need the next tier of ore sorting facilities. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get those upgraded then. I guess I can look at you in the meantime. Sorting, there you are. So, you're going to give me titanium in addition. Okay. So that does mean a new station. Trains. Oh, that's actually trains now. Rails. And of course, this is the singular dark area. Okay. Let's grab that. Get you roboports and power in. You know what? Honestly, might as well do that here too. And can I figure out how to do it here? No. Doesn't really look like it, but I could probably put the stacker blueprint in. And then using that as a baseline, figure out where it's meant to go? Nah, it doesn't really look like it. Just don't have coverage. Okay, that's fine. Well, at least we're finally getting some of the warehouses put in. That's a relief to see. I don't really know why, I don't know what's changed, but at least some of them made it. Yeah, this is definitely working full uptime, it looks like. I wonder if I have another one. I do, okay. Let's go ahead and put up a third one, just in case. And how is sulfuric acid doing? Okay, sulfuric acid is building up now, which is good because our main use of it hasn't even started yet. So the fact we were not even meeting demand at that point was concerning. Because once these go up, this is going to take roughly 120 per second. And I have 2 more of these to build, so that's a lot of sulfuric acid. That said, let's keep it going. So I should probably go pick up these ore sorting 2s so that I can upgrade them. I could just make ore sorting 3s. And maybe that's not a bad idea. Let me see if I have ore sorting 2s in the system for whatever reason. I do. On the way 6. Okay, perfect. Would be cool to know where they were or when they're coming, but, you know, good to know that they're there. Let's see. Solder is not looking so cool. Just while I'm here, does seem to be lead. Lead just doesn't have much ore. And that's because we're backed up on aluminum. Okay. I think there's a thing or two I can do with alumina specifically. Let me see if there's anything... I can make polishing compound. Yeah, not really anything that jumps out at me as interesting. Other than those 2 on the end, which I don't have the science for. Yeah, not really. Okay, did I get those? I did. So, upgrade all that I can, and then wait for the brass and aluminum to be able to upgrade the last 2. Oh, that's a lot of gears. That's a lot of gears to handcraft. Okay. Once again, this completely broken. I can only assume it's doing it in a place where you don't have radar coverage. It just completely breaks. At least I do have the little roboport, like, spine going for power and such. That seems to be unbroken. Yeah, this is my steel loading station. If this could get finished, I'd be very happy. That said, I haven't actually produced any. And I don't know why. I think the trains would have run by now. Yeah, I have quite a lot of iron ingots, which means trains have been coming down here. Do I have any steel ingots? No. So... let me up the priority on iron ore up here. I just think that one's a little more important. Waiting, okay. I guess that's because I am backed up on aluminum up here, and then this one is still kind of under construction. Oh, it's not backed up on aluminum anymore? I thought it was. I guess it's just zinc. Yeah, if I could get the zinc warehouses in place, then we would be producing again. It, Can I make some warehouses again? I can. And I have the steel for it. I don't see why not. I'll just go for it. That's what we need right now. Oh yeah, I should throw these in, and then upgrade the next two. There we are. Well, it's behind the warehouses now, so it'll be a minute, but I guess we have 48 gears to craft first, so it's not like it would be fast anyway. I would like to pick up these alien artifacts, if possible. Yeah. Just do like that, that's fine. We'll get to it eventually. Now, let's see what I can do about some of these other ore types. So, when they get sorted, the two that primarily give me iron are the Givelite and Saphirite. So I do want to focus on those because iron is what I need the most of right now, and if anything, copper is kind of a byproduct that's a liability. If I fill up too much on copper, the entire factory stops. Which does kind of lead me to think that maybe I should be looking into the catalyst recipes as well. So the mineral catalyst and the crystal catalyst. So that's certainly not something I want. Okay. So looking at these, I could make silicon out of rubite and Bemoaning. Silicon is useful. I could make nickel if I ever wanted to do that for some reason. I could make aluminum, which I'm backed up on. Same with zinc. Silver is not very useful, and this is literally a waste product I've been having trouble getting rid of, I think. So, the hybrid catalyst, what are you used in? Doesn't matter, don't have the science for you. Okay, so the crystal catalyst that I have been making seems like it's largely useless, which I kind of figured might be the case. The only thing I might ever use it for is silicon. The mineral catalyst, however... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. The mineral catalyst, which is made from mineral sludge, which you can get from... where are the recipes? There we are. So, thermal water can be made into mineral sludge. I can also take crystal slurry and mineralized water to make mineral sludge. So either one of those would be good. And with the mineral sludge, you can either try and go for raw ores up here, or you can go for the mineral catalyst, which allows you to specifically get iron, copper, lead, or tin ores. That seems a lot more reasonable and a lot more useful. So to get iron, you need crushed saphirite and crushed Givelite. And I think that's probably a fair deal. The only thing that I want to get the advanced processes for are the advanced ores, and you don't need a lot of the advanced ores. So I will probably, now that this process is going to be backed up on the crystal catalyst, I will probably set up a single machine here that does the recipe to turn you into mineral slurry. I believe that's the same spacing. 1, 2, 3. Yes. So I'll probably do a single recipe that turns the crystal... Literally just looked at that recipe. Hold on. It's done in a filtration unit. I have the research. Crystal slurry, mineralized water. In a filtration unit. This is a crystallizer, that's why. Okay. This is a filtration unit. Yeah, okay. So right now, you're actually backed up on sulfuric wastewater, which I'll have to deal with in just a second. But right now you're making crystal seedling. I would like to have a second process. Let me just put you like way over here in case I need more of those guys over on the side. Can't imagine needing more than that. And in fact, I'm going to just copy this and put you over here. I will of course change your recipe to be the recipe that I'm after, which is the ceramic one. There we are. I'll probably get rid of these pipes here, because the connections are a little confusing. But I will do this. Make sure the inputs are connected at least. And then the outputs are connected. All good. Okay. So I will run the pure water. There we are. The crystal sludge, whatever you are, crystal slurry, that comes in, so those both get that. But now you do need mineral water. Mineral water I don't think is over here, at least not very close. Yeah, not very close. Let me see where the closest mineral water I can get is. So mineral water is here. Okay, that's not too bad. If I break you here and add a pipe in the middle, then I can start just running you to the left. And how far do I need to go? Not much further. And then once I get to here, I can just turn up. That works almost perfectly. Yeah, like it was planned. Okay, so those, their inputs are all connected. We're all cool. I do still need the filters, of course, and I need to make the machines that will begin making the mineral sludge. And I'll have to run the sulfuric wastewater out, which can just connect there. You are also, yes, you are also sulfuric wastewater, I just had to make sure. I'm going to have another tank, maybe not there. I'll put you like here. Sorry, bot with the light, I literally just saw you. There we are. And that way I have somewhere to buffer this, mineral sludge. I keep forgetting the name. It's like the simplest name of all time, but I just don't remember. Okay, these pipes are unhappy now. Yes, they need a pump. So let's get a pump. And a little bit of power. There you are. You also need power. So let's do this. Maybe I'll just bring a big pole over. That seems the simpler, more obvious solution. I do have to get ceramic filters into you, which I think I'll only be able to do in person. I also need alumina. Yeah. So let me go grab some alumina. I need like one. I'm pretty sure anyway. Yeah. Okay, the recipe is only for one. Maybe I'll grab a little more than that. There we go. That gives me 10 filters at least. And then I can come over here and put the filters in. Or somewhere in this area. I'm also purposely not starting research again. I'm hoping that I can get some amount of resources to pile up if I just forego research for the moment. Yes, okay, so this is balanced around having 10 total filters. That's kind of what I thought. Those can run now. We're going to fill up on sulfuric wastewater again. I kind of forgot about that. I'm worried that sulfur is backed up. No, this just got filled with the wrong fluid at some point. That's not something you ever like to see, but oh well. At least it was an easy fix now. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna make pretty short work of all that sulfuric wastewater. So, are these running? Spent ceramic? Why are you not going? Why are you not putting this in here? What am I missing? What? That should just work. Yep, I'm real confused. Ah, do I have too many filters, maybe? I can throw these in the system now. Let me start, like, picking up the spent filters. How many filters do I have total? Ah, okay. Somehow or another, I have 20 filters, I think. Okay, I think that's everything. Yes? Yes, so I actually have 20 filters, which is fine. It just means I need to double these, otherwise everything breaks. So 9 and 9. Now everything should work? No, still not. Okay. I guess it's just because they're filling up, and so they aren't trying to output. So I just have too many. Which means I actually need to reduce this again. Which means I should reduce you again. Okay, I don't know how I wound up with extra. This is the original build. Oh boy, maybe this will be an early night. Maybe this one won't be a 9-hour stream, because my brain might not be working on all cylinders right now. Might as well make crystallizer 2s, I guess. Those are crystallizers and not what I need. See, like I just said. I will make a thermal water extractor, why not? But I do want filtration unit 2s. Maybe I should have queued the filtration units first. I'm making a thermal water extractor because I noticed you could also make mineral sludge out of thermal water, and that saves me from having to make it out of crystal slurry at all, which is actually quite nice. I mentioned this a little earlier in the night, but I did kind of assume that your ability to make these catalysts was tied to some amount of flotation. But if you don't need flotation, you can make it from thermal water or other sources, then suddenly the catalyst recipes become a lot more tempting. Oh, somehow I've not gotten the bottom inserters. So let's grab those. You don't have wire, but hopefully the conditions remain all the same. Yes, they do. Okay. Very cool, very cool. Okay. So that should start filling up with mineral sludge, and indeed it does. And then I guess I'll just go up a couple places. Let's say 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that hits this pipe. Okay, maybe I'll go a little higher then. Yeah, like right there. And, well, all we really do out of the mineral sludge is make the catalyst, so maybe there's no need to go that far out the field. Maybe I'll just put you, like, here. And so you can take in 100 a second. You can produce... Okay, so literally both of those only produce as much as this guy can consume. Good to know. That is a crystallizer too, but all the same. Now, while that's crafting, interesting. Thermal water. I mean, I guess I can't look for thermal water? Oh no, there's a thermal water. Okay, interesting. Okay, so there's washing plants, there's thermal water down there, there's thermal water over here, there's a little bit of thermal water dotted here and there. I just wanted to see if there was anything particularly interesting or any particularly good. That's a big thermal water, but I don't feel like going all the way out there. I might go after this one. It's substantially bigger than this one, so that feels nice. Would mean cleaning these biters out, but oh well. I have artillery now. Yeah, this is literally one source, whereas this is 3 sources. So it definitely makes more sense to go after this one if I'm going to be trying to make stuff. So I may even go ahead and just request the artillery cannons, just however many I made before, I don't remember. And artillery shells. There you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say 200, that's 10 stacks. And then I just have to clear a little bit of garbage out of my inventory. Yeah, I can drop, like, how many bronze plates I keep on me, for instance. Clay bricks, I don't need nearly that many. I don't need 150 miners on me. Honestly, I don't need any miners on me, just at all times. That seems a little silly. Yeah, that's a few too many pipes, I think. We can cut that down. I'll keep the iron pipes, honestly. Those are pretty helpful. Anything else? Anything else? That's way too much steel, I think. Let's say something like that's fine. Yeah. I won't worry about it too much more than that. That's plenty of room already. I will need to defend the artillery cannons after they fire, but that's not too big of a deal. Oh yeah, let's finish this up over here. And get you some input. Where does power come on you guys? I should. I'll break the pipe here, and then give you power so that you can finish your craft so I don't waste any. But I should definitely have lined you up. There we are. And then power down. And inserter and red chest. And I'll just make as many of those as I can. Yeah, the gems are up here doing gem stuff, and this can come down here and do catalyst stuff. And I'm perfectly happy to chew through however much this crystal slurry that happens to come in order to do that. How are the artillery shells? I believe that's all of them. One more stack, okay. One more stack on the way. These can go in there. And here's the last ones. Oh, nope, one more. One more, okay. Let's grab a personal train. Hop in. And let's go clear out some of these biters down here. I'm so much less reluctant to go clear biters now that I have artillery. It's just so much easier. Without artillery, it's such a hassle to come down here and clear them all out. Okay. We have a base directly to our south with some good cliffs, actually. If we're going to be polluting in this area, though, we probably want to take out just all these bases that we can see. We should also go ahead and start laying the rails. So let's grab the rail book. And where can we split? So if we want you here, then we probably want to split around here. I think there looks fine. Let's see. Here's a straight. Start laying the straight down. And then we'll have a station there. We don't need a stacker. A stacker might fit. I'll decide if I put a stacker there based entirely on whether or not a stacker would fit, I guess. Let's turn personal bots off for rail tasks. Let's not do that. I'm going to come straight down here to this little enclosed area with the cliffs and all, and set up shop. I will go ahead and turn personals on here so that we can start clearing out some of these trees. Just make it a little easier for me to get around. We are a little close, actually. That's a little close than I meant to get. I don't think I need to be quite that close if I'm going to be using artillery. So let's go ahead and save. Come up this way. And build ourselves just a little fortress. That's not quite what I wanted to do. And that's probably good enough. Just line everything with gun turret. Let's skip the corner. just because the corners always get munched on a lot faster than everything else. And then everything gets ammo. Artillery goes in. What's a good design for this? Somehow these corners have been made different. Oh well. Great. And there we go. Oh yeah. They are unhappy. They are just plain biters, just regular biters, which is a relief to see, honestly. Seeing all the special type biters is always enough to make me kind of panic. They're always scary. I don't like that they kind of just ran off. Oh, there they go. They remembered they're supposed to attack now. There we are. I think that was all of them. Hopefully we don't get a random straggler that like works himself up this way and goes and attacks the rails while I'm down here. That's always what I'm afraid of. Can I copy the contents? It would be cool if I could copy the ammo contents, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Oh well. What I will do is I'll go ahead and copy this, and then I'll go ahead and pick up the gun turret, and then while I'm doing that, I guess, I can have the bot deconstructing the walls. I did hit the gun turrets down here, so that's why I did them first. Didn't really want the bots doing the gun turrets, because then they have to fly around and gather up all the ammo. And they're a little slow at doing that. Not exactly... If the idea is to speed things up, that's not exactly how you get it done. I do want to come down here and get just those other couple nests, and these nests are a little larger and a little nastier, a little scarier. So probably right around in here is gonna be good enough. Let's just... Oh yeah, I can see him walking down there actually, so that's plenty close enough. Let's just pop things down like right here. I might be able to help you guys out just a little bit, speed things along. Okay, and all that's left now are walls, so let's go ahead and fill up on ammo, and then shells. I love the artillery, man. The artillery's so cool. Yep, there it goes. Oh, they outranged me. Personal's off because I'm losing bots. Yeah, I just lost 8 bots. Oh well. I can personally repair these because another wave of biters is about to come because we actually fired shells at a base I didn't think was within our range. And it's small biters! Look at that! They were small biters! I wish I'd been able to see the nest. I wasn't prepared for it. Yeah. Down to 12 construction bots, so the reconstruction effort's gonna be even slower than it was last time, I guess. Personal's back on. And I will even help with the walls this time, just because there's so many fewer bots. We're down to about half. And there we are. And there we are. Okay. So, I think we took out everything down this way, but we might not have gotten everything. If they were just small biters, I'm going to just run in and see. Like, I'm, believe it or not very intimidated by small biters. There might be like a worm or something left. Yep, just a worm. Okay. I mean, important to check. You go and plop down a blueprint over top of a worm, and things aren't going to go very well for you. And I guess if I'm already out here, and I'm just waiting for steel anyway, I might as well come and pop these biter nests that are just kind of over on the left here. No reason not to. So let's see. Okay, so there they are. I'll just position myself kind of on the inside of these cliffs here for a little bit of natural defense. Can I see... Unfortunately, I can't see the range of the artillery like this. That was completely inefficient. That was... I kept putting them away and then grabbing them back. Oh well. Ammo. There we are. And... it might have been a good idea to stick a couple snipers in the corners here, just so we don't get completely outranged by everything. They might die, but I'm not that worried about a sniper turret and like 13 ammo. I'm perfectly a-okay with that. Oh, weird. Guess it just took time for it to update. Oh yeah, let's go. So nice to see. This strat is neat. This strat called using artillery? Or how do you mean? Oh, I guess, okay, in fairness, maybe not everyone uses artillery the way that I do. I don't usually make, like, since expansion is off. If expansion was on, you would have to do things very different. But since expansion is off, you don't have to make big walls and guarded artillery and all to keep expansion parties out. You can just kind of crawl along and, you know, remove them. Yeah, exactly. A temporary assault nest. Or temporary assault next to a nest, yes. I can do words. That was maybe a little preemptive. Because there might be another attack wave coming, but... maybe not. Okay. Let me go... Let me manually go check. I didn't think that was enough biters for both of those nests, but I guess it was. Okay. They're toast. Guess they just weren't very large nests. So I'll let them repair those, and then I'll pick them up, and then we can just start back home. That should be all the exterminating we need to do for right now. Oh, they might not have repaired all the walls. I'll have to check my inventory when we're done. And come on, let's go. One more. There we go. Anything in here? It doesn't really look like it, actually. I was kind of expecting something damaged, but everything looks a-okay. Didn't even use up that many artillery shells. I really want to know what it thought I was trying to load artillery shells into. Like, I'm gonna shove artillery shells into my sniper rifle or something? Oh cool. Looks all cool. Okay, while I'm walking, I can make a couple more of those thermal water extractors, wherever they might be. I'm just walking based on vibes right now. I can tell when I hit a cliff because the screen stops moving. They're in here somewhere. I believe in it. Nope, I'm stuck on a cliff. Oh, yep, I was very stuck. Okay. Bioprocessing. No, okay. Hold on, where? Okay, I'm just searching. You were in resource refining, of course you were. Okay. What? There we are. Okay. And let's get those all hooked up. And there we are. So where do I want this station to come in? And honestly, do I even want a station that picks up the thermal water, or do I just immediately process it on site? It does look like there's other stuff I can do with thermal water than just turn it into sludge. So I guess I will load it onto a train. Even if I only have one use for it right now, doesn't mean I only have one use for it forever. So, blueprint books. Let's get a... That so just barely fits. Okay. And then an actual station. Once again, I need a fluid station. I really should make a blueprint for that, but it's like, eh. So I can do that and then just clear all these little extraneous bits that I don't want. I don't want train stop name. I don't want the filters on these. I might just remove the pumps from the blueprint and then replace them. Actually, I think I do want those. Good enough. And of course I can't flip it. Well, I can just grab you and flip you then. Oh, though I do want to know where they're positioned. There we go. And you go away. Now, of course, these guys need power anyway, so let's run power down here. Gotta actually get the pumps. There we are. I knew I had some. And, of course, connect the pipes in. And unlike all the other places, I'm not going to bother doing underground pipes because I don't really care about being able to walk through here. You produce 1,000 per second. You produce 3.4 thousand per second. That's insane. Okay. This guy. What color is this stuff? Like kinda brown orange-y. Brown orangey. Where exactly does that live? I think no blue. Kind of like right here, let's say. Like 175, 100? Yeah. Might want to add a few pumps to the train loading then. Yeah. I doubt I'm gonna be using quite that much. I don't think a lot of pumps would even get me close to that. Where's what direction am I? I'm facing to the right. So let's grab this. Once again, the sort of thing that should probably just be a blueprint, but I'm so far just happy to copy and paste every time that I need it. Yep, there we are. Oh yeah, I didn't name you. I should probably get on that. You are going to be thermal water. What is that? Radio? Yeah, sure. There you are. Thermal water. Loading. There we are. Welcome back, guys. I might as well build however much of this I can while I'm just standing here, I guess. No reason not to. Better me than construction bots having to fly 3,000 blocks out here. Thank you for putting that one random rail chain signal over there. Okay. That's all cool. That'll get built eventually. Not that worried about it. Don't even really need that right now. I just noticed that I could make the catalyst to make pure iron ore out of just givelite and saphirite out of thermal water. And I figured that's actually probably something I should do. I'm not walking around these cliffs anymore. Just get rid of them. Yay. So, coming around this way, I'm going to stop probably in one of these stations, or one of these little intersections, maybe, since there's probably logistics bots on their way to me. Yeah, there's a whole swarm on their way. So, I'll just keep walking, actually. I'll be kind. I'll stop a little closer to base. And then, once I'm up there, I'll look and see what kind of progress they've made while I've been, clearing out biters. Definitely seems better than making it from slag, yeah. Well, the only way I knew how to do it from before was using crystal slurry. I even just set up a little thing that'll do it. You take crystal slurry and mineralized water, and it turns it into mineral sludge and sulfuric waste. Speaking of, why is sulfuric wastewater backed up again? Okay, you're running this time. I guess I'm just truly not processing you quickly enough, so let's upgrade you. Might as well upgrade all these. Why keep the twos around? Didn't realize how easy thermal water would be until after I made a big mineral catalyst build. Yeah, that's kind of same. Like, I didn't really look at it, but after looking at the recipes, I'm like, oh, this is just probably how you're meant to be doing things. That just makes sense. So while all the bots are busy doing that, yeah, over 1,000, almost 1,500 bots just coming over, including 200 construction bots doing God knows what. I guess I'll just stand there and let them do whatever. So I've got a chest that I was turning my leftover scraps of crystal into catalyst here, instead of just turning them all into chests full of gems. Gems I don't even use at the moment. And I'm going to try and figure out where I want to shoehorn in some of this crushed stuff, because I do still want the more advanced sorting recipes so that I can get, you know, the more advanced ores. But if I can get the catalysts, then this is not the way to go about it. And I don't want to commit hard into something that I don't want to do long term, you know? Like, I guess it's good to have this set up, but like, ish? I don't know. Like, what do you get processed into? I gain cobalt from you. How about from, steertite? Uranium, interesting. You give titanium again. Your gold. Okay, so we probably do want to do you. And you give gold again. Okay. So probably turn you into gold. And you into uranium is interesting. I don't... I wasn't expecting to get uranium out of that process. I don't know how to feel about it. I was kind of surprised by that. I will go ahead and queue more research, I guess. Might as well keep it going. Not even really looking at what I'm doing necessarily. I'm just queuing things so that I can have them. And have the research going. So this is all running again. That's good to see. I guess that means I've finally gotten the warehouses placed, because for the longest time those were not placeable because I had no steel. That does mean I should be slowly but surely accruing a little more iron now. Yeah, not very quickly because I only have one of these guys going, but once I get all of them going, I should have a fair bit more ore coming in. Oh yeah, why are you not running? Oh, because I don't send ore in here. That's a good reason. You also don't have your sulfuric acid hooked up. Let me see if I can run sulfuric acid down here. So where does sulfuric acid stop? Okay, so the furthest it goes is this process, that's fine. I'll just have to find a way to run it down. Looks like I could run it down relatively easy, right through here. Yeah, I'll just follow on the left side of all these pipes. So kind of this square right here. Like, is that a problem? Is that okay? Okay, for sulfuric acid it's okay, but for the other acids it wouldn't be. That is important to note, so maybe I'll bring it a little more to the left. Yeah, I'll probably bring the acids down over this direction. Kinda like right here-ish. Okay, so if that's the case, then I'll start bringing that up. And just connect you over. And then just see how long until I run into trouble. That kind of makes my head hurt watching that, actually. That's a little too zoomed in, a little too fast. Oh, and we're... Oh, no, okay. That's steertite? I thought that was, what I was after. But here we are. So, run you, like, through here now? Yeah. I don't need the undergrounds there. That's fine. And this just barely fits. But it does. Might wind up needing a pump. That seems pretty likely, but there's 100 different places I could throw a pump. I'll just see if it yells at me. In fact, I already know it will. Why wait for it? Let's throw a pump right here. Just seems reasonable. Now, let's see. Where could I, is there anywhere in particular I could get a little bit of Saphirite? Like, there is this patch right in here. I was just hoping there might be somewhere a little easier. Because I was kind of hoping to be able to just belt it in rather than having to get a train. There's no good way to get a train in here, really? Let me see about this. Like, if I put you here... That kind of works, I guess. I suppose that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so while that's happening, I'll go ahead and throw... I don't think I need a stacker on you. I think that's a little ambitious for a patch this big. Yeah, I think I will just put a station on you. So, item loading. Item loading flipped. Very glad I did decide to finally make that. And this is going to be Saphirite. Oh cool, okay. I'm certainly not placing the miners yet. I'm still missing 45 miners from other projects, so that would not be a good idea. This is a little oddly placed, but whatever. I'll live with it. Oh, you have problem. Oh yeah, okay. Like I said, I knew that was going to be a problem. I just thought I'd be able to go a little lower with it, but I guess not. In that case, I'll put a pump here. There we are. And have some power. I think what I'm going to do now, so I am going to keep these stations here, and my goal is to go to the furthest processing possible. So after the leaching plant, there's one more like chemical treating plant thing that you can do, and I will do that for all the ores. But what I'm also going to do is, above all of that, I will then have some stations that do the catalyst recipes. Maybe I won't even stack them, because we're getting quite tall. I don't really want to expand to the right, though. Expanding to the right, even with artillery, looks just kind of arduous. It doesn't look fun, but it might be the right play. Yeah, I gotta kind of think about that. Maybe what I'll do is I'll branch down from here, and I'll have catalyst recipes down here. That doesn't sound awful. And then that even kind of gives me a turn-in point to bring them into all of this. Even though iron ore unloading's actually up there, so it wouldn't matter too much. Oh, whatever. Yeah, I think I'll just do something like that. I'm not going to overthink it too much. I'm just going to do it. Let's see, how much does this screw everyone up? Nothing. Okay, very nice to see. In that case, I'll immediately have stations going left. Like that. And I don't know how many I'll want. I'm sure I'll have other things I'll want stations for, but I'll limit it to 2 for right now. And I'll make sure to have a connection going this way, so that I can connect in that way. Might as well. Go ahead and put that down as well. And these should probably get a connection. I'm not going to bother wasting resources on that right now, though. So let's see. Bringing you in. I guess I will throw a stacker on this one, just in case. Trying to think exactly how I want to handle the inputs on this one. So this is going to be a station that produces iron ore, and I'll probably pick it up on the station below. Because I don't... Well, I guess there's all these in here. I could easily make a pickup station over here if I wanted, so I'll see how it goes. But what I'm thinking is to make something that produces pure iron ore. I'll even look up the recipe here. That's a ghost item. That's not quite what I wanted, game. Okay, so if I wanted to produce pure iron ore with the catalyst recipe, that's going to take crushed saphirite, crushed givelite, and a mineral catalyst. And a mineral catalyst is just mineral sludge in a crystallizer. So I could bring in the raw ore and crush it on site, that's no problem, except that would produce crushed stone. And I don't want to deal with crushed stone down here again. Dealing with crushed stone again sounds terrible. And also, do I just have a train car full of mineral catalyst? Or do I bring in mineral sludge? Or do I even bring in just straight thermal water? So that's kind of what I'm trying to think through here. Because if I do bring in just mineral sludge, keep in mind that means I have to use the recipe with the filter, and that would mean I need pure water, and I need sulfuric wastewater output. So it's not that easy to make on site, but it would also be quite inconvenient to carry around on a train. Decisions, you know? Like, I come over to where I was making it. This guy right here is essentially doing the same recipe. So you have to wash the sludge with a filter, and then the filter has to be washed in purified water, and the process outputs sulfuric wastewater. This is not connected. That's why you're not working. That makes a lot of sense. I broke you at some point. Did you unlock the full rainbow of chests? Not yet, unfortunately. I got to blue science, but I can only barely limp through blue science with this base. Like, as you can see, I have no steel right now, so blue science is actually dead. Didn't even set up any of the pink or purple sciences yet, but I am expanding out quite significantly, so progress is on the horizon. I just have to finish a few last little holdouts. I almost have the iron and steel stations up and running, But I only just realized how easy the catalyst recipes for pure iron ore are, so I'm trying to find a place where I can make a pure iron ore setup, which I think is going to be right here. I think I'm going to steal the setup that I have over here. So instead of stackers, I'll have the ability for multiple trains to come in. So just get rid of all of that. Yeah, just all of that. This comes in instead. Yeah, there we are. And then I will rails. Let's grab a unloading station. Unfortunately, I don't have a flipped unloading station. That does make this a little more needlessly complicated. So I'll have to put you here. You're going to unload... Oh, what are you going to unload? Because no matter what I do here, this is going to be annoying. I guess I just will deal with stone again. I didn't really want to, but I don't see any good alternatives. So, yeah, you're going to just be... Saphirite. And then this one's going to be... You just cut and paste the warehouses with inserters. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's not exactly a big deal. It's just a little inconvenient. And I might even just keep it this way. This one is... Givelite. Oh, didn't mean to exit map view. Where was I? Over here. And then the last one is the one that takes the most thinking, because do I put crystal catalyst on a train or do I make it on site? And the actual recipe is just mineral sludge in a crystallizer. That's not that bad. I'll probably just put mineral sludge on a train and bring it in. Because yeah, you're used one recipe, and ore sorting is not very fast, but it's not that slow either. So I'll then just have the third train be a fluid train. Let me see how many far apart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you are. And I'll just copy that. Why did that blow up? Oh, I guess it was marked for deconstruction. It must have been cliff explosives. I was just a little concerned. Like, why is that exploding? It's a little disconcerting. There we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. 1 too low. Aw, really? There we are. And there we are. Okay. Anyway. There's that. Must have been the wind, yeah. strong gust of wind. This doesn't look right. Wait, why is this so wrong? I don't like this at all. Oh, whatever. I'll let them build the rails, and once the rails are in place, I'll see where the stations line up, and if I don't like the stations, then I'll worry about it. Speaking of stations, none of these stations are where I want them to be, so I'll just pick those up. And if I am going to be putting the sludge onto a train, then not only do I need a new loading station, I'll need actually to get the liquid up here. So that's actually going to be 2 train stations. And I kind of give up on making the train stations in this area nice. I think I'm just going to make 2 train stations down this way. That's going to run into that roboport, unfortunately. Just will have to move. There you are. And similarly, I'll get one going up this way. And then one of these can be for thermal water, and then the other one's going to be for sludge. Where am I, actually? I have no idea where I am. I'm over here for some reason. Let me run over to the trains. In fact, let me just grab a train. Throw you in. And let's drive over there. Long train rides, always a good time for a drink of water. Is that a 2-way with 1 track using normal rail signals instead of chain signals? I didn't see it. If you mean this one, this is only a station. So this one will need to be a chain probably, though I'll just add another signal in here because there's plenty of room for that train to be. Hold on, because I need a rail signal on the inside and here. There you are. And then a chain on that side. Very difficult to tell where those signals are supposed to go, actually. There we go. Okay, I did somehow do it right. So then you go that way, and the chain goes that way. You're technically a 1-way right now, so let's do that. Okay. And then we'll build this up. So where's a good fluid station? I can just copy you, I guess. Well, do kind of want that. So let's copy all you. Not the train stop name, though. Yeah, that's cool. And that's very in the way, unfortunately. But fortunately, you don't have to go very far. You can stop, like, right there, I think. Oh yeah, if anything, you can actually come back a little bit. I don't want to cut that. Which isn't really going to happen, I guess. Oh well, you're good enough where you are. Let's get another one lined up with you. Can't flip you. Blueprint with train stop can't be flipped. Of course you can't. I'll just make sure the rails are the same length. Put you down there. And copy this over here. And that one roboport. Just determined to be in the way. I can put a roboport like there. Then I still have to put a little range extender down. Which is a little annoying, but whatever. I've done worse. Yeah, there we are. Connect you up, and connect you down. These are all going to be the same fluid, so it doesn't really matter that they all connect. And let's see. This one is going to be the slurry train, so you want to be kind of mucky brown. Yeah, like somewhere around in there, just going off memory. You are not slag slurry. What is, maybe I've got the wrong name for this. Sludge, isn't it? Yeah, mineral sludge. There we go. So, mineral sludge loading. And you are actually a little darker. So let's bring this back a good bit. That's, like, close enough, I think. Yeah, good enough. One train. One train's good enough. You have no stacker. If I need more than one train, then I'll have to come and deal with that at some other point. Definitely need more tanks. Let's make a lot of tanks. Oh, that's a lot of steel pipe. That's a lot of steel pipe. Okay. And then this one. You are thermal water. So I actually already have a thermal water station, so let me copy the colors off that, wherever I put it. You don't have radar, because you aren't built yet. That's really inconvenient. Can I copy you still? I can't. Oh, what I can do... Oh, watch my genius. I can just set you... Oh, the colors are unique. I was hoping it would change the color. Well, at any rate, you're unloading. Yeah, you're just a little brighter than him. 150, so... Let's say 130 and 70. That's a pretty close match. I'm happy with that. Now let's go to the... Yeah, let's go to refuel. We're gonna pop down a new train, new fluid train. And while we wait for that to be built, it's time for more research. I don't really care what I'm researching. I would just like research to be happening. Yeah, I'm not, like, super thrilled with really any of these. Braking force. Braking force is cool. I'll get a couple levels of braking force, I guess. I don't know, nitroglycerin, fluid wagon 2s. We'll see what happens. I do wish I could access the ghost locomotive and set its schedule while it was still a ghost. That would be very convenient. I have misplaced the ghost anyway. Let's make sure I line up the station this time. Otherwise, the fuel doesn't get put in it correctly. Still can't access it though, which is a bummer. I would love to have buffer chests. I would kill to have a buffer chest I could put just like literally right here to keep like a couple locomotives and some cargo wagons in. It would be so nice. How is everything? Missing 17 roboports. Okay, still just steel, I guess. Literally from the time I started playing, I'm still just short on steel. Oh, okay. Actually, it's green circuits right now. I've been blaming steel for the last half hour. I wonder when it transitioned to being green circuits. Green circuits because there's no solder, and I believe there's no solder because there's going to be no lead. I am correct. I'm just that good. Lead's backed up because aluminum is backed up. Is there anything I can do to make aluminum not backed up? Sure doesn't look like it. I can just buffer more, I guess. Not that that's a great solution, but I suppose it works. It'll at least get it moving again, which is all I can really ask for. Ghost train schedule. They copy set schedules and train groups, so the blueprint kinda really rewards interrupt-based trains more than set schedule trains. Yeah, that's fair. It's just like, they're only just now about here, so it once I place a train, it just takes them so long to make their way all the way down there to go and place it that I kind of forget that I've placed the train for them. In fact, I should probably just go ahead and place another. And maybe even one more. I kind of did that with these trains over here, though I was sure they weren't going to get fuel, and I was correct. But if I go ahead and start some trains here, then the next time I need them, they should be ready. Use symbols when naming for items. You can set up schedule-based ones with parameters. Yeah, you can get away with some very interesting, very powerful things using interrupts and train station names and stuff. It's just at a certain point you're trading, like, dynamic train logistics system type stuff for just simple readability and even reliability sometimes. Like, a lot of the times I can say, yes, I don't need a stacker for this because I'm only going to make one train for it. Whereas if it's dynamic, I don't really get to control how many trains are potentially going to be trying to work on it. I mean, there are trade-offs. Like, certainly it's good for some things. Not going to deny that at all. Come on, little guy. Okay. While you're coming, I am going to go ahead and set what this guy's for. He was for thermal. Stop inaccessible from current position. Oh, well, the track's not built, so that makes a lot of sense. So, wait until full cargo, and then thermal unloading, and wait until empty cargo. And yeah, you're on automatic, set the refuel, all cool. So, once you are built, and the rail is built, then you'll automatically leave and go there. But until then, you've got a little bit of a wait ahead of you. I might even head down there personally and just build those rails so I don't have to wait for the roboports. It was how I already did trains in 1.0, so when the parameters and interrupts came out, it was perfect for a style I had. Yeah, like, I'm sure that's certainly an extra little boon if you were already naming stations that way. So let's see. So there's the thermal water unload. That's cool. I'm going to get on a train. And hop in some wood. And let's just go build this section of rail ourselves. There we are. on, guys. You can do it. You know, I think I have a third roboport on. I do, so I could actually carry up to 30 construction bots. So I should update my requests for next time I go back home. I have plenty of signals to place, as long as the base roboports don't try to get clever and override me, then I should be able to build these rails no problem. Almost there. Okay, once these last little bits are in and that chain signal goes down, this one right here, then everything should be a-okay, and that one train should be able to depart, and yes, there it goes. And I'll go ahead and finish this off, just so the base robots don't have to send, like, a single guy down here to build it. So now that this has power, it'll start building up, and I'm going to probably just hitch a ride back home on this guy. But I will let him kinda fill up. Just a little bit. I'll aim for like 20k in each car. Yeah, there we go. 20k is a good amount. And then we'll just go right back home. I do have access to upgraded locomotives and all at this point that can go faster and I think maybe better braking power, I'm not sure. Better acceleration at the very least, but with as much steel trouble as I've been having, I've felt like that was probably ill-advised, but it is something I want to get to at some point. Okay, so that's going to unload into these tanks. And then I'm going to just immediately turn that into mineral sludge for right now. Right down here. So let me see where the best place. Maybe like over in this area would be better. So the recipe to make mineral sludge, thermal water is this one. Okay. So let's, I guess, go make another couple ceramic filters, which does mean walking all the way over to alumina. I wonder if I just so happen to have alumina in the system here. I really doubt it. Yeah, okay. Didn't think so. Would have been nice. Quite a coincidence. Let's just run on over. You know, as often, it's not like I need to do this very often, but occasionally I need to come and grab alumina. It might not be a ridiculous idea to just throw it in a chest here. I'll only keep like 30 or something, but, you know. That way at least there's some anytime that I need some. I'll keep like 40. And then there is plenty to make filters. Ceramic filters, there we are. And then we run all the way back. I do want to grab a copy of the existing setup on my way by. Probably this guy over here. I would love to be able to copy him without taking the recipes, but it is what it is, and it's, you know, like a third of a second to change a recipe, so who cares? So this one is the thermal water. There you are. I do need to get the pure water down here, so let's go ahead and run a pipe. Yeah, just somewhere. Got any idea from March FCM? Not. So, after a big mod pack like Angels and Bobs, I always do a super chill vanilla month. I don't even mean space age, I mean like vanilla, like if people like mega basing, this is gonna be the mega base opportunity of the century. After Angels and Bobs is like, generally, I won't even do like cliffs and biters. What do I need? Are you crystallizers? Your filtration. Let me make sure I actually make the right buildings. Filtrations, there you are. Kind of figuring that, yeah. Well, it is part of the tradition. Just as it's tradition to do Angel Bobs every year, it's also tradition to do a very chill map afterwards. Like, you've earned it at that point. You actually only need one output, so I don't have to do all of that. And I will, in fact, just connect you straight up there. I did connect that, that's cool. I don't have inputs, though. I do, however, only need one input. So that's going to come from up here. No sense doing anything overly fancy with it. Let's just run it down. That should have connected unless I missed a corner. Missed a corner. Always miss the corner. There we go. Oh yeah, I actually have to put the filters that I made in you, otherwise you won't work. There we are. So how much does that make? 35 a second. So just to humor myself, let's make a single crystallizer for now. Let's not overdo it. Maybe even just this is good enough. A mineral catalyst. You make... Okay, you take in 100 per second. 100 per second. So that's 3 of these working continuously. So let's go ahead and just make a full setup, because we want to have a little bit of a buffer when the train shows up so we can actually fill it, because every moment the train's here is a moment the train's not at the destination making the catalysts. So I'll do like that so that I can... Oh, nope. There we are. Do it like that. That way I can still get a power pole in the middle. And can't forget to connect these. Okay, I do actually need the filtration units, of course. And I'm very happy I set up that alumina thing just like 3 minutes ago, because I actually need another 10 alumina right now. And I can just request it, which is kinda nice, actually. Don't know how long it's gonna take to get here, but it's gonna be faster than having to run all the way over and get it. And while I'm waiting, I can go ahead and set up the outputs. So, you're all set. You're all set. We just need the actual filters themselves. Oh, and this does output 8 per second. 8 per second is a lot. Like, 8 per second is a fair amount, but it not, like, a staggering amount either. I'm kind of curious, actually. The recipe with mineral catalyst, like this one here. Okay. It is 1 to 4, so that is good to note. So, for every 4 iron ore, we only need 1 catalyst. So, if the goal, as has been the plan, is to make a yellow belt so that it's easily upgradable in the future. 1 yellow belt of iron ore is actually only 4 catalysts a second, so we actually only need the crystallizer to run half the time. That's not bad. That's certainly not unattainable. Okay, guys. Where's the alumina? I appreciate all the other stuff, I really do, but I kind of just want the alumina right now. You brought me 3. I know you can do it. I appreciate the lamp. The little compound building going on there with the filter and filter cleaning is my favorite thing about Angel's buildings. Absolutely. I love these kind of little contraptions you get to make. They're so fun. And I also love the telescoping recipes on things like the washer machines, where you get the heavy mud, and then like the lighter mud, and then the concentrated mud, and so on down the line. I really like being able to stack machines together in that way. I just find it really fun. So often it's worth it to make small substructures than big lines of buildings. Yeah, it makes it, it breaks everything up. How many? I didn't even get half yet. What are you guys doing? Okay, there's a couple more. Okay, that's probably just about it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Finally. Filters. Maybe it would have been faster to just run over and get it myself at that point. But we have them now. I've not made bots 2 because I don't have cobalt. If I have cobalt, absolutely I would have figured out some way to spaghetti bots 2 out of my current base, but unfortunately until I have cobalt, no such luck. I'm not far away, I just need the, whatever these things are called. I've got to set up the leaching plants for all the ores, and cobalt is one of the ones I will get from leaching. If they were still slow at 2, I was going to lose my mind. No, tier 2 bots are actually fantastic. I love Bob's bots. Bob's bots are great. I did hear they got nerfed at some point, which makes me really sad, because Bob's bots used to be just ludicrous. Like, you would watch them and just laugh. They were fantastic. I loved them. I hope they can still reach the same heights. So looking around, it does look like I'm making some progress on these, but still not a lot. Like, for as long as I've been going, I guess I do keep queuing more construction projects, granted, but all the same, I can't believe that I don't have more of these stations constructed yet. I'm kind of tempted to just take, like, my personal steel and go throw it into things, but that is a little scary, because there's no guarantee I'll get that steel back. Like, I'm missing 15 roboports, down to just 9 miners. Once the miners are down, the miners have been a much bigger steel sink than I was expecting. I think that's part of the problem. Is I pasted down an enormous blueprint of solar panels, and part of the problem is I put down like 400 miners all at once. So I might go ahead and throw just like a bunch of steel into there, and then down here a bunch of steel into the steel gears, and just let that go for a while, because if they aren't leaching steel off the belt, then the steel should wind up like everywhere else. Actually, it does kind of look like steel's starting to back up again, which is nice to see. Oh yeah, I forgot green circuits were kind of dead a little while ago. Did I ever fix that? Kind of. I kind of fixed it. I think that's as alive as my green circuits ever get, honestly. Yeah, that's just as fast as I produce solder. So I guess that's alright. Okay, with that said and done, they are going to try and bring me a whole bunch of steel, so maybe I'll just stand like right here and let them get it out of their system. So weird to me that circuits don't seem to telescope. It is interesting. Though I do kind of appreciate it in its own way, because that way I don't have to be like, okay, I need to make red circuits, that means I need to make green circuits again, that means I need to make basic circuits again. And like, at that point you're just reconstructing half your factory all over. Okay, I once again did kind of assume they'd be a little faster than that. There we go. Exactly, so while it is odd that the one vanilla telescoping recipe doesn't really do it here, I am very thankful it doesn't also. Alright, if that's the case, what am I short on up here? Just green circuits? I can just go shove my own green circuits into this box. I'm perfectly capable of doing that. I don't mind one bit. Maybe I will increase how many green circuits I keep on me in the meantime, though. Let's just see how that does. Yeah, it does look like that's probably going to help a little bit at least. Oh yeah, I have things. Let me see if I have things. Okay, there are no hydroplant 2s in the system, so I'll just make a couple hydroplant 3s. I need 3 of them. I also want to build 3 tanks. I can manage that. That's exactly how many I have. Let's see. What else? I need power poles. I don't have power poles? Of all things. There's plenty of power poles. What are you on about? There are so many power poles. Oh, it's probably a disconnected bot network. That would make sense. Okay. It's just a bot network that's been constructed in some weird pattern and it doesn't have access to base materials. Okay. I guess they get telescoped incidentally into science, I think, since purple science needs blue inserters, which needs red, which... yeah. It does work out in that way, yes. Let's keep those antennas rolling. Everything else I seem to more or less have a backlog of, but for some reason the antennas I'm always shy on. So let's just have a good chunk of those going. In fact, let's raise the buffer limit here to like 50. .37. It is also just that I don't make these nearly fast enough, but at the same time the machine's never full, so it doesn't make any sense to upgrade it. But it does look like I'm able to force this to make roboports at least, which is kind of nice. Oh yeah, I made those, so the bots can go place those. What else did I make? I need a whole bunch of casting machines. I guess something important just got placed. Well, might as well start working on them. There's 32 to be made, and I'm sure a lot more after that. And there's no way that's winding up on the mall, so those are all going to be handcrafted. Absolutely no way that can be put on the mall. That said, I think I did finally surpass the roboport need. It still says 2, but there's 6 in here, and pickup only says they're coming for 2 of them, so I'm happy with that amount. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say the things like the 100 rails, and probably the 18 inserters, maybe even some of those chain signals, are all probably a single disconnected robot network somewhere, and probably aren't real. Like the lamps, I definitely have lamps. The 5 warehouses, though, those are real. those are definitely real. So, let me see. I can't help make some of those. Oh, after, of course, all the casting machine 3s. And while all that's going, I haven't actually looked over here in a while. How are things going? I've got some silver ore in here. I do seem to be accruing silicon, so I think it is shipping silicon somewhere. Same with the iron. Are the shipments actually coming through to where they're supposed to be? There's silicon in here. These are all disabled by controller, which is a little troubling. Ah, these are meant to be silicon ingots, not silicon ore. How do I have silicon ore in here? That's inconvenient. Hold on. Where is the silicon station? Yeah, that's just not correct. That's not quite right. So let's take that out. Fortunately, what I can do is place some yellow chests and just put them like right here. And have you all filtered to silicon ore. And let's see. Those should get placed. At least it doesn't say they're missing. So I'll wait until those get placed, and then I'll clear the silicon ore from this over here. But first I have to figure out, am I even making silicon ingots? I don't think I am, but I should be. And since I should be, let's just get on it. Let's go rails. Station unloading items. This is going to be silicon ore. Once again, didn't mean to exit map view there. And you. Silicon ore. Silicon ore unloading. Color is pretty much just maxed white. And everything else looks good. do I have any more silicon processing stuff coming up? Not until purple science. There is some, but not for a while it seems, so I'm good to just ignore that for now. So, silicon ingot. So I do have the recipe for this, but not this. Okay. So what is this horrible chemical that I'm almost certainly going to have? Oh, that's not something that I have. There we go. So trichlorosilane. Okay. So hydrogen chloride gas, I do make that, and process silicon. No funny business there. And then silicon ingots and trichlorosilane. Okay, I still have to make silicon ingots by some other method? Very weird, but kind of interesting. Very interesting. Okay, it's kind of like a Covarex process. Weird. Okay. It's in a chemical furnace. Okay, the chemical furnace makes the trichlorosilane, whereas this is made also in a chemical furnace. Okay. So I'll need a couple chemical furnaces, who even knows? We need ore processors. That's actually kind of it. Okay, let's make some ore processors and some chemical furnaces. I don't know how many chemical furnaces I'm going to need. I'm going to start with 5. And we'll make, like, I don't know, 8 ore processors, I guess. I don't remember how many I've used in other places. I'm sure it's probably the same. Over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Okay, well that's a pretty accurate count, if I do say so myself. Let's add on the 9. And while I'm here, I can just pop these guys down and check the recipe times and see how much I'm gonna need. Oh, I guess... yeah, there we are. Okay. So... you produce 45 per second. You take in 33.7 per second. Of course you do. Of course you do. Okay, well, let's just figure out how many of you it takes to fill a belt, and then how many of you it takes to supply that. So, you take 9. So, at even just 2 will fill a yellow belt, and you don't even have to run at, like, full uptime. But that's going to be... let's say about 65 a second, then. So even just 2 of you will be quite overkill. 1's not enough, but 2 is overkill. Good to know. Okay. So, I do need 1 more. That was kind of the point. But I actually have 1 extra, so you can go away. Okay, very interesting. I guess that means I will need a train for, whatever acid or gas or whatever that was. I forget now, honestly. So kind of like I did down here, I'm just gonna find a spot up in here and split. Not like that, please. Please, not like that. Game, you're killing me. Okay, good enough. Okay. You have to, like, let go of shift, find where the belt wants to be, and then hold shift when you're right on it, and then it will let you build it. Okay, all cool. I'm clearing out all these trees. Can't see anything. And this is just going to be another fluid loading station, so I'll probably copy, like, this guy down here. Sure. Let's not grab that curved rail at the end. Well, that's pretty much impossible. I want the signals, I just don't want the curved rail. Oh well. It would also be really cool if the bots would come and tear these trees out. Hopefully there's not going to be pipes in the way. I see some pipes over here, but I think I'm far enough to the left that they aren't going to be an issue. Guys? Well, okay, I guess there's a lot of bots going down this way to do stuff. Oh yeah, lots of landfill. I mean, that's a wonderful sight to see, don't get me wrong. Like, a week ago, I could not have dreamed of this luxury, so I'm very happy to see it. I just, like, I wish there could be some construction bots back at home tearing down the trees. Like, anyone? Okay, here comes a few, but not many. I guess I will just go walk over there myself. I have almost 2,000 construction bots, so you'd think they could handle tearing out some trees, but oh well. Oh, you don't have power. That's, odd. Okay, where was I even trying to build? Right here, okay. Yeah, they're trying to build and they can't even build because there's so many trees in the way. Could I be funny out of curiosity? I could be kinda funny. Depending on how long it takes the bots to get here, I could be kinda funny. There we go. And bombs away. Leviticin. And, Worth. Okay, anyway. Well, I more meant, I bet I could handcraft a couple poison capsules before my construction bots that I queued like 3 minutes ago could get up here and deconstruct this, like, handful of trees. Okay, unfortunately, The inability to flip stations really gets to me. I wish I could just do that. Let's try, like, here, I guess? Yeah, I was just like, I have some random coal in my inventory. I bet I can just craft these. Like, come on, guys. You're better than this. There. I can see now. Okay. Stuff. There's stuff. I would like you to be just a little more forward. I do believe. But not quite that much, okay? That's acceptable. Now let's go through some signals, because this whole thing is a mess. Right there, I guess, is fine. And then same deal for over here. Oh, that's too far. This should work, yes. Okay. And hopefully there's no signals in here, but if there is, oh well. Actually, there is, but they're a little too far. Let's just not bother with those. Okay. What even is this station that I was building? At this point, it's been so long I don't even remember. Oh, I needed gas for silicon. So this is... I needed gas for silicon. What kind of gas did I need for silicon? Hydrofluoric acid? Is that really what I need? I don't think that's what I need. Hydrogen chloride. There we go. So you're gonna be hydrogen chloride. So you're hydrogen chloride loading. There you are. You're kind of mostly green. A little green-white. So... like... Yeah. Beautiful, perfect. Okay. Train limit 1. All good. Gotta get the hydrogen chloride in here, of course. But that's the easy part. So hydrogen chloride was one of the earlier gases. The only problem is it might just be empty. And it would be hard to tell if that was the case. I don't remember what on earth I made hydrogen chloride for. I just remembered that I did have to make hydrogen chloride. Oh, here you are. Okay, that's not too bad at all. So it's already up to here. Let's go a little further out, I guess. And yeah, we can turn up right there, and that's absolutely no problem at all. Always connect your corners, kids. And let's get the pipes connected. Power. Funny that power is harder than the pipes this one time. Yeah, I'll just draw power from, like, over there. And let's make good use of one of those trains I prepared earlier, like a cooking show. You should be full, I would assume. Yes. So you're going to be hydrogen chloride loading. And wait until cargo is full. And of course I don't have hydrogen chloride unloading yet, but we'll get there. So let's get another fluid train ready, and let's get a regular train ready. Okay. I thought I connected you at least. Why are you not filling it? Oh, because the pipes aren't done. Of course not. Why would the pipes be done? Okay, filling up. Very good, okay. And in you go, and hydrogen chloride, okay. I have one random poison capsule on me now. Maybe it'll serve me well at some point. Okay. With that, I can come over here to where I make ingots. Here's a train that should, I believe, be silicon ore unloading. Yes, it is. And kind of the same way that I've done for all of these other situations where I need multiple inputs, I just sacrifice the stacker. The stacker isn't that important. So bring the train limit down to 1. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's a better way I could do this, but there really isn't. I really don't think there is. Yeah, let's just go grab what I've done down here. Just makes sense. Unfortunately, I have no idea where that connects. Oh, there you are. Okay. So, rip up the stacker. And then you bring this guy in. Don't think I'm ever going to need this part in the back here, so let's actually just get rid of that. But that's all cool. Ooh, you unload down, which is kind of a problem here. Or maybe I just need to go a little further. And then let's just see if I have a fluid station here. Well, what do you know? I sure do. You even fit the curve there. Unfortunately, you're still too high. So bring you down even lower. Maybe I'll bring you down with a sharper curve. And then over. And that fits perfect. Okay. So you're going to be an unload station, so we flip you around that way. And hydrogen chloride unloading. Okay. What were the colors that I used for the hydrogen chloride loading, though? 50, 220. Okay. Right here, you're going to be 50 and 220. There we go. All that looks good. Okay. Don't really need these up here anymore if we have these down here. We do, however, want these roboports running down the front. Let's grab that. And just make sure we get rid of the rail signals they try and bring with them. Not these. These are important. Not, however, those. Okay, so that's going well. I think I'm gonna get a radar up in this area somewhere. Just haven't thrown a radar down in a while, and I think this is a good candidate. Good as any, anyway. Oh, this is coming along nicely. I kind of forgot that I'd gone ahead and built that. That was, maybe not the wisest decision, all things considered. but I guess it's kind of nice that it's almost done. Okay. Let's hard focus on this silicon thing for right now. It doesn't look like the bots are coming in to finish most of that, so I think I will just go and do that myself, because once I have silicon ingots, then I can make steel, and that's gonna be a big deal. That's a pretty big deal. I do need a pickup station for it, so I guess I will go ahead and do this. Can throw a stacker on you, and then we want a item loading station. I guess I do want the flipped one. Silicon ingots. There we are. Just double checking, I'm paranoid now. Had a couple of these come out wrong, so always gotta check. There we are. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to hop on a train, and I'm going to just right down there myself. Hopefully I don't need any additional equipment that I'm not going to be able to craft. Can't imagine I would, but you know, sometimes that's just how it is. Almost there. There we are. Okay. I can probably just build most of this myself. Looks like I'm missing a tank, funny enough. I always try to keep tanks on me, but I can just never keep quite enough tanks. Let's make just one for now. Just so I can get it placed. There you go. Okay. Actually, I might not even do that, just because spacing's a little tight in here. Maybe I will just kind of connect along the bottoms in here. That connects all the tanks anyway, so just as good. So this will be the silicon ore coming out. And so, let me see. Where were those chemical furnaces that I made? There you are. So one of you makes this stuff. Indeed it does. Okay. Yeah. And then I forget what the ratios are here. Let's just try this. So you're 45 and okay, so I can just direct insert this. There's no reason to not really any reason not to. You do also produce hydrogen gas though, so I gotta be a little careful of that. But that works. Which means that should work as well. I do want to move this. This isn't a good place for it. Not import. I want it to cut. Well, maybe that's not a bad place for it. Let me just see where that lines up. Yeah, let's put you like here. There's no reason to cram things too tight. I do need another another input in here, so the pipes are going to underground like that, and I do need power as well. So we'll just have a power pole up like that. You need processed silicon, so I am going to actually drop this down a little bit more, probably? How much? 3 a second, and how much do you do? 1.5. Okay, so perfectly 2 a second. Yeah, I can't quite make that work right here. So let me start building over here, and then we'll readjust as needed. So that should be good for there. Okay. And I probably do want a gap on these guys. So let's move them over. Okay. Let's move you over one more. That just doesn't quite work. I wanted the... Well, I guess I can just move the power pole. I was going to say I wanted the power pole to be in the middle here, but I can just do that. That's certainly no impossibility. Okay, once again, silicon. We want the inserters to come down, but you're going to be double longs. There we go. So that'll perfectly feed these two. But you do need the gas. So let's get the gas in here. And there we go. I guess I can go ahead and set the train to come in here. So hydrogen chloride unload once cargo is empty. There we go. So I do need to kind of Coverx style get silicon ingots back into this guy. And these are going to, well, not vertical, horizontal. And these guys produce hydrogen. And I don't really know if I'm going to bother trying to do anything fun with the hydrogen. I think I'm just going to avoid the hydrogen. It is a waste, but I'm literally voiding hydrogen back at the main base, so... oh well. I think what I'll do... I'll do the same thing that I do at the main base, where I'll get a gas-burning generator. Let's look for generator, I guess? A fluid-burning generator, okay. So I'll keep a small tank of hydrogen just over here. And if I overflow, then it goes into actual voiding, otherwise it can turn into power. Let's see. Yeah, just one little tank. In you go. And then I want an overflow valve into a flare stack. So let me grab a flare stack. Okay. Overflow. And flare stack. Just straight in. There you go. Bots should come and place that, because there's definitely one in the system somewhere. I am low on comparators again, I just noticed. Okay. Still gotta actually get the hydrogen in there, of course. So maybe I'll lower the power pole by 1, so I can get those pipes connected. And then run you just... I don't know, out to like here... and then over, I guess? Always connect your corners. And that should be continuous. Yes, okay. All good. Now, nothing else needs to come into here. That's all that you get. Yes. Okay. And then you need silicon ingots, even though you produce silicon ingots. So I will need, like, a seed system in here. And priority splitters actually make this so trivial now. This used to be such a puzzle before priority splitters, when you were doing the whole Covrex setup. But now it's just, yeah, go this way first. That said, we'll just output here. I can do like that to get on both sides of the belt, actually. I think that's pretty clever, if I do say so myself. And just run like out this way. But priority output to the left. And then we'll have an inserter here, and an inserter here. And you'll underground one lower. There you are. So this will come up and feed these guys, and then the rest can come out and go into the train, which should be up around this way now. Not quite been fully built, but actually you can see quite a lot is coming in, so it shouldn't be too long. I do think I'll probably make a couple warehouses just to help out. Just seems the right thing to do. Maybe even a couple train stops. We're probably out by now. I haven't made any in a while anyway. Oh, we got our first gas delivery in at least. That's gonna start filling up the tanks, and these guys should be full. Yes, they are. Okay. So I'll take the personal train, and I'm gonna just go grab the personal train, not construction bots. And I'm gonna go grab a few silicon ingots. I don't remember exactly how many I need, but I'll grab enough. I guess like right in here somewhere is good. And once again, long train ride. Perfect time for a drink of water. There we are. And let's just find wherever silicon is, and I'll just grab some and take it back with me. I know there's some up here somewhere. There we are, and I'll just snag some off the belt. How many's that? 17? Pretty sure that's enough. Yeah, you only take 6 as an input, so that's plenty. That's so many bots. That's so many bots. I don't even want to move, I just want to watch it. I don't know. I don't know if anyone else loves my love of watching bots swarm, but I just love a good logistics swarm. Alright, that's probably about enough of that. I do actually kind of want the stuff they're bringing me, but not badly enough to sit here and wait too much longer for it. So I guess I'll take however much is able to be delivered to me before I can get back to the train. I do want to drop this. I believe it was 6 per recipe. Yes. So this is enough to kickstart 2 recipes. That's plenty. I don't want to throw off the balance in there, otherwise, since it crafts 24 and the recipes take 12, if I take an odd number like that, then it'll just be wrong forever. And that's the kind of cursed knowledge that I just can't live with. So, exact count it is. Back on here. And where were we? Right here. So, wood? Wood. Train's out of fuel. Oh, that was me. That was literally me. Okay. I panicked for just a moment. Oh, it does look like that Saphirite mine is up, so I can start mining on that in not too long. It does look like we finally filled in all the miners that I requested to be built, which is nice. Oh, and there's no radar. I requested the radar to go down, but only because I figured there would be one. So let's just do this, make sure personals are off, and deconstruct. The construction bots will get to it. Anyway, one for you, and one for you. You have... Oh, I still need silicon ore, of course. So let's get the silicon ore train in here. Did I not name this station? Silicon ore unloading. So, silicon ore... There. Okay, there you are. And then just wait until empty cargo. So I'm going to go ahead and send it, and while that's going, I'm going to have the logistics bots empty this, which is a very nice feature that I'm very happy you can do. Going to take quite a few construction bots, they're going to be busy for a while, but it will wind up back in the correct location since we have the filtered yellow chest on the station. That's unloading. Here's loading, so it should all end up in here. Actually, it looks like it will all end up in this one specifically, but oh well. What can you do? None of these are running, I can't help but notice. Why could that be? Chloric waste is full. Sulfuric waste is full. Why are the waste trains full? Ah, you're waiting to refuel, but you've chosen one of the far stations, so you'll never get anything. I see. We still have to fill our buffers. Until we fill our buffers, the far trains will pretty much be stuck. Let me see if I can call in this guy. Yeah, he's got some fuel in him. So we'll see how that does. I might have to rescue some trains. Okay, importantly, you do only keep 5 inside for whatever reason. That's a pretty tight margin, but there's plenty on the belts. As long as it's always forced this way, that is plenty of buffer to keep you from starving. So all we gotta do now is get you connected up here. I will turn personals back on just to finish this part up. You guys got this? Okay. This is... Let's copy silicon ingot loading, or unloading rather. And then just change a name. There we are. And get the belt in. I guess I could have actually laid that instead of doing a ghost. The things map building does to a person. So each of you output 9 per second. So that should be... yeah. That's a little more than one yellow inserter is gonna be able to handle, I think. I'll even go ahead and do that. Maybe a little overkill, but who cares? Yep, okay. So that should be good. It doesn't quite give a full belt. That's a little frustrating because this consumes silicon. This process consumes almost 5 silicon, so this belt... that's... Okay. I'll upgrade this specifically to red belt, because I have to, I guess, if I want to get a yellow belt out. Though, actually, you only produce 18. If you're consuming... yeah, okay, so you're only actually netting about 6.5, which means I'm only actually getting about 12.5 out. Oh, that's frustrating. Okay. Well, this is only consuming 12 up here. 12 ore a second. And you're only outputting about 12 per second, so I guess that works out. Well, I guess the solution is overbuilt then. So let's just make a couple more. I'll just make 2 more. Well, okay. I'll just copy the entire thing. I'll just make a duplicate. And then if I upgrade to red belt, then I have, you know, plenty of capacity to spare. I need a lot of silicon. I might even just make this a red belt. I need a lot of silicon to make steel and to make iron. So... yeah. Just go ahead and do that. Allow that to flow out. And just be out of the way for now. And then I'll just copy all of this. And wonderful. Okay. Looks good to me. Even the gas just works. It's kinda nice. I do have to hook up the hydrogen output, but that much is not too bad. There we are. And let's go ahead and upgrade all of these to red belts. And I might as well just run red belts out. So, deconstruct all of that. Upgrade all of this. There we are. And then let's run the red belt to about here. Yeah, that's fine. I'm perfectly okay with that. And just scatter some lights around. It just makes it look a little better. These lights specifically I don't want because that makes me think it's an input station. Let's not do that. I do definitely think I'm going to have to step up the hydrochloric, hydrogen chloride, not hydrochloric. I will need to step up the hydrogen chloride production in order to keep up with this because it's not nearly enough. But I pretty much knew that going in. I just will take anything that buffs steel, and silicon buffs steel, and so silicon is my friend. I will come down here and grab this train so that it can take me home, though. So this still needs a whole bunch of signals for whatever reason. Why don't we have rail signals? Just iron, huh? Okay. Alright then. Let me just upgrade some of these belts that haven't been touched in absolutely forever. There we are. Okay. Not that I think that's going to really help, but I don't know. Might as well try. And I'm going to just have bots put iron in here. Might as well put green circuits in there too while we're at it. If I can request bots to do it, then I'm sure going to. Oh, there goes the bots to go fill out silicon. They're only just now picking up the belts. Wonder where they had to fly in from. Okay. This should be finished. Should is kind of the operative word here, but it really should be. I'm going to grab one of the trains we've had prepping down here. As long as you are full on fuel, and you seem to be, you are now the silicon train. You're going to go to silicon ingot loading. You're going to wait until you have full cargo, and then you're going to go to ingot unloading and wait until you are empty. Oh, I think I missed my train home. Whoops. Oh well, I'll just put my my personal train down and hop in. And let's just take a ride to, like, over here. Hopefully putting that iron straight into the, right into here. They didn't even get to it yet? They didn't even get to it yet. Okay. Well, once they feel like it, I guess, once they get around to it, the injection of iron plates should allow it to make the 45 chain signals that I need. Oh, and we're already back home. Let's see. What do I need? So I needed to make casting machines. So let's get back to crafting some casting machines. And quite a lot of them at that. Getting out from my own stream. Yeah! See you later, Clared. I'll try to swing by later. I can't imagine I'll be going too long myself here tonight. I'm my brain's been pretty fried all day. Just been one of those kind of sleepy days, so I'll see what I can do. Oh, look at the bot swarm. Always magnificent. Oh, in the wood train, just leaving. Oh, well, they finally decided to put the circuits in. Did they put the iron? Of course not. We were fine on circuits, we just needed iron. There's the iron. Come on, guys. You got this. Oh, nope. Okay. Take your time. Take your time, guys. Well, whatever. There's some. I'll even handcraft some, whatever. Let's just make a few rail signals, I guess. Oh, well, that's trapped behind a lot of buildings, though, so maybe that wasn't the wisest decision. Oh well. It gives me a bonus. Maybe I should go turn the buffers up on the rail signals, since whenever I do use them, I do use quite a few. Oh, I do have 100. 100 is quite a lot. That's a pretty... like, that's a fair buffer. This is, you know, it's chain, yeah. It's chain signals, not like LDS or something, so 100 should be fine. Yeah, this is mostly coming together. How is the steel one, though? Steel is still completely empty, though there are bots coming to place some. Those must be the ones that I just crafted. The warehouses, still nothing, but I guess that's the 7 warehouses that I need. You know, I can probably do the same trick that I did for chain signals on warehouses. Let's just request the items that it needs. Fill the machine with iron. By force. Oh yeah, that got the bot's attention, I guess. The solar field is finally starting to come together. I'm really gonna be happy once that steel sink is gone. I mean, the solar field will always continue to grow until we have nuclear, I guess, but you know what I mean? The current construction project. And how are you doing? Okay, they are bringing the iron in, so that's nice to see at least. And let's just keep it topped up. We only need 7. It's not like we need 1,000. I should be able to just force it in there. Get enough to go. Speaking of which, here's some of those and some of those. I know we need a lot more casting machines, but how many? 28. Okay. However many that'll get me, I guess that's a good step. A step in the right direction. Okay, it does look like most of the construction in this area has completed. So, like, we still got little bits and bobs like this area up in here to go, but most of the important stuff does look like it's coming together. Which does mean I probably want to come in here and wipe out these biters before I end tonight, just so I don't have to do it next time. No reason not to just go do it now. So, 200 shells, and where are the actual artillery turrets? Just give me how many of them, however many I've got. Maybe 200's a bit much, but at the same time, that's a fair few biter bases. Yeah, that'll give me a run for my money, I think. I have this one crystallizer that I meant to set up, like, forever ago, on this station down here, that I should also probably at least... I should probably at least put a ghost down to give myself some indication of what I even intended to do down here. Otherwise, I'm gonna have absolutely no idea. Let's set that recipe, yeah. And that way, at least I have some idea what is supposed to be going on down here. Actually, can I do this and catalyst? Yes, okay. That did not take. Catalyst. How do I okay you? Well, alright. Catalyst. There we are. Okay, a little to-do marker. Just so I don't forget. Still bringing in shells. That's a lot of shells. Do I not have brass pipe? Why would I request brass pipe if I couldn't make brass pipe? Like, I'm pretty sure I needed to make brass pipe to make something. Like, this was recent. I can't remember what it was, but it was recent. Like it was today. Yeah, like I feel like I'm going insane. Like, didn't I run a whole bunch of belts through here somewhere? Okay, I have to look and see what brass pipes are used in. Oh, it was flotation. I set up flotation somewhere in here. Not the process, of course. Yeah, there we are. Brass. Yeah, there's no brass. Why is there no brass? That's the thing I can check on while waiting for shells. Yeah. No zinc ingot? No zinc ore. Oh, because I added storage. I mean, makes sense, but... Unfortunately, these are undergrounds, and you can't connect to an underground. So, best I can do is just connect both of those belts, and then connect to all the inserters. And might as well connect to this pole so I can see what I'm reading. Just have both of these on hold. And you're only enabled if zinc is greater than 3. Like, if it starts to back up, then start loading it into chests. Otherwise, just let it go and we'll process it somewhere. Okay, with that out of the way, what else do I want to get done? I think I will probably call it a night after this little artillery strike, so it'll be a nice little explosive send-off. I do really wish I could get these finished, though. Like, I can make 16 of you? I mean, that's going to take an eternity and a half to craft, but okay, I'm impressed. Let's turn personal logistics off, just so bots don't swarm all over me, and I can go and destroy some biters in peace. There we are. Chuck some wood in, and just head out, like, over here somewhere. And another long train ride. That seems to be a theme tonight. I've done a lot of train riding, but I guess when your base starts to get this big and you still have to deal with stuff by hand, that's kind of just an unavoidable reality. Things just take longer to get to. There we are. And so I think there's a biter base like right there on the other side of this oil field. I thought those were weird biters for a second. I was so far zoomed out, I was like, what even are those? No, that is actually, thermal water. Okay. Maybe what I should do is get a radar down in here so that I don't have to guess whether something is a biter or not. That does mean doing this, but I have the prerequisites crafted already, so it's not a problem. There we are. And radar. So let's just chuck a radar down like right here. And that gives me pretty decent coverage. Honestly, not as big as I thought. I remember these Tier 2 radars being enormous, and this is just like... it hardly even covers everything. Just goes to show the scale that I've been expanding to, I guess. Oh, I love when I have to fight biters and dense trees. Hooray! Alright. So definitely save on this one, because this one has a very real chance that when I start fighting them, they run off in a random direction and start just blowing up the factory, which would be, as they say in the business, pretty bad. So just little defensive walls. Let's see. So your regular guns, yes, okay. Maybe not that far from the walls. I don't want the corner, because the corner always dies. He gets ganged up on, and that's the end of him. I didn't build this at a reasonable multiple, but oh well. I will survive. Okay, I'm getting way too particular about this. Let's just throw some turrets down. I'll put you one space back, just so hopefully you aren't the primary target of any attacks. There we are. I might even add a couple more gun turrets for just a little more side protection. And then we need the artillery itself. And once again, let's actually save here, because it would be a lot less work to have to restart from this point if I did have to redo something. Take it away, boys. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Oh, they're so mad. These are electric spitters. Electric's dangerous, but only if they are able to keep you from moving. Being able to bombard them like this, they are chumps. They can't do nothing. Now, acid. Acid is the worst. Acid is terrible. Bots off. Okay, okay. Come on. That one's my fault. I built the wall wrong. I didn't take the lake into consideration. Of course they would come down and around this way. That just makes sense. That one's my bad. Let's throw these walls down, and then have my bots repair them. So I definitely just lost some. Only 3. Wasn't that bad. Out of curiosity, could I manually target? I cannot manually target, okay. I was hoping I wouldn't have to relocate this entire thing, but I guess that is just wishful thinking. So. Pick this up. There we are. Okay. And where next? Let's go this way. There's a lot of heavy stuff this way. I might actually take out this tiny little one. Let's go for the tiny little one up top first, and then I'll go for the real big ones, and that can be kind of the finale. Yeah, sure. Bots, please. I know. My fault. I marked it for deconstruction. I meant for later. Again, I do wish I could see the range of the artillery turrets while I'm holding them like this. Like, I know I'm close enough. But it would be nice to be able to see that I'm close enough. And there we are. Let's get these all filled in. And artillery shells. This time, we'll watch the nest. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Considering how difficult it is to beat these bases without artillery, watching them just melt like this is kinda magical. It doesn't get old. It really is. It's one of the best parts. Adding artillery, wonderful idea. One of the best additions to the game. Where's next? I'll leave these well enough for now. I do want to target these. They're, like, right in the way. Again, picking up the gun turrets because they're full of ammo, and the construction bots have a real hard time because they have to pick up each piece of ammo individually. And there we go. Let me just walk over here so I can clear it off the radar, because it still showed the base. Yeah, there we go. So it's gone now. And let's go clear the big one to the south. Or big ones, I guess I should say. Because there's actually quite a few down there. My own hubris comes back to bite me for a second time. Alright. How much further? Because it really does. The scale is difficult to imagine at this point. Like, the base sprawls so far, you look at it and goes, oh, well, it's just right over there. But then you start walking it and you're like, oh, well, that's actually quite far. Not that this is even, like, an enormous base, I suppose. It's just I've been so cramped for so long, it's good to finally be able to expand as I want. So I want to be a little bit careful here, because I don't want the artillery to be able to strike the, like, multiple bases at once, because if we get surrounded, I don't think my, my little gun turret 2s and sniper turret 1s are going to be able to hold out. So I am being a little strategic on these, specifically. In fact, I think this is a great time to save one more time. Again, it's not cheating. It is a feature of the game. You're just playing the game wrong if you don't. I am mostly kidding when I say that, of course, but I do know that it genuinely bothers some people when people save and restart if things go wrong. In my opinion, combat is not the primary focus of Factorio. You can play Factorio combat-focused, but this is not a combat-focused map, so I'm not too afraid of cheesing combat just a little. Okay, we are going to hit both of these nests, but I guess that's fine. We should be able to take that. These are more of the explosive biters, which aren't too bad until they gang up on your walls. So once they start rushing in, I'm probably going to grab the sniper rifle and help fend them off. Because that's probably going to be quite a lot of explosive biters coming at us. In fact, I'm going to just go ahead and stand here and zoom out. You're out of shells. Please do not be out of shells. Please continue killing. Don't stop there, please. Oh, did not mean to do that, sorry. Oh, there's another nest over there. Okay. This is, maybe gonna be a little hairy. I am going to keep bots on to repair because I kind of need it. That's going to be a lot of damage coming in. Oh yeah, that's well through the walls. Yeah, okay. I kinda... As soon as I saw him ganging up on me and that there were actually 3 bases in there, I was like, yeah, this one might not be it. I'll see how that autosave goes. Perfect timing. Could not be better. Had just placed all the ammo. Oh, I actually missed a gun turret anyway. So, let's actually take the ammo out of these. And rework the box a little bit. So let's move you out. Well, a bigger area is just harder to defend. So let's actually move up this way. And then let's put you here and a sniper here. Let's round off this wall so that they don't shoot at the corners. There we are. That should be a little better. And just throw more, just more guns kind of everywhere. The back line doesn't get much action, but it is important. Some things did wrap around that way, and I did need to be able to handle them. But mostly it was this front edge here that takes the brunt of it. So I do want to be prepared. I might turn off auto-targeting, just so that I can be a little more controlled with how this goes. And now we'll save. Now that we're prepared, now that we know what we're in for. Hold on, I need the targeter. There we are. So let's attack here, there, there, and just attack this nest and see if 2 shells per spawner is enough. It is not. So 3 it is. And actually, it looks like with a little bit of regen, even 3 was not enough. I am scattering shots around to kill the worms. I do want to kill the worms. And I am doing like little bits of chip damage to the biters as they're grouping up, so I don't mind wasting a couple shells. I have a lot of shells here. Oh, there's actually a couple spawners still left alive. Yeah, okay, that was a lot more manageable with manual targeting. Yeah, I don't really mind these guys grouping up and coming into attack. I should be able to deal with that. It was just that one massive wave from last time that was not quite gonna work out for me. Let's hit that just a couple times. Just knock down the attack party coming in. Oh yeah, that worked pretty well. And then, now that that's happened, I think I will go ahead and auto-target again. I think I had a couple more shells. There we are. Okay. So now we should be able to take these bases without too much trouble. This one's just really big, and trying to take it and this one from the flank all at the same time without being prepared, that was a little too much. Here comes the attack from the right side, so let's get ready for that. That's a lot of damage to come in all at once, but we should be able to handle it. Did lose a bot. Oh, that's a lot of biters coming in, but fortunately there aren't very many of the, like, huge variants or anything. Okay, that is still a lot. Oh, that's still a lot. I am trying to target these spitters on the back line, but that's just a lot of damage coming in. Oh, and that's a lot of biters coming in. Wow, it takes so many sniper shells. Yeah, there's just, I don't know about this one. I'm not sure about this one. Okay. There is an autosave, like right in the middle of this, that I think I will try. Yeah. I think I will try to keep this one going by kiting the enemies myself a little bit. And trying to draw some of the spitters away. Yeah, that was kinda working and kinda not working. I'm not sure how I really felt about that. Let's try one more. Just one more time. And this time, I'm going to check out a poison and just see how that does. Yeah, that was worse. I think that was worse somehow. I'm gonna give that one more shot, and then I'll reload from the prior save. Okay. I swapped back to the sniper rifle, and it immediately killed me. Yeah, that's just so much damage. Wow. Okay. Let's go back to here before I turned on auto-targeting. We'll just have to take this the slightly more one-at-a-time kind of way. And let's just pepper all the bases with a couple shots until they start dying. Make sure to hit the worms as well. Don't want any of the worms to survive. And just kind of, whenever you see something that's still alive and shouldn't be, throw another shell at it, you know? Yeah, that's gonna take this base pretty well, I think. This hit should take out that base. Oh, that's a lot sooner than I expected. Okay, yeah, I just lost 19 bots in that attack. That was something. Okay. That does seem to have been the, that entire base gone, but there is this massive attack party coming now. Yeah, just kind of juking the spitters is about the only way I survive there. Do I have any bots? I believe all the bots are dead now. But I will persevere and build on in their memory. I love how the exploding biters continue exploding after they're dead. This is a joke. I don't find it particularly, nice. Alright. Redistribute the ammo. There's not a lot of it to go around. Yeah, that's really not a lot to go around. Let's, see about this. Okay. So that base is gone. This base still very angry. So I've got some shells left, but not a lot of ammo. So I'll save here and try my best to take this one. But I make no promises. And let's see if I can just take this base down. Yeah, that should be the spawners. I believe that's the spawners taken care of. And that's all that really matters in the here and now. I might throw a couple shots over where they're congregating over here. Just hope I can loosen up the numbers a little bit. Oh, they're already on the move. That's a shame. Oh, here they are. Okay. Okay. More walls. Oh god. Whoa. Okay, I'm pulling a little too much attention here. Let's pull you over this way to where the turrets still have ammo. Yeah, I'm out of ammo. There's no way that one's happening. Okay, so I don't have enough ammo to continue from this point, so my best bet then is to just skillfully retreat. It is a tactical move, I promise. Oh, I'm already out of bots also, so I guess that's fine. I can take care of the really big base the next time. I just said I'm out of bots and then expected them to deconstruct this whole thing. Oh, what not having bots does to a person. I forget sometimes that you have to deconstruct your own mess. Alright. I am going to deconstruct this, hop on a train, head back home so that I can repair all this junk, resupply, and while I'm doing that, I'm probably going to call it a night. I'll come back to reattempt this very large biter base tomorrow. Or, not tomorrow, but, you know, next time. And, hopefully by then, I will have steel, I guess. That's my goal for now, I suppose. Though the steel station should be capable of running. All it needs are these casting machines that I have in my inventory. So maybe I'll wait and watch the construction bots place those and get our first order of steel into the silos? I forget what they're called. Warehouses. So you need wood and get me out of this horrible place. I just want to be, like, over here. I was glad to get the close base, at least. This is gonna be a nightmare. I'm probably gonna need better guns before I take that one, but without artillery it would be absolutely and utterly impossible, whereas with artillery it's just I have to be able to defend against an attack wave. So, once again, that's one of the reasons why I've been so careful about pollution this whole gameplay, is that that would just be an attack party. Imagine that going up against your walls at all times. That's just ludicrous. I can't imagine anyone surviving that. So that's why I've been pretty careful not to have to endure that kind of onslaught. Where does that reach to? I'll worry about it later. I'll have to run power down to it anyway. Oh, that actually doesn't reach. Weird. Okay. Close as I can get then. And there you are. Well, I guess actually it would make a lot more sense to instead do that. Like it's 4 tiles or something, who cares? I think we'll be fine. Okay, resupplying on those, that's cool. Let's get these walls placed down somewhere they can get repaired. There we are. I should get not logistics. I should get construction bots back as well. Though they haven't really brought any yet, but there's some on the way. Oh, there we go. Okay. I was hoping once I got personals, maybe they'd start repairing, but I guess I have to wait for the big repair wave to come in. But the big repair wave is kind of satisfying. I do genuinely enjoy the big repair wave, too. Any other damaged stuff? Turrets? A couple turrets. There we are. All good. Okay. Take these away. And, let's see if construction bots are heading over to steel with those, casting machines. Oh, they're already in. Look at that. Okay. Trains with the stop, waiting at silicon. Your train stop is off. Is my blueprint for this train stop, like, wrong? Yes, the blueprint itself is wrong. Okay. I'll have to update that. That's annoying. I can do this. It's gonna be really hard to tell where things are supposed to be. Yeah, that's impossible. Oh, I can do this, though. Hmm. Okay. And then just flip all the stuff that doesn't make sense, I guess? I'll take out the whole end back here. And then you back. Yes. Okay. And now if I take out the blueprint and update contents. Still parameter. Yes. Good. Okay. Save. Alright. Let me make sure... Name. Okay. Wanted to make sure names weren't saved. All good. Okay. I've noticed that a time or two, and that's apparently going to be an issue that plagues me now, because I'm pretty sure I've used that station in a number of places, so I'll have to update that now, which is a little annoying. Let's get you out of here, mostly just so I can update your station. Yeah, all of those have to move. Your silicon ingots. But fortunately, the train name stays. Okay. And we're going to do just the same thing I did to actually update you, is since that belt there is going to be a horrible mess, I'll just replace you, and then do it again. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, silicon ingots was down here. And I do want to upgrade the belts up until I hit an actual red belt. Yes? Yes, okay. There we are. I believe that is actually working now. No, it's not? Okay, because we were a full tile. That's frustrating. Okay. We get to do it one more time then. Okay. So up here, so nothing actually tries to build this. Cut all of this. That way, since you line up there, I can just shift you one over and not have to deal with that whole thing I did before. And is there a redo, perhaps? Redo, yes, thank you. I knew there was a redo, I just couldn't quite remember how to use it because I never have to use the redo. But in that one particular scenario, I was like, there's no way, right? Okay. Once more. Update blueprint. Update the whole blueprint. That's all good. Okay. Now clear this. Okay. Send you away. Get the new blueprint again. And once more, replace. Silicon ingot. Okay. That's what it wanted. I was confused for a second why it didn't want to place right, but that's what it was trying to do. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Everything's cool. Some of the belts, a little messed up. I'll just replace all the belts. There we go. One more. Silicon ingot. Okay. Oh my god. Actually, probably shouldn't have done that. Much easier to do the upgrade planner if they're all yellow belt. That way I don't have to try and, like, avoid anything. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Probably, it's honestly hard to tell, but you know, it's probably better in there somewhere. And fortunately, the inserters do now line up, which is very nice. Yeah, I'm like paranoid now. I'll have to check all my train stations. Anyway, with that, where are iron ingots? Do I have an iron ingot train? I don't have an iron ingot train? I could have sworn I had an iron ingot train. But I suppose not. There's a lot of iron ingots in there. Okay. Well, I get to dedicate a new train then. Your fuel is full? Yes, you are. So, iron ingot loading. Wait until full cargo. And then iron ingot unloading. And wait until empty cargo. I guess that's gonna be a minute since they have to take it all the way back to the main base. All the same, I did promise I would call it soon, but I'm going to wait until the first delivery of steel hits the warehouses on the other side. So I'm gonna take however much steel this is, however much steel I can, and that's going to be my victory for today. Just making sure all these inserters are working properly. Does seem that they are. Yeah, that's a pretty consistent load. That's pretty even. And then just send you off. I don't know why there's not more ore coming, to tell you the truth, but that's a problem for future me. This is the wrong station. You go back. Go on. And now come to the station. No. Oh, it's steel ingots. Okay, I knew I'd made a train for these ingots. I knew it. That one's silicon. Here's steel. Okay. Steel ingot unloading. Wait until cargo empty. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, I just knew I'd made a train for this already. You can go back to normal priority now. Sorry about that. Why are you disabled? You have the wrong thing in you. That's why you're disabled. Yeah, some of those copy and paste errors are a little nasty. You gotta be careful. You gotta watch out for them, but that's part of why you always got to watch your builds. These aren't connected. That's a bit of a bummer, but you know what? I'm determined at this point. We are absolutely... We even got the warehouse just in time. Like, all signs point to we have to wait and watch this go. I'm even going to just preemptively take, I'm going to place some more trains. There we are. And I'm going to take this one, which is hopefully... Okay, you're not even close to full on fuel. Never mind. This one is empty. Why are you empty? I'm really confused, actually. Why are you not putting fuel into this guy? Everyone else behaved. Why are you not behaving? Okay. Good enough. You are going to go to... Steel loading. I guess I could have waited for you to have a little more fuel, but oh well. You'll refuel when you need it, buddy. I'm waiting on a single underground pipe, but I am stubborn. I am adamant. I will not budge. Just give me this victory, game. Come on, you can do this much for me. I need a construction bot to come down here. No, really. No one. No one wants to come and do that. I will do it by hand. We're not, like, out of undergrounds, are we? No? Seriously? Oh. Is this anything? Oh, well, that's the new train. Okay. There you are. That's my boy. There's our hero. We're just gonna follow you. And slightly jerky camera mode. Map view mode. That's a little hard to control elegantly, but gets the job done. Come on, little guy. Okay, actually, is there anything, like, useful I could do while I wait? I guess I could craft some of those so that they're ready to go out. It looks like we're still missing 6. I could give some train stops to the system. I'll do that. Yeah, that's fine. Now, let's not miss the big moment, because these guys are full of molten steel, and as soon as it hits these casting machines, I want to see the steel just pour out. I want to be here. There's the landfill. And here's the pipe. Our 2 hero construction bros. Making their way downtown. Flying fast, they're flying fast, and then I'm out of here. I need faster bots, man. I can't get to Cobalt fast enough. That's definitely my goal for next time. I did a lot of expanding on the ore sorting, and I'm gonna be very happy when that all pays off in the, you know, next week or next time or whenever. My brain's too scattered to even think when that could possibly be. Alright, here we go. It's the big time. I don't have inserters on these, do I? Why are there no inserters? That ruins everything. That's so anticlimactic. Well, you know what? I have technically made the steel plates. They exist, they're just not on the belt, for reasons beyond me. I don't know why they've decided not to make inserters anymore. But you know what? I have the steel. We are producing the steel plates. That's all that counts. That's a victory to me. I'm happy enough with that. Next time, I'll start replacing these train stations in here with plate stations instead of ore stations, and we can start ripping out all of this ore processing in here. And once we've ripped out the ore processing, we can finally start on the next tier of science. Oh man, it's been way too long. I am very excited to get to the next tier of science. Speaking of which, as a present to me of next time, did I start making these? I think I might. They don't seem bad. Hold on, let me check something. Because I genuinely don't remember. I did start producing these. I'm so smart. Okay, yeah, next time we're definitely going to be hitting cobalt, definitely going into the next science. It's going to be so cathartic ripping out all of this old ore processing stuff. I'm excited. Couldn't be more thrilled, honestly. And that's something to look forward to. But until then, I'll see you guys next time. Thanks as always to everyone who gives little helpful tips and tricks. I wouldn't be nearly as far as I am without them. I do appreciate them. And I'll see you in the next one. Have a good one, guys. Always save. Never forget to save.